All right, let's see. Are we live? We're good to go. Are the things happening? Looks like I have a feed. There we go. Yes. Okay, cool. So we are ready to launch. I'm excited. It's going to be a fun night. Hello to my valued regulars, Michael, Jesse, Demented Engineer, Dale. Seeing you there in the chat already, so I appreciate your guys' support very much. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for always being. Most of you are usually here a few minutes early, if not right on time. So thank you very much for that as well. Hopefully, it's going to be a fun night. As you guys know, this is my normal night. I've been doing like 2 live streams a week now, right? But I stick by the yes, Demented Engineer. We will get to that in a second. We will definitely get to that in a second. That's going to be a lot of fun. But I will stick by the fact that my regular streaming night, I won't guarantee it's always going to be like this, but I try to make it every Tuesday night starting at 5 o'clock Central Time. And thank you, Jesse. And usually then I've been getting in other ad hoc ones, like one a week, usually on the weekend, but I don't guarantee that. If a week goes by and I don't live stream, it probably means that my hey, Matthew, Christine Marshall, there is Matthew. So yes, round 2. I thought that you would enjoy my background today, Matthew. This is a special ode to you. And this may seem like trolling on my part, but I'm not going to lie. I got a wonderful juvenile laugh out of it. So hopefully you can appreciate the laugh too. Or if you're pissed off, that's okay. We can deal with that too. Although all of the discourse has not always seemed to be loving and friendly. I think that the majority of times it's not been angry or pissy. So hopefully you're good with that. Well, I'm definitely gonna take that as an endorsement because see, we have here Matthew sent me a $2 super chat there, so I appreciate you, brother. So I'm glad that you can take the joke there a little bit. I thought that was pretty funny, but so I appreciate the tip there. I always it's funny because this week I had several people who clearly are not in my camp, so to speak, leave like tips on my videos, etc. Not that you have to be an atheist or a fan of my content in order to give me a tip. But normally, with YouTube, you don't have to tip on anything, right? You don't ever have to send most of the people a penny. So anytime I get $1, $2, $5 from anyone, of course, it's greatly appreciated. And of course, I have to recognize as well that Michael, thank you for your tip as well, brother. You are always very generous, and I appreciate that so much. And Matthew says, my kids and my family are here, so I might have background noise, but I doubt it's that bad. If it is, I'll go outside. If you plan to talk for at least a half hour, I'll be ready in a half hour. No worries, Michael, or Matthew, sorry. You may not, I know you hit what was kind of the ad hoc live stream on the weekend, but the normal live stream, I don't have a given time frame. Like Tavo, for example, kind of a friend of the channel. He always does 2 hours. He gets on his live stream. Usually he's pretty fastidious about staying at or very close to 2 hours. And probably my wife would appreciate it if I did the same. But, I tend to get on here and just kind of go until the talking ends, until the calls end or until the comments end. In the early stages of my live streaming, there aren't always a lot of callers. So a lot of times it's just a matter of how much momentum I feel like I have in hearing my own lovely melodious voice. Sometimes, I know the first couple times I did this, I did like 3 or 4 hours. I've done some that have gone significantly longer. So, but no guarantees. Jesse, thank you as well. Boy, you guys are just, you guys are flowing in the money tonight, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that tip, brother. Very much appreciated. Always enjoy the generosity. I've said this before on my live streams, but I think it's always worth repeating that, anytime someone throws me a few dollars here or there, no matter what the number is, I'm always appreciative, not just because, hey, money's great, but also because, let's be honest, it's YouTube. Most of the stuff you don't have to pay a dime for. I know some channels do have members only content, and you guys, especially my members, know that I have stuff that's members only for a little while, because once I get done with the creation and editing and uploading of the video, I will schedule it to go out at some future date. And the rubric for members, of course, is that you guys get early access. Sometimes the early access is for a day or two until it goes live. Sometimes it's for weeks. It just depends on how far ahead I am on the content creation schedule. So that's what usually determines how far ahead you can see content from me as a member that hasn't been made public. But as of yet, I've yet to make a single video that's purely just for members. I'm not saying I couldn't do it in the future. At some point in the future, maybe I decide to do just pure members only videos that will only ever be available for members, but that's certainly not in the cards right now. I would probably have to have a lot more members, and I would have to think about what content I wanted to create that's purely for members, because at this point, the channel's done really well in the last year, and I'm grateful. I'm humbled by it. But I also, it's still a small channel. And when you have a small channel, you kind of don't want to put too much behind a paywall permanently, because it feels like that's keeping your channel from growing. So anyway, that's far more explanation than I'm sure you guys really wanted to know. You guys have probably heard a lot of this before anyway. So the common setup here for anyone who's in viewing so far who's not aware is that we tend to, by default, so Matthew says, I'm sorry, my wife is just laughing at me so hard. She's seen the background picture. LOL, you got a guy up there looking like Yakub or Yasmal. Yeah, I'm glad that she appreciates that. But the common setup here is that I go through comments that I have received on my videos, usually over the last week. I will pull them up on screen. I will provide usually some additional commentary on my side. But of course, all of that gets put aside if we have callers at any time. Sometimes we get callers for a number of hours during the show. Sometimes we don't. And if we don't get callers, I tend to just kind of fill in with my own commentary and with the comments as a reaction to the comments that I've received over the last week. First thing I'll bring up before we get into all of the hardcore comments, I'm not going to pull it up on screen because it's kind of boring, but I noticed that on Saturday's live stream, which on Saturday's live stream, as you guys know, was like one of my ad hoc live streams, right? It was one of the ones that I was not planned. I've been doing them a lot lately on weekends, but if they don't happen, they don't happen. It's just like, well, do I have time? Do I want to get into something? So I did that ad hoc live stream. And admittedly, I didn't really have everything set up at first. It took me probably 15 minutes before I was really in the flow of that live stream. You can argue maybe you shouldn't start a live stream unless you're ready to go. Like, hey, this is a program. Like, welcome to the show. But I'm also thinking, it's an ad hoc live stream. I'm kind of playing it by ear, especially the weekend ones. But I had some commenter on one of the threads who was bitching. They put like 5 or 6 comments in a row about, wow, it's 5 minutes in and you haven't even really started yet. And, oh, it's 10 minutes in and you haven't really started yet. And then they put some comment about like, oh, this is such a sad statement for atheists, like as though my live stream is the representative sample for all atheism around the world, And I admit, you can argue that, yeah, maybe the way I started the live stream on the weekend wasn't the most impactful way to start a live stream. Maybe it didn't snare people and glue them to their seat. And quite frankly, if some people tuned in early and they were turned off by the fact that I was still setting things up, then bye. You can go. There are millions actually, I think there's like billions of videos on YouTube. There's thousands, I'm sure, of live streams, probably tens of thousands of live streams happening on YouTube at any point in time. And, if I sound salty, then I just say, well, if you don't like it, you can go find another fucking place to hang out. But anyway, without even pulling those comments up on screen, I thought it would be fun to share. Like, that was the first idea of the comments that I wanted to go through from the last week, that someone griping about the ad hoc live stream that I threw up on the weekend. Was it maybe the most professional? Didn't start in the most impactful way. Didn't grab people and glue them to their seat. And all I can say is, yeah, okay. I mean, that's fair. But if I have to spend more time setting up before, maybe I will, but I'm not going to worry about it either. It's like this, you get what you pay for, even though a lot of you have given me tips and I appreciate that. But, but then again, like no one had an entry fee to get in here tonight. So, but the Tuesday ones, I try to be a little more prepared. Like I was literally sitting here working on notes on other stuff an hour before this show even started. Side note, you guys will appreciate that I'm working on getting the Christian quiz questions finished for Leviticus. So I'm 27 questions into Leviticus now, and I'm more than 2/3 of the way through Leviticus. So in the next day or two, I'll put out another post on the site saying on the channel saying, guess what? We have more Christian quiz questions. And I'm not going to go through all these now, and they're not live, the new ones. But for anyone who's watching this now or in the replay and you're wondering, what am I talking about? I have a companion site that we launched, a month ago. It's a free site. It's meant as an information companion site to the things that we talk about on the channel in general and to the things that we talk about in the live streams. I literally started making it as a way for me to have like on-screen notes. And then I realized, you know what? I can just make this public and share it with everyone. And the feature that I'm talking about is the Christian quiz, which currently has 127 questions from the books of Genesis and Exodus. And you can configure it a little bit. You can say how many questions you want, but it will then pull up these random questions for you to answer. The rubric is, let's see how Christian you are, or at a minimum, let's see how well you know the Bible. I did actually go through and change the scoring on a couple of the early questions, because the rubric I'm going for is that the one that gets you the most points is the one that tracks the closest to the literal text of the Bible. And you know that, like, after you answer one of these questions, you get one of these, you get an explanation on screen. It shows you what, sorry, I should put it up here. I just realized I'm talking through it, but I hadn't put it up. So it'll give you, once you answer one of these, it'll show you the points for each question. It'll give you the verse that actually is referenced in this quiz question. And then you move to the next question. And again, it's not exactly scientific. All right. I'm not going to get a Nobel Prize for information theory on this one. It's certainly a fun thing. Although I will tell you that for each one of these, for the question that gets you the most points, it does track to the Bible, and it tracks to the Bible sometimes in a way that Christians would not want to admit, or sometimes it does not follow with the story that Christians want to tell themselves, right? But the supposed highest score. So yeah, Mike, this is a great point. So let me pull this up here too. Michael says, supposed to get high score or low score. So, I mean, that's up to you. If you want to figure out, I'd say that there's at least two ways. There's three ways that I've scored these. I put 5 answers on every one, right? And the 5 answers that I put up, usually the way it is, and they're randomized. So if you did this yourself, you'll get them in a different order. So, you won't memorize that A is the right one or B is the right one. They'll move around randomly. But the idea is that the most points are the ones that are closest to the Bible. That'll get you 4 points. Usually the 3-pointer is the one doesn't follow the Bible, but is probably closer to the way that Christians try to tell it. The 0-pointer is usually the one that I would argue tracks the closest to an atheist mindset. And then the 1 and the 2 pointers are kind of throw-ins just to kind of fill it out. So if you want to get the score that I would argue is the most morally and logically consistent, then I would say that 0 on this is probably the best score you can get. But you can also take it, even as an atheist, from the perspective of how well do I know the Bible, right? And if you followed the channel for a while, or if you followed other atheist content creators, the idea that an atheist might know the Bible better than a Christian is not exactly a crazy thought, okay? I'm not saying that every atheist knows the Bible better than every Christian, of course, but I am saying that some of the most learned people I've met with regard to what the Bible actually says are not believers. So, because they're not looking at it with dogma, right? They're not looking at it through their God goggles. They're reading what the text actually says. A lot of them used to be believers like me, but there are also some people who actually became biblical scholars without ever being a believer. I think that those people are fairly rare, but they exist. Some people are just intellectually curious and want to know, like, hey, it's this huge religion that everyone follows. They want to know what's in the book. But again, you can take it like at least 2 different ways. Do you want to test how well your Bible knowledge is? Then try to get the highest score possible. If you want to test how good your common sense is and your morals, then yeah, you probably want to go for 0. And if, as you go through the quiz, you'll see that I didn't ask about every stupid banal fact from the Bible. Of course, I'm asking about things that I've chosen the questions based on the Bible, but based on things that would probably make a lot of people uncomfortable, right? So at least, especially a lot of Bible believing people who don't know the Bible that well, because there are a lot of people who say that they believe in the Bible and yet they don't exactly know about it that well. So there are different ways that you can take that. So very soon we will have the next book available with regard to Leviticus, and we'll keep plowing through that just like we plow through Godfrey Bible Study, right? So I'm going to get into some comments here. Although I'm going to make my first drink of the night. This isn't alcohol, so you all know a sober Adam is an angry Adam, and nobody wants to deal with Bible when you're sober. You should never dive into this stuff when you're completely sober. I will hold to that at all times. So let me get a drink here. I was having a Monster before, but tonight's unpaid sponsor is once again the Pinnacle Whipped Vodka. So if Pinnacle, the makers of Pinnacle Whipped Vodka would ever like to throw me a few dimes as a sponsor. I don't even know if YouTube has rules about like liquor sponsorships. I'm not sure. I did find out Secular Scriptures, who's with us often. I don't know if she's in the chat yet, but she's often with us. She sent me a really nice email because in the last live stream, somebody was asking about, John, because John's daughter was on a few shows ago asking a question. And I think he had asked me like, oh, is it okay to have, someone young on? And I said, I don't actually know what YouTube's rules are for that. So, generally speaking, I prefer to speak to adults because sometimes these religious conversations can get contentious, and I don't want to sit here with some 12-year-old and tell him that his God is bullshit, right? I don't think I normally do that, but I don't want to sit there and talk to kids and make them cry or something like that. But in John's case, it's like, we know Johnny's a friend of the channel, and he was right there with his daughter, and she had a question, so I answered it. But I guess the thing is, YouTube says if there's anyone under 18, excuse me, still got a little head cold going. I guess people have to be at least 14 or older, I think. I'd have to look at the email again. But then Secular Scriptures said that, I guess on TikTok, if you get hooked up through TikTok, I guess they are very strict about never having anyone on camera who's under 18. So I keep trying to get the TikTok feed hooked up. Still working on that. Still hasn't happened. But when that happens, we will probably need to be more fastidious about always asking if people are 18 or older, and making sure that we are not openly trying to get people on screen that are under 18. Daryl says, wise to keep it over 18 or even 21. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, my audience skews older anyway. No offense to anyone, but most of us aren't that young. I think a lot of teens don't really want to call in and talk about religion that much. So it's probably not that big of a deal. But especially when we get the TikTok hooked up, I have to make sure. Another thing I know is like, I guess TikTok has also really strict rules about like you can't smoke on camera, which I know YouTube does not have that problem. Like I've seen Dale, or not Dale, Dade Murphy. I've seen some of his videos where he's sitting there smoking. he's smoking a blunt and reading stuff on there. So it's not a problem. I don't smoke, but if I wanted to, I'm sure I could do it without YouTube having a problem. But I guess if you are on TikTok, I guess they are very adamant about not letting that happen. So that's another thing I'll have to figure out when we finally get the TikTok thing figured out. Okay. So that being said, welcome to some of the new people I see piling into the chat. So welcome to all of you. If anyone wants to call in, the link, well, it's not a link. The address is on the screen. The link is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description for the video. So I say this with love, but if anyone gets in the chat and says, how do you call in? I think that to some extent they deserve a little bit of shit at least, because it's like, dude, it's kind of all over the place if you're looking, but I say that with love because sometimes you still just aren't paying attention. So let's look at, this has been a fun week for comments, people. It really has. So I'm minus, whether someone wants to call in. Well, there we go. So looks like I have someone joining us here. Let me unmute this. Johan, can you hear me?
Yes. How's it going?
Going well. How about you, brother?
I'm all right. My friend actually sent me this link, and I didn't know that it was going to have me join the YouTube video by pressing.
Oh, so like this has been sprung upon you.
A little bit. I was aware of the stream. It was my friend, I think his screen name was Filipos on your stream the other
Filipos,
day.
yeah. I had first of all, I just have to mention, you sound great, but then like every 7 seconds or something, there's a weird thing coming through. I don't know if that's on your end or not.
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment, and I'm hooked up to the speaker in the car. So.
Oh, don't drive, dude. Like, I mean, drive all you want, but like this isn't a good. I don't want to be the guy who's like, yeah, watching as you wreck somewhere.
Oh no. Don't worry. Thank you though. I appreciate the concern.
Okay.
I'm not scrolling. Like I'm not like on the phone. You know what I mean?
That's true. I do see that you're not really looking at the screen, which is probably a good thing. So that's a good deal. Yeah. So, I mean, and to be fair, I mean, I don't have a car anymore. That's a long story. But when I had a car, sure, you'd have people on speakerphone. So, yeah. All that being said, I'm going to let that go for now. Hopefully, please don't make me regret this and like we see like a wreck happening or something. But apparently you got kind of accidentally thrown in here. But do you know what this live stream is? What we're talking about?
It said live Christian failures. I wanted to join to listen. But
okay. Well, you know what?
Since
you're in the car, and since it doesn't sound like you really had the idea of coming in to talk, I mean, I'm happy to talk to you.
I'm happy to talk.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I can just leave you, to where I can mute your mic and let you listen if you want. But I mean, if you want to talk, I'm happy to talk with you. So the point of this channel, I don't know. First of all, are you 18?
Yes, yes,
Okay. Are you a believer?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I do remember I had quite a long conversation with Philippos. So
Yeah.
since you didn't quite know what you're getting into, I mean, my talking point is, yes, it's a little provocative to start a talking point, but my talking point is Jesus failed. But I'm an atheist,
Okay.
content creator, streamer, etc. I have a channel that's been on here for a year on YouTube for whatever that's worth. So of course, I'm just telling you that so that you don't feel like you're getting ambushed. So, but is there a
No,
particular place that you want to take the conversation, or would you like me to lead with something?
Well, it is your channel, so you're in the driver's seat. But I guess I'd like to know what you mean when you say Jesus failed. I'm assuming that you mean on the claims about, maybe more of a view that he's a failed apocalyptic preacher about the end times, etc.
Sure.
Maybe that's just my assumption of where you're going with that. But yeah, if you want to elaborate on that.
Sure. Let me give you, I'll throw out a few talking points and feel free to, take them where you want if any of them feel interesting to you. But
Sure.
here are a couple. I mean, I could dive into this in a couple different ways, but of course I feel comfortable with it if I put it up on screen. But, one way that I like to spend a lot of time talking about is that there is a common rubric amongst Christians, especially like the apologist evangelical types, who like to say that Jesus fulfilled all this prophecy. In fact, the number of prophecies that he fulfilled from the Old Testament is itself an open question in terms of who's doing the talking. But the number that I address a lot of times
14
on my
maybe?
channel is 351 prophecies fulfilled by Jesus from the Old Testament. And my contention is that literally there's not a one of them. So that's one talking point. Another talking point is that, yes, he's a failed apocalyptic preacher, meaning that he specifically said that there are those among you who will not taste death, before I return. A third is that his specific commandments, according to, if we're to accept as internal critique, what he said in the New Testament itself, his specific commandments were that we are to follow all the law, and that, even if we say that, well, Christianity seems to be some kind of success, right? But it's certainly not a success in the way that he seems to have called for it in his own words, if we take the New Testament at its word. So those are three things at least. I could go into some other stuff, but I'm going to shut up because I'd like to get your feedback on any of these you'd like to talk on more.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the first one is the prophecies, correct? The second one is the failed, saying that these things will happen before this generation passes, and the third one is sorry, hold on, I'm trying to turn here. The third one was, I'm spacing out on what the third one was. Apologize.
The third one was that, if you want to tell me Jesus succeeded, I would at least hope that the religion that is in his name would be following his own words from the Bible.
Law, yeah. Okay. Well, just to give a quicker, kind of general thoughts on those, not an in-depth, argument, but just my initial reaction for the prophecies in the Old Testament. The 350 number, I'm not an expert on. I hate hearing my voice echoing. It's frustrating me. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm trying to see if there's something I can change because I have echo cancellation on. I know it's a little difficult because in the car you're going to get that feedback coming through the speakers.
I'm going to unplug it from the car speaker. Maybe it'll work better. 1 second.
Okay, I've just turned on the noise gate and compressor. If that drives anyone nuts, let me know. I'll kind of look at the comments here as well. There's always a little bit of a secret sauce you have to apply to try to figure out how to get the caller's audio to sound as good as it can.
Hey, could you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Okay. So for the prophecies, the 350 number, I'm not the most I can't list out all 350 prophecies that I would argue that Jesus fulfilled, if I'm being honest. I do think that I don't agree with you that there's not one. I've heard the number more around 14 of more like substantial ones. Obviously, a lot of them are smaller. I think Isaiah 53 is one that I would argue was fulfilled. We're talking in terms of like the text fulfills the text. You could argue that the New Testament authors made it up so that it's the text. That's a separate conversation, of course. But in terms of whether the account in the New Testament fulfills prophecy from the Old Testament, I would say there's at least the prophecies in Isaiah 53, which I know people argue is about Israel and not about the Messiah. And I forget what the exact word is. I recently read about a specific keyword that denotes like an individual, it's not necessarily talking about like the argument that it's speaking about Israel for in Isaiah 53 doesn't work, at least from what I've read. But again, I don't think I could formulate that argument fully in the moment. Those are just my thoughts in reaction to the first point that you made, but we could go deeper on that. And the second one about the seeing, this will pass before this, or this generation will not pass before these things take place. I think that I'm still hearing my echo.
On my end, I
fine.
turned the compressor off, and I think it got a lot better for me personally. But
it's probably not you. It's probably my fault. For the part about the failed apocalyptic preacher kind of claim, or that the things weren't fulfilled. I feel like I feel like all three of these are obviously pretty nuanced. Like, it's not just like one sentence response is going to cover the topic, obviously. But I think that the way that my argument would go for that one is that there's, and I'm sure that you've seen this if you're like researching these topics and reading about them and learning, just with this channel, I'm sure that you've heard this argument, but that, there's kind of the double meaning in those specific verses, about the fall of the temple and the things that did take place. And then it's almost like a typology in a sense of the end times, or apocalypse. And so so that's kind of what I would say for the second one. And then the third one, about the law, my initial reaction is sort of, this isn't Jesus speaking about the purity temple laws. I think that that's evident from, that would contradict other things that he said. And you could say that, well, then it's a contradiction. But I'm pretty sure that the passages about the Sabbath were like also in Matthew, which is where that's found, in Matthew 5. So not that the passages about the Sabbath are in Matthew 5.
Well,
but I think that there's things in,
I'm going to cut you off a little bit, just because.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, everything you're giving me is great. Okay, it's just, I'm like, okay, let's dive into some of this.
Sure.
And
but just if I could just finish that point, my point would be that he's talking about the moral law. That would be my point.
Okay, fair enough.
Not necessarily all of the purity laws, because I think that would just be too big of a contradiction that I think they would have noticed, like in other parts of in other gospels, they would have noticed that, and put less emphasis on certain things.
Let me ask you a question then, because I'd like to tailor to whatever you're most comfortable with. Out of everything that you said, there's two things I can do. I know that you can't see the screen in front of you here, but I can give you. I have it on the screen right now for anyone who's watching the stream. I can give you a lot of detail about Isaiah 53 and whether or not this is about Jesus. Or we can go into the law issue and what Jesus said is, we could go into, you mentioned a number of things, but those are two that I feel like, okay, I would love to dive into either one of those. Is there one that you would prefer I talk about?
Either one is fine. I will say that, and I don't mean this, it's just different because I'm not on the computer,
right,
to pull up resources. So I'm kind of just going off top, which is a little bit more difficult. Not that like it's a formal debate and it's like unfair. That's not really what I'm saying. It's just I don't want to be unfair to the topics, not be able to pull up resources myself, but I just want to point that out, I guess, just because there's two sides to those topics, you know.
Yeah.
Like you can pull up a website, and I've read plenty of websites as well, you know, that would probably give a different perspective, you know, just for the sake of like, you know, get both sides, you know what I mean?
Sure. So let me do this.
Yeah.
I think Isaiah 53 is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's also
let's do that one. Yeah, totally.
It's also pretty text dense, you know, and it's probably not the best thing to go through right now if you're not being able to share what I'm showing on screen.
I'm happy to do that one if you want. I mean, it sounds interesting to go over.
Okay.
I just want to point out that like if I had my computer, I could like make a better case. You know what I mean?
Sure. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And you know, I've had a few, you know, interactions lately that some people may not think I'm always this charitable, but I like to think that I'm not the typical atheist YouTuber who's just like, hey, your God's an idiot, prove me wrong. And, you know,
I appreciate that.
Okay. So, I mean, yes, I'm an atheist, but I'm, you know, as long as we can all be civil, we can have a decent conversation about this, but
of course.
So I'm not going to sit here and read everything I have to you on the screen, even though you can't see it because it would be a little dense, but let me kind of give you a few notes here about Isaiah 53. All right. The author of Isaiah chapters, and I'm reading off of what I have here on screen, but like I said, I'm not going to read everything. The author of Isaiah chapters 40 through 55, this is historically classified as, I don't know if you're familiar with the distinction of Deutero-Isaiah versus non-Deutero-Isaiah.
Sure.
But
yeah.
Which,
I mean, not in depth. I'm not like a biblical scholar, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not either. Okay,
vaguely aware.
I never try to present myself as being one. I mean, as lay persons go, I'm probably more knowledgeable about it than the average person on the street. And quite frankly, sure. I'm probably more knowledgeable about it than the average Christian in the pews. But that's not meant as a brag. It's just meant more as a statement about how much people really know about the Bible.
It's a loaded thing. Take multiple lifetimes to have a good grasp on everything.
Oh, sure.
Probably forever.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Bible's 750,000 words, you know, from at least the Christian version of it. Of course, that all depends on the canon. I mean, you know, yada, yada, yada. So there's a lot to dive into. It's
and these are just general topics. Obviously, we're relating it to the Bible, but I guess I didn't even say, but personally, I'm Catholic. Like that's my, you know, the church that I'm a part of. So just for some context.
Sure. No, I love that. I love that. Honestly, I usually enjoy talking to Catholics more only because, not that Catholics don't have their hangups, but Catholics are usually raised in a way, they're not raised as evangelical fundamentalists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's an emphasis on reason. You know, we definitely respect reason, you know, not gonna, obviously. Yeah,
by all means.
Reason. Fides et ratio.
So, this, what I was saying here with the author Isaiah, he explicitly, repeatedly, and unambiguously identifies the servant. And I know that there's contention around this, but let me just read through this. You know, so the servant is the collective nation of Israel, specifically the righteous remnant enduring the trauma of exile. And if you forgive me a little bit here, this isn't on screen, but I'm going to explain here that essentially this is, you know, the period of the Babylonian exile was one where the writings and what we understand of the people of Israel at that time, how did they process any of these many times when they got their butts kicked repeatedly by people around them? I mean, sometimes they conquered, but they also got overrun repeatedly, even according to the biblical stories themselves. And how did they interpret that? Well, they interpreted that not as, oh, darn, we didn't have the right military strategy or we didn't build up enough weapons. They interpreted it every single time as, what have we done wrong? You know, we have somehow let God down. So I bring this up, not that that's a definitive point about the suffering servant, but I think it's important context because this is essentially a long passage. It's not just Isaiah 53, although that's normally what we focus on. It's really Isaiah 40 through 55. And it's talking deeply about Israel as a nation because it's come from this context of how we have suffered, but the righteous remnant is going to endure. It's like trying to reaffirm back to themselves the promise that God is going to restore them as a people, because they're dealing with the Babylonian exile. I mean, this is the same people who feel like they can't even properly pray anymore, because in order, under the thinking of Hebrews at the time, you had to have Israel's soil. I mean, they did pray and they did sacrifice. They actually brought soil with them to Babylon so that they had some remnant of the homeland. But I only bring that up to point out that this exile was not a minor thing for them. This was a huge part on Israelite consciousness at the time.
Of course, yeah.
So the Christian mapping of Jesus onto the servant songs, especially Isaiah 53, relies on eisegesis, which is reading a later theological framework back into an ancient text while ignoring the definitions by the author. Now, I know it's easy for me to say that, and of course, every Christian is usually going to say, no, that's not what we're doing. But one thing I'll say that's just a qualitative point. It's not from the text yet. But one of the favorite things I like to point out with passages like Isaiah is that you have an entire culture, being the Israelites, who created these books. Some of them is over a span of as long as like 1,200 years, depending on how we want to put about 1,000 years really. About 600 years of really heavy writing, because Hebrew didn't even really exist until about 1000 CE. And
Skepticus.
Yes.
I don't know if that's your actual name, but if you wouldn't mind holding for like 10 seconds, I'm just going to plug, because my phone's dying, so I'm going to plug it back into the car speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's going to disconnect for like 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, great. I can hear you great.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So as I was saying there, before I even get into the text, one of the things that I always bring up, not just about Isaiah 53, but anytime a Christian of any flavor goes back to the Hebrew Bible and says, look, that's Jesus. Well, there's an entire culture with, priests and rabbis that have studied this stuff for ages, who wrote these things with in the context of their culture. And those people do not believe it's about Jesus. Now, to be clear, is it possible that I could go grab a copy of the Bhagavad Gita today and I could pick it up and say, I think this has something to do with New Orleans? And nobody could prove me wrong, because every time you pick up a text, you can read into it anything that you want. But could you imagine me going back to the culture that wrote the Bhagavad Gita and pointing out the verses in their holy text and saying, no, that's really about New Orleans. You guys don't understand your holy text,
Sure. But that's a major, the story of Christ is infinitely closer to Isaiah 53 than the Bhagavad Gita is to New Orleans.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I get what you're saying, but that's a very extreme example that you're using.
I agree.
No
I
offense.
did reach for an extreme example, but also keep in mind that I'll just say, and I'll move on, that you're correct, but also you have people who have devoutly followed Judaism, as a culture for thousands of years, who are like, no, that's not what it's about. But anyway, let me move on from that, because that's not my central point. Okay.
Sure.
So
yeah.
You don't have to guess who the servant is, because the author explicitly defines the term across multiple chapters. All right. So let me give you these examples here. In Isaiah 41, 8-9, it says, but you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen. I said, you are my servant. I have chosen you and have not rejected you. So frequently they talk about, there's a couplet that goes on here where they talk about Israel, the nation, and then they speak about my servant. It says Israel, comma, my servant. And then they repeatedly pull up Jacob as well, which is, Jacob is the one of the seeds of Israel, right? I mean, Jacob was. So That's why they're using this. So it says, but
Jacob is Israel.
Exactly. Well, I'm bringing that up. I mean, I assumed you knew that, but there are some literalists who will go, no, it says Jacob. It's like, no, read this in context. It says, but you, comma, Israel, comma, my servant, comma, Jacob, comma. So in other words, it's saying Israel and Jacob and my servant. That's one package right there. So it says, you are my servant.
And which chapter? This is chapter 41, you said?
41, 8 through 9.
Okay.
And then 44.
Sorry, I was just clarifying.
That's fine. And then also, I mean, of course, if you wrote something down, that'd be fine. But also, these are available. You can go back to them later if you want to check me on something on the replay of the live stream. So Isaiah 44.
The reality is I'm not going to be able to reply into like all the details of the Hebrew text during this call. So I just wanted to clarify so that I can look into it like after.
Right. And that's why I'm letting you know too, like, I mean, not that I expect you to go back and watch the whole live stream replay, but my point is, I want to be as gracious as I can with you, because I know, like, yeah, you're in your car and this was kind of sprung on you in a weird way. And I don't want to gish gallop a bunch of verses at you like, oh, I pwned that guy because I just threw all this stuff at him. So that was,
I appreciate it.
Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. Then there's Isaiah, and if you look at the live stream on the replay, you'll see it on the screen too. There's Isaiah 44 verses 1 through 2, which says, but now listen, Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Do not be afraid, Jacob, my servant. Then there's Isaiah 44:21, which says, remember these things, Jacob, for you, Israel, are my servant. I have made you, you are my servant. Then we're not going to do this too long. There's only two more I'm going to quote at you. Isaiah 45 verse 4, which says, for the sake of Jacob, my servant, of Israel, my chosen, I summon you by name. And then there's Isaiah 49 verse 3, which says, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will display my splendor. So the reason I go through those is because to argue that the servant in Isaiah 53 is suddenly a single first century CE celibate male requires completely ripping the chapter out of the structural and linguistic context.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's not Israel, like, at all. You know what I mean? I don't know if you said singularly. Like, I wouldn't say that that's not representing Israel. Like the Isaiah 53, regardless of everything you just said, like even before you presented those references, I wouldn't say that it's not, a reference to Israel, or even, I guess this is a whole nother Christian step, but the church, as the body of Christ, as what I would see as Israel personally. You know what I mean? Like, so I wouldn't say that is my point. I wouldn't say that it's not representing, but I would say that it's a prophecy that is fulfilled by Christ, regardless of the referring to Israel as servant. But my question for you is, like, there is a difference in Isaiah 53 in the reference to, like, he and not just that, but just the context of that section, divided up his garments and things like for us and stuff. Like, how does that fit into the that it's the whole nation of Israel and then it's for us? I'm not even challenging what you're saying. I'm just wondering how that fits in your point.
I mean, a couple notes here. One is that I read you and of course I didn't read the whole verses. I'm just reading your snippets, but I'm reading those to you to show that the personification starts as far back as 13 chapters before Isaiah 53. So while you're right that Isaiah 53 does have very personified language, it's not like it just suddenly turns personified. The personified language starts as far back as Isaiah 40 or 41. So,
sure,
I would argue that the idea that Isaiah 53 uses heavily personified language is perfectly in line with, and this is funny, I bring this up because, a lot of times people on both sides of the fence scream, context. And I think sometimes that's overblown, because sometimes if I read 2 or 3 or 4 verses that say something very, very clear, like I don't always have to read the whole damn book in order to understand these 2 or 3 verses. But in this case, I would say, no, context is golden here, because they're telling, if for the Bible's terms, a fairly long story about this personified ideal of Isaiah. And it starts back as far back as Isaiah 40, going through a 53. Yeah. Another thing I want to mention.
Context is always important.
Let me hit this one other point real quick, and I will shut up because I want to get your continued feedback.
No, go ahead. Sorry, it probably seems like I'm interrupting because there's a bit of a delay. I'm hearing my echo. I think that it's like half a second off.
No, I totally understand that. I know it can be a little awkward. I mean, if you were at home on a computer, I'd say make sure you're not listening to the YouTube feed. Make sure you're just listening to your phone, but that may not help you in the car. So I totally get that. With the whole question of, okay, even if it is talking about Israel, that doesn't mean that it can't also be talking about Jesus, the Messiah, etc. I would give you this, all right? If I write you a song that clearly talks about America, mentions America multiple times, the US of A, blah, 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 right? And you can listen to that song and you can tell me it also says something about Trump. Because when you listen to a song, especially if it's about the country of America, you can always read into it your own, interpretations of our current leader or a future leader or a future person who's going to be really big in America. I mean, you can read into it all day long. And to be absolutely clear with you, Johan, I'm not this person who gets mad because Christians say, oh, Isaiah 53 points to Jesus. I mean, you believe that if you want. The only thing that annoys me sometimes is when they point to it, they demand that it has to be about Jesus, and they act like there's no other reasonable interpretation of it, when I would argue the clearest, most obvious interpretation is that this is about Israel. And if you want to plaster Jesus on top of it, of course you have that right as a Christian, but just have the intellectual integrity to realize that it's not specifically there in the text, and you have to read into it pretty well in order to pull that out of it.
Well, okay, I'll put it like this. In the verses, sorry to cut in. I know that I'm going to end up cutting out in like 20 minutes, so I'm trying to go a little quicker now.
Sure.
But I appreciate all that that you said about, and definitely I think to say that there's no reasonable other way of reading it wouldn't make sense, because I would say that it's about Israel and it's about the church as an extension. Obviously that's an extension in my direction, not really in your direction, but I would say that there's multiple meanings regardless. Of most of those prophetic books anyway.
Right. And I don't think we're really arguing with each other. I'm just saying that there's what it says on the page, which even then people can sometimes argue about what the literal words are on the page, but usually the argument about what it actually says on the page is a little cleaner, because hopefully we can look at the text and see these are what the words are. But then there's the interpretation, right? And the interpretation, of course, is going to be you bringing your feels, what you've been taught from your church leaders, like your tradition, and that's okay. But let's also acknowledge that. Sure. And so to back that up, let me skip ahead a little bit, because I've been talking about what leads up to 53. Let's actually look at 53. Okay?
Because that was kind of my question. 53 specifically, how would you interpret the dividing of the garments, and just so that I don't forget this point, because I'm all over the place, when there's certain things in the New Testament account, right, about Jesus, and that can you at least grant that the New Testament authors were trying to draw a parallel between Jesus and the suffering servant in Isaiah 53?
Oh, I can grant that all day, because to be clear, you are, of course, speaking in very good faith, but this is normally for me one of the things that most Christians, I think, don't want to even admit, because yes, they absolutely understood the Old Testament. They had access to the Old Testament, and they were, I think it's crystal clear. I can't prove this, of course, but I think it's very crystal clear that they were actively trying to mine the Old Testament, which just they would call the Hebrew Bible, for references. All right. So of course they knew about Isaiah 53, and of course they started thinking, and
I don't know if you can hear me, but it's completely out on my end. I don't know what's going on.
I can hear you, but
dang,
you might be losing connection there. It does look like your bars are red, so you're still on my screen, but it looks like your connection is getting a little wonky. Can you hear me now? We'll see if he comes back there. I'm enjoying the conversation, so I hope you there, bro? Yeah, he kind of hopping in and out. I hope we don't lose him. Although he said he's probably got about 20 minutes tops before he either loses juice or loses his connection where he's at or whatever. We'll see if he comes back, because I'm enjoying the conversation, and it certainly in good faith. So I'm going to say a few things. We'll see if he comes back, because I'd love him to jump back in, but I'll keep talking a little bit here because I don't want to stare at the screen with you guys while we wait to see if it comes back. And of course, for my normal viewers, listeners, members, etc., some of this stuff isn't very new to you guys, right? But yeah, Secular Scripture says caller's nice, 10 out of 10. Yeah, he seems really cool. So a couple thoughts here. One is he was saying that, what I acknowledge that the New Testament writers, knew this and were making these connections. Absolutely. Now, to be fair, I think I take it further than believers do, right? Because I think that, yeah, they absolutely had access to the Hebrew Bible, and they absolutely were crafting a story. And I'm not going down this path of saying I'm not a mythicist, all right? I don't think there's anything wrong with being a mythicist, but I'm not personally a mythicist. I think that Jesus was a person. I think he was an itinerant apocalyptic preacher in the ancient Levant 2,000 years ago. But I think that most of what we have attributed to Jesus is story. So, Johan, are you back? Oh, I got to unmute you there. Hold up just a second. Are you there, Johan?
I think, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Can you hear me?
Sorry about that. I think my phone overheated. It started getting really glitchy, and then I blasted the AC right onto my phone, and now it works.
It's because I'm spitting such knowledge, Johan. Like I'm just burning up your phone.
I feel bad because you were going on, and all I was hearing was like it.
Okay,
but I think that you were mentioning. Yeah, I don't know if you remember exactly where you were when I cut out. But
I don't know exactly when you cut out. So at the risk of being a little repetitive for the audience, I want to make sure that you hear this point, because I think you brought up a beautiful point. You had asked if I would, acknowledge that the New Testament writers were aware of Isaiah 53 and may have had this connection. I probably take it a bit farther than you do, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but normally a believer would say, well, yeah, the New Testament writers knew about Isaiah 53 and they knew what Jesus had done. And in their head, it was already a clear connection, because they looked at the events and the words of Jesus that they already knew had happened. And they said, look, it's just like Isaiah 53. I would argue that I'm not saying that Jesus is completely made up out of whole cloth. Okay. I'm not that kind of a conspiracy theorist, but I think it's, even for anyone but a hardcore literalist, it's pretty clear that the New Testament writers absolutely had access to the Hebrew Bible and knowledge of it, and especially Isaiah 53. And whether or not, we could argue good-naturedly about whether they wrote their stories to fit into Isaiah 53 or whether it was just a beatific coincidence of prophecy. I mean, that, of course, we're never going to totally agree on, right?
Well, I would think like a little bit of both almost. If that not to betray the scripture, like I don't mean it in a way that they were like sitting down with like all the scrolls open, like copying stuff, you know, and just making up a story, like you said, like, you know, like a mythicist kind of view, or even that they like that it butchered the story. But I think, you know, specific references might be written in a way that like makes it obvious, not exaggerated necessarily, but like made more clear. Like, I mean, I'm just picturing like the garments, maybe like the dividing the garments, like, and how that went. I don't really know. I don't have like a fully developed.
Well,
view
I
on
think
that.
I think your reference to dividing the garments is coming from Psalms.
Oh, have I been? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Good point.
you're talking about Psalms there.
So for Isaiah 53, it's cast. It's not. They didn't say anything about casting lots.
No, that's
In
from
Isaiah
Psalms.
53. Oh, that's Psalm. What Psalm is that? Psalm
82, I believe.
82. Okay.
I believe. I mean, I'm pretty good with Bible, but I can't always spit out the right, you know, verse. So
Yeah.
correct me on that in the comments, anyone, if I'm wrong. But I think it's Psalm 82 out of the book of Psalms.
Okay.
And we can go
Isaiah
through that too.
53.
There's problems there, but let me do this because I know you probably won't have much time, and there's so many ways I want to take this, but I do want to, in good faith.
Could I just say, like, I don't know specifically what in Isaiah 53 that they would have been like, or I don't know what your actual claim is necessarily, but that they were writing to fit it. Like, I think that the crucifixion and the they pulled my beard, you know, stuff. Like they didn't necessarily write anything about the pulling the beard or anything like that. That's
Well,
Isaiah 53, right? Like,
I mean, I think that they were aware of 53, and I'm not saying that they made up the entire story of Jesus to fit a 53, but I think that they felt that there was a lot of simpatico there. But here's what I'm going to bring up. Every time people bring up Isaiah 53, there's a handful of these verses that they, you know, that they pull out and they say, oh my gosh, this has to be Jesus. And I will admit to you, I was a Christian for 40 years. Okay. So for example, on the screen right now, it says, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that is before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. I will be the first one to admit to you, dude, that as someone who was a Christian for 40 years, if that doesn't ring the bell in your mind for Jesus, then you probably haven't spent much time in any Christian environment, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
I want to point out here that here they are selectively grabbing some stuff. So if you go back and look at this later, you'll see I already had this highlighted in here because this is, of course, a major talking point. There are pieces from this that don't seem to fit Jesus at all. So first of all, it says nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. It doesn't say on his way to the cross. It just says that he had nothing in his appearance that we should desire him, which makes him, if this is a person, makes him sound ugly. Now, granted, to be fair, there are no accounts in the Gospels about what Jesus looked like. But
well, I would say that is referring to the suffering of Jesus.
Well, I mean,
about the no appearance that we would desire him. What you're saying, there's nothing that says that.
So, but there is. So let's read this.
Either,
let's read this fully in context, because this isn't talking about the suffering servant about to die. All right. It says, "Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a young plant, and like a root out of dry ground. He had no form of majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him." Now that sentence. All right. There were three sentences I read there, but the one sentence, for he grew up, this is one sentence, for he grew up before him like a young plant and like a root out of the dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. This isn't talking, if we want to personify this to the nth degree, this isn't talking about someone on marching to their death. It's saying, about from the time someone was young, he grew up before him like a young plant. He had no form of majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. So to say that this has to apply to Jesus on his way to the cross is really reaching quite a bit here, because if we take this, I'm not going to try to beat this context card to death, but if we just read the sentence, it doesn't seem to fit him. And then it says, he was despised and rejected by others. Well, I guess, we can play that card if we say, the Pharisees didn't like him or whatever. But it says, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity. Now, I know that the Christian take on this would be, well, yes, he healed the infirm. But the phrase acquainted with infirmity is not something that means, oh, I talk to people who are infirm. That phrase, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity, is, I believe, to be clear, I'm not a Hebrew scholar or something, but I believe this is implying that this dude is not of great physical health. Okay. And as one from whom others hide their faces, he was despised, and we held no account of him. Now, the only thing that I can think of from the gospel that you could even equate this to is Peter denying Jesus. But even amongst the people who did not like Jesus, how many people are we supposed to believe hid their faces from him? But then it gets more specific. Surely he has borne our infirmities.
Well, it said it did it say as one who people hide their face from, or did it say?
Yes, as one from whom others hide their faces.
And then what was the following?
He was despised, and we held him of no account.
I mean, I don't think it is their faces, or like as one who, kind of more of an analogy.
I mean, you could read it. I'm going to be as charitable as you want to be on that one, because I'm going to keep reading this. It says, surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. Jesus was never afflicted with anything.
The crucifixion, like the passion, that's
an execution. That's not an affliction. Affliction is disease.
Well, affliction can be more than disease.
Affliction doesn't. No one says that you were afflicted with crucifixion.
I mean, affliction. Well, look up the dictionary definition of affliction, or like what? Do you have the Hebrew words available?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I could sit here and like pull up concordances, but as someone who's not a Hebrew speaker, that gets into really sticky territory.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I don't know if there's other points which I think are stronger. So I don't want to be like, oh, this is like your make or break. But I think that affliction, like we've struck in him, and he's had a share of affliction. That's not the exact text, but the affliction part doesn't have to refer to like sickness, like physical, like, being medically, having a fever or something. Like, I think that afflictions can refer to any kind of tribulation sort of thing. As far as I know, that the word affliction isn't like exclusive to sickness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's why I wasn't even trying to be snarky with the.
No. To be clear,
what is the definition? Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I mean, I could sit here and look up the definition, but partially that runs into an etymological fallacy, because even to your point, unless I actually know the Hebrew, trying to look up what Merriam-Webster says about it in 2026 isn't really. I mean, to be clear, there are some times when I will pull up definitions on some people, because sometimes people just don't want to acknowledge what the plain text says, right? But you're an honest like interlocutor, said, Hebrew, and I see your point. But my point is this: that when you don't pick things out, when you read this, first of all, as I talked about, starting from Isaiah 40, because that's where this narrative starts, and then you read it right through Isaiah 53. You're going to find that there are a handful of verses in Isaiah 53 that feel taken out of context, like, oh my gosh, that's Jesus. Because For example, but he was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities. Upon him was the punishment that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. Again, I will admit to you, yeah, as a Christian, you're like, oh, that's Jesus. The problem is that when you read the whole narrative about the suffering servant, it starts to get much weaker. And when you read it starting from the original references to Israel and Jacob being the servant, it really falls apart badly.
Well, what would you say that's kind of what I've been wondering. Like, what would you say that means?
So what this means
For our transgressions and was wounded for just that. Let's just do like just that part. Like, what is that? What does that mean then?
Going back to what we were talking about earlier, Israel as a nation has, even according to the biblical text and even from what we know of actual history, Israel has repeatedly been smacked around by, I don't want to get into current day politics, that gets dangerous, but thinking historically, Israel was repeatedly smacked around by all of the other powers of the Levant. There were times when Israel held sway and had its own kingdom. For the majority of the time, they were struggling to control even one kingdom, let alone the whole region. So every time that they split into tribalism, or every time that they get conquered or exiled, what is always the Hebrew interpretation of that throughout the scriptures? That what's happening to their country, which is Israel, which is Jacob, which is the servant, is happening because of the transgressions of the people. The people have not properly followed God. They have not properly followed the commandments. And because of their transgressions, the corporate collective entity of Israel continues to suffer for the people's iniquities.
Okay.
So that is, and to be clear, I don't want to overplay my hand because I'm not some Jewish scholar, but I'm very confident that if we were to bring in, a Jewish biblical scholar, right, a Jewish priest or someone who's done, not just a priest, although a good priest might be able to tell you very well, but if we brought in a Jewish scholar, they'd say, yeah, that's what this is talking about. This is talking about the fact, again, this is during the Babylonian exile, and they are lamenting the fact that repeatedly throughout the Hebrew Bible, they constantly get attacked by the Canaanites, by the Philistines, by the Babylonians, by even in smaller skirmishes, etc. There's skirmishes between, the other border, the warlords and such. It starts as early as Joshua and goes right through most of the Hebrew Bible. And every time some sort of misfortune falls upon the general nation of Israel, it is seen as for their transgressions and their iniquities, they are being punished by Yahweh.
Mm-hmm. But is there? Sorry,
You're good.
Were you still going?
Yeah. No. I go ahead.
Is there other places in Isaiah where Israel is referred to as he, like after the initial, because it's just the he, it's personified, but like I haven't read Isaiah in a while, to be honest with you, or even done any reading on this specific topic, except one thing that I saw about the grammar, but I totally don't remember what it was. But I'm just thinking, like, is there, because I'm not fully, again, even if it is referencing Israel, like, I don't think that cancels out that it's a prophecy, because I do believe that, something, like I was saying about the temple falling, like there can be a prophecy. I think that happens a lot of times with the Christian kind of theology, but also even in, like in the Old Testament itself, that there's kind of like a double meaning to stuff,
Well, so again, I'm going to say the same thing that I said before.
I don't want to go down the typology route though. Like, that's not really the argument I want to make. It's just, is there anywhere else where Jesus, or not Jesus, where the suffering servant / Israel / just the whole Isaiah, where Israel is referred to as he in that personified of a way? You get what I'm saying? Like,
throughout Isaiah,
it refers to Israel as he in other places.
yeah.
Which,
Well, I'm not trying to be evasive, but it's like,
that's okay.
to do it properly, we'd go back to Isaiah 40 and read it well through 53. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can do that. I have no problem with that. I just, at a certain point, it gets to be like me just sitting here reading at the screen. You know what I mean? So for example,
I just, as far, it's because I have a vague memory that there's not, that the he comes in at like 52, and then but before that it's we,
so
sort of thing.
In Isaiah 52,
so that's a shift.
In Isaiah
which
52:15, the narrative the narrative focus shifts to the kings of nations who will be startled by what they see. Isaiah 53 opens with these Gentile nations speaking in the collective plural. Okay? For example, who has believed our message? So the Gentile kings are looking at the decimated, despised nation of Israel in exile and confessing their astonishment at Israel's sudden restoration by Yahweh. So from Isaiah 53:3, it says, he was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. So historically, the surrounding empires viewed defeat and exile as proof that Israel's God was weak and that the Jewish people were cursed, right?
Right.
And I think that is a key point in understanding what I will say is personally the right interpretation of Isaiah 53. Of course, my feels, okay, but because what's happening here is it's switching perspective to this idea that you're going to have this suffering servant, which is Israel, and now the people around, because at that time, to conquer a nation was portrayed in the common vernacular as your God sucks. They didn't use those exact terms, but that was like that was the way it was interpreted. It was interpreted by the people who'd been conquered. It was interpreted that way by the conquerors. Like, we have conquered you because your God's weak, and look at us. We've torn apart your country. And, this is like looking at it from this essentially fantasy viewpoint of it's like this. This may be a little crude, but I'll say it anyway. Like if you've been bullied on the playground all the time, right? And you have these fantasies, not just that you're going to beat your bullies, but you have these fantasies that your bullies one day are going to not just stop beating or bullying you, but they're going to be like, whoa, how did you become so awesome? They're going to be in awe of you. They're going to fear you. Like, it's the fantasy that goes through your mind if you feel that you have been oppressed for so long.
Yeah.
And that is, I would contend very strongly that is the take on Isaiah 53. Now, again, I don't want to be repetitive, but since you brought it up again, I'm just going to say this. Of course, can you look at Isaiah 53 and go, I see Jesus there? Sure. Guess what? I can pull up Snow Crash here by Neil Stephenson. And I can
say New Orleans.
No. I said by Neil Stephenson.
I'm just kidding. I was saying don't say, it'll show you New Orleans.
But I can pull up. You can't see it, but I have Snow Crash here by Neil Stephenson on my desk. I can pull this up and I can read through paragraphs here, and I can say that's Jesus, and no one can tell me I'm wrong, because if I read this paragraph from Snow Crash and it says Jesus to me, well, then it says that to me. But I'm sure if we called up Neil Stevenson and said, "Hey, is that paragraph or that chapter about Jesus?" He'd say, "No." Like, why did you think that?
Well, I don't think Isaiah was writing and thinking of Jesus like necessarily in that same way that, like, I don't know. I just in a sense that it's like a lot of the stuff that you said. I'm not sitting here saying that Isaiah 53 perfectly matches Jesus, like in a sense that
Right.
it's like word for word, like this guy's gonna come down and all this stuff and then die on a cross. Like, obviously it's not saying that. I'm well aware of that. But I think that it's probably a lot closer to Jesus than Neil Stevenson's book or the Bhagavad Gita in New Orleans type of examples. Like you said, they were probably thinking of,
right.
Even if you want to view it in a sense that they copied it, like it's very close. And so I don't think that the interpretation's just like well, you can think whatever you want. I could think this if I pulled out a random book and assign it to this. I think it's a close and serious thing. And I think that the personification increases, and you kind of explained why you view that happened. But as far as I know, like the grammar and the use of like this Isaiah 53 seems to be talking about a specific person. Even some of the stuff I don't get how I still don't really get how it would apply to Israel like wholesale. I mean, maybe parts of it. But like I think it says there was no deceit on his lips. Like that's Isaiah 53, right? Something like that. There's no deceit on his lips, or maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not sure what's that, but I'm not saying you're wrong.
Sorry?
I said I'm not sure where it's at. I'm not saying you're wrong though. I'm not sure where it's at.
Okay. Well, do you have it up on the?
Well,
I
had
don't want to
thing
make
up
a
here,
point and
so
then be
let
like,
me, yeah,
it's
let
not
me
even there.
let me pull that up here and find where that is. Just a second. No, that's
because like Israel is not innocent, right? And Isaiah 53 seems to be talking about an innocent individual, but that would seem to contradict like what you were saying, that Israel saw that they did something wrong.
No, it doesn't imply innocence at all. It keeps talking about their iniquities and their transgressions. He was wounded for our transgressions.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Our there
right
is the people of, well, I guess you could argue that the nation state of Israel maybe is innocent, but the people that comprise Israel are not innocent. They have not properly followed Yahweh.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So then who is the one that is innocent that they're talking about? Like he was wounded
the
for
nation
our
itself.
transgressions. I guess you're saying basically that the nation was wounded for. So is there a verse in there that says? Sorry, I'll finish that point. That the nation was wounded for the nation's transgressions. I get what you're saying there, but isn't there somewhere where it says like there was no falsehood or no deceit or no iniquity on his lips? I can't see the text.
It says that he was wounded for our transgressions and crushed for our iniquities. And then he says, and we like sheep have gone astray. We have all turned to our own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. If that's what you're referring
to. Throughout the whole text, is there anything that's saying, like, this is just my memory, is that there's something that denotes like.
Yeah, I mean, it mentions iniquity several times. This is like the righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. But I'm not trying to be deceptive. I'm just not sure what you're which exact verse you're getting at. So I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a different part of Isaiah. Like there was no deceit on his lips.
A couple of things to think about here, and I'm switching it on you a little bit just because I'm not sure where to go with where that text is you're looking for. But the text.
Yeah, I'll have to look. This excites me because I'm gonna have to look back on Isaiah 53, and I would love to keep this conversation going, but I'm about to enter the cutout area.
Fair enough.
But I think I'll just join join us some stream in the future. Maybe we can pick it up if you do another one about prophecies. I don't know if you're planning to do that soon.
Well, I
can
stream
come
every
with a
Tuesday
better
starting
setup.
at 5:00 Central, and
Okay.
it's not always about prophecies, but this is one of my favorite topics. So it's unless we have someone who's already, in big on another topic, I'm usually fair game to talk about this stuff. So I've enjoyed the conversation with you very much. I think you've been
It's been nice.
a very fair.
You give me a lot to think about. I love these conversations. They always motivate me to learn more,
Cool.
because I've been
And,
over this topic, but it's like, it's just a lot easier when I can kind of jog my memory with some notes or
Well, honestly,
Stuff like that.
here's what I would love too. I'll kind of give you like a little challenge too. Maybe that's like an incentive to come back and talk to me. But come back and come back and read into it or whatever, and say like, okay, Adam, I know what you're saying, but man, this verse right here kills what you're saying. Like challenge me on it, because I was a Christian for 40 years, and I'm not trying to tell you that there's nothing in Isaiah 53 that ever made me think that talked about Jesus. I get it. I just have certainly, as you can tell, changed my viewpoint on these. But I'm very happy to be challenged on this, and I'm not a biblical scholar. So, if you can stump me on something, I mean, first of all, if you stump me in the middle of a call, great. Okay, cool. Doesn't mean I may not come back next week and say, okay, I looked into it and this is the answer. Or maybe I just say, you know what? He has a point. I can't beat it.
these discussions are always a gradual thing for both sides, so it's not unless it's like a formal debate on one topic, you're always going to get that kind of you're not going to, I don't think that you're going to convert back to today and I'm going to, give up my faith today based on this type of
and we're not
conversation,
gonna do a black mass today and bring Satan into your life or anything. I'm joking. I'm not a Satanist, but
yeah.
None of that's gonna you're not gonna become an atheist. I'm not gonna become a Christian again. That's fine, but I think that these are very interesting conversations when handled properly.
I'm gonna join back on Tuesday. I've enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your
All right.
time, brother.
Tuesday, 5:00.
At 5:00 Central, we start. I normally go late, so
Central.
I don't have an exact end time, but
Okay.
3, 4, 5
All right,
hours
man.
at least.
All right. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Well, I thought he was a lovely call. I appreciate, I try to not be fighting with everyone online. I don't think that sometimes it can be fun to be a little spicy with people, but most of the time it's not productive, right? Most of the time you're just bowing up on people and they're bowing up on you, and you're telling everyone that you kicked someone's ass and they're telling everyone that they kicked your ass, and it gets nowhere. But I thought the conversation was very productive. Excuse me. Very productive, and he's more than welcome to call back at any time. So, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't mind that Christians read the book and see Jesus. I mean, yeah, I make fun of it sometimes because some of the verses that they pull up and they see Jesus in are just so demonstrably bad. But I've said this on previous live streams before, that if you want to make a case for me that Jesus is somewhere in the Old Testament, I think that Isaiah 53 is probably the strongest case that you can make compared to all of the, you guys have seen where I'm doing, I'm annotating for each one of these supposed prophecies that are fulfilled by Jesus. Like, most of them clearly are not even prophecies at all. Most of them, if I'm being really frank, are kind of embarrassing. Like, when I was a Christian, I didn't know that other Christians had this list of 351, because even as a Christian, I would have looked at most of them and said, come on, dude, these are not even prophecies. Like, not only is this not a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, most of them aren't even prophecies. But with Isaiah 53, I get it. Isaiah, of course, was a prophet, first of all. So if you want to pull prophecies out of Isaiah, at least you're starting with a prophet.
not that every prophecy has to come from a verified prophet, but you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you're at least starting in the general vicinity. And then when you go through Isaiah 53, I will be the first one to tell you, they have certain passages that feel very much like Jesus. It feels like all of the stuff, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. I mean, that fits right along with all of the stuff that, if you're a Christian like me, we were taught in Sunday school, we were taught in sermons from the pulpit. I mean, I will be the first to admit that is classic Christian phraseology right there. And I understand why you can look at something like this and say, I think that's Jesus, which is also why I believe that for the suffering servant, it is one of the most important verses, or not verses, one of the most important passages to truly read in its full context. Don't read a verse or two out of the middle of Isaiah 53. In fact, for that matter, don't just read Isaiah 53. If all you read is Isaiah 50, I mean, I've already pointed out, I think that there are some pieces in Isaiah 53 itself that are problematic to map this on to Jesus. But fine, if you want to do that. But they start talking about the suffering servant 13 chapters before Isaiah 53. So don't just read Isaiah 53. Read Isaiah, ideally read the whole damn book. If you can't be bothered to read the whole book, just at least read starting at Isaiah 40, right? If you're not starting at Isaiah 40 or 41, and you just want to pull up a few verses here from the middle of Isaiah 53, in my humble opinion, that is the classic example of pulling things out of context. And I think it's funny because Christians so often want to scream, oh, you're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of context. And yet the funny thing is that in my humble experience, more often I find Christians taking things out of context and not atheists. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that atheists never take things out of context, right? And I'm not saying that Christians always take things out of context. Neither of those extreme statements are true. But the fact is that when I'm not going to say fact because I don't have numbers for it, but I feel very confident that when I get a lot of times when people are talking about context, a lot of times it's Christians, and I'm like, wow, what's going on with the? Okay, I'm going to get to you. It looks like you're talking, but I haven't unmuted you. So we have, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew.
Hello.
So when you first call in, you're always on mute until I unmute you. That's not an act of aggression, but just because I don't have a filter. Like you can set it up to where people go in a separate virtual room first. And I don't have that virtual room set up. So if I don't set it up this way, it means that 5 people could call in and they could all just start talking and I would have to quickly mute them, right? So instead, if you follow the link, you're muted by default until I say, hey, come join us. So ladies and gentlemen, I have to be honest here and say that if you haven't noticed my joke of the day, if Matthew doesn't look familiar, look to the right and look to the left on my background. It was my fun way of, and I hope you take it as a joke because it's truly just kind of poking you a little bit. Okay. All right, you back with us, Matthew?
Yes, but I think I have to go out and come back in so I can fix the speaker because it's low.
Okay.
Take 1 second.
Let me try because the other day you were saying it too, and I have a gain. Well,
But I got it on default now, and I just want to put it on speaker.
how about now? Can you hear me now better? At all?
I
Test.
really think it's me.
Yeah, it probably is you because I know yesterday, like, even when I went back and listened to it, the audio on my side from the audience perspective sounded really good, but you kept saying you couldn't
It
hear
did.
me. So,
I agree. I'm going to go out and come right back in.
Okay, cool. We'll be here. So, yes, I have given Matthew a ton of shit because if you were, secular scriptures, I can hear him okay. There's a little bit of popping that was always in his mic on Saturday, and it was there too. But it wasn't so bad that I was like, we can't handle this call. So the popping was mildly annoying, but it wasn't that bad. But I remember like on Saturday, if you guys weren't on Saturday's impromptu live stream, I will just tell you, I'm not going to poison the well. I'm just going to say that me and Matthew had a long conversation, but I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to. It would be unfair of me. It would be untoward of me to try to say my characterization of those conversations. So, all right, you back with us, brother?
Yes.
All right, round 2.
Back at
So, where would you like to start today, Matthew?
wherever you want, really. We can debate what we were talking about last time, or we can do a continuation.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of subjects last time.
Yeah.
I did see that you had gone through and put comments on one of my prophecy videos. Would you like to tear me up on the prophecies?
No, I could let it remain where it is.
Okay. So if we're not going to go through the prophecies, I mean, we don't even have to stay with the Jesus failed, but I do enjoy that conversation because I think that
Yeah, that's what I've been preparing for. Really, I'm more educated in a lot of other things, but this I have to do a big study because it's quite a big subject.
yeah, but I would think, I mean, you're a pretty devout believer, so I would think the idea that Jesus did not fail is something that you would have spent a lot of time studying before, right?
Yeah, it's just crazy how the Bible just says things and it lines up like supernaturally. Can I explain that?
Sure, I would love you to. Yes.
Like,
And
like
I'm gonna also say, I went through and I created the secondary video, and yes, I made fun of you in the video, okay. But here's what I'm going to commit to you today. I get a little too excited and I talk over people too much, so I'm going to try to give you more leeway to speak and shut my mouth. So please continue with what you're about to say.
Okay, and I'll do the same, and I appreciate it. So, where was I at?
With what I said right before, what you said right before that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it sounded like you had a direction you were diving into. So
Yeah, I did. I was talking about the book of how things are just crazy, how it supernaturally happens, how it's just crazy. It's not scripture really, but things that are outside of it kind of lined up. But even like with scripture, you can say like in the book of Obadiah, it said, you exalt thyself as an eagle, and you make your nest amongst the stars, but I will bring you down, says the Lord. But when they did the moon landing, they said the eagle has landed. And so the book of Obadiah is the only account of something that was in Earth's orbit that ever was out in space.
Okay. And you believe that is supernaturally driven by God that they said that?
No, it's just funny how it lined up. That's what I just want to start with. Just something that isn't about actual canonical.
Well, it won't shock you to find that I don't attribute that to God. I mean, I understand we can always pull up coincidences. And
well, that verse was specifically for God. It's specific for a meaning. Exalt thyself as the eagle, make your nest amongst the stars.
Sure. I mean, there are a lot of people who have referenced eagles in the military or in the in the space endeavors before,
or even like the Word of God.
But to be clear, I mean, I'm certainly not going to argue with you about the meaning of eagle with regard to references to Obadiah, because these are, like I was talking with our previous caller, Johan. If we want to talk about specifics, like prayer is a big one for me always, because people who pray will tell you.
You gotta speak up a little bit, please.
So people that pray will tell you that, you know, I prayed yesterday and this thing happened, and they're like, oh, see, that's proof God is there. And, you know, unsurprisingly, I'm like, okay, what you've proven is that you have something in your mind, and then it came out and it manifested in just your observations on a daily basis. Now, I don't know that that's very intellectually interesting to plumb those depths, because people who want to see connections in things, not just believers. I mean, it could be atheists. You know, like there are atheists who want to believe in the astrology, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, some people might think atheists don't believe in astrology, but there are absolutely some atheists who believe in astrology. And if you want to believe that astrology is speaking to your life or has something to do with, you know, what's going around your life, you will. And there's no point in trying to talk them off that ledge. It's not intellectually very stimulating, because, of course, if I want to believe that the reason that my workday went well is because Venus is in the second house and because Jupiter's in, you know, retrograde or whatever, then I'm going to believe it. There's not much to plumb there in terms of an intellectual conversation. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, okay. But is there a supernatural occurrence recently, or even if you want to go back further, that you can make a case for, like, this is God, this has to be God or Jesus?
Well, every single say that again.
Well, is there a supernatural event that you believe? I mean, of course, I don't believe in supernatural events, but giving you a leeway as an internal critique, what is a supernatural event that you can say this is clearly from God or from Jesus?
Exactly, the book of Obadiah, saying, "As I exalt thyself as an eagle, and you make your nest amongst the stars, I will bring you down," says the Lord.
But is that
So
supernatural?
That's a supernatural prophecy right there of something that happened to be named something when they actually went out and they said the eagle has landed, you know. And so and to me, so it's just not I forgot the word of it. It's a phrase, it's a term.
So it sounds to me like your standard for what qualifies as supernatural is way low.
Okay, explain.
Well, in the example that you gave, if there is a verse, a passage in Obadiah that sounds like what an astronaut said, you're saying that that's a supernatural event.
But there's like a metaphor there, isn't there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but metaphor is not supernatural.
No, it's it can be through the spirit. You know what I mean? But yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to like triangulate around what to talk about here, because if you want to tell me that Jesus, right, you know, being resurrected is supernatural, of course, I don't think that happened, but I would not argue with you that if it did, that's absolutely a supernatural event. But if you want to tell me that there's a phrase in the Bible that is similar to what somebody said when they landed on the moon, or is similar in circumstance, that does not qualify in any way, shape, or form in my mind as supernatural, even if it absolutely, you know, even if the quotes absolutely line up.
Well, it's just curious to me, and there's just so many in the Bible.
Like, I mean, I know you give me one. I mean, can you give me others?
Do you know some? Give me a couple.
Well, if you're asking me for things that I think are supernatural references from the Bible, that list is going to be like thin gruel. I mean,
You don't have none.
No,
I'm gonna heat up.
I have not found a single thing from the Bible that feels to me like it is any confirmation of any supernatural event. That's why.
Why? What do you? So, but why do you feel that way? What do you think it is? And it's not telling the truth. It's not talking about a date, time, place.
Well, there are numerous things in the Bible that are demonstrably false, but even if
Like what?
well, like the fact that Abraham makes many references to camels, but no matter what time frame I've heard even the most liberal Christian or Jew give me around the time of Abraham, the fact is that at the time when they claim that Abraham actually lived, camels were not domesticated anywhere there at all.
Well, Jesus referred to the camel when he said, it's easier for a rich man it's easier for a rich man to enter an eye of a needle than it is for a camel to enter an eye of a needle.
Yeah, that Jesus isn't anywhere near the time frame that I'm talking about. So I'm gonna here, and I'm just bringing this up maybe as a point to talk about here. Okay, so we're talking, you know, when we talk about what I could go through many different layers of what's not accurate in the Bible, but is just one thing that came off the top of my head, because it truly did just come off the top of my head. All right, when did camels and the Philistines come to the Levant? So the Bible frequently places things in the patriarchal age, which was the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that didn't exist until centuries later. You have camels, which Genesis depicts Abraham and Joseph using domesticated camels. Archaeology and DNA evidence shows that dromedary camels weren't widely domesticated in the Levant until approximately 900 BCE, nearly 1,000 years after Abraham would have lived. And then you have the Philistines. That's always a funny one because they mention the Philistines all the time in the time of Isaac. But the Philistines, which means the sea peoples, didn't migrate to the Canaanite coast until around 1200 BCE, centuries after the patriarchal narrative. So that's just one example I'm talking about. Now, to be clear, I'm not telling you, I'm not one of these people who's like, oh, the entire Bible is false. And I'm not telling you that there are no historical facts in the Bible. I'm telling you that there are many historical facts that simply cannot work in the Bible. Another classic one is this. I'm sure you know that when Moses led them out of Egypt, whose land did they go to?
The king of just reading this. Swear to God. Tell me, but I know a lot about this.
So, of course, I mean, in general, they call it the Holy Land or the Promised Land, but that land, the majority of it was controlled, well, according to the text, was controlled by the Canaanites. The problem is, if you want to assume that the Exodus actually happened, and there is no hard given date for the Exodus, but for even when you talk to apologists and say, tell me when this Exodus happened, the dates that they give you are always times when the Levant was owned and controlled by Egypt. So the Exodus, if we want to assume it happened, we're going to do internal critique and say, okay, the Exodus happened. What took place then? Well, that means that Moses led the people out of Egypt so that they could go wander the desert for 40 years and then settle in Egypt.
That's your interpretation. You're taking. You're trying to take things that are actual. Hold on. Say that again. Say that last part. I'm about to demolish you right here.
I got it.
I'm about to heat up on you. I'm about to heat up right now.
I'm gonna first of all I will answer the question, but I'm gonna preface this and just say this, and I mean this in good spirits. We're smiling, okay? But the demolish you narrative never really reflects
well on anyone. You know, even if you just completely make a fool of me here on this live stream, and it'll be recorded for everyone to replay in posterity if they want to.
There's no contradictions in the Word of God. That's what I was trying to trap you in. And you always try to bring up contradictions, probably, and there's
There are
definitely none
contradictions all over the Word of God.
Anywhere in Genesis, you're not going to find contradiction.
Okay, that is all false, but I don't want to get it because you asked me to.
That's all I want to talk about, contradiction.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. All right, but the first, I don't want to abandon your question because you asked me to repeat. So the year that the Exodus occurred, I mean, even if we assume it all happened, right? There is no universal known year when it occurred, but the accepted dates when even Christian apologists believe that the Exodus would have occurred all occur within a time span when the kingdom of Egypt controlled the ancient Levant, meaning they controlled what we call Gaza today. They controlled what we call Israel today. They controlled what we used to call Judea. They controlled that area. So if we assume in good faith, in using internal critique, that the Exodus happened, it was a real thing, Moses was there, then no matter what date we try to pick for when that happened, it means that Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt to go wander around the desert for 40 years and then settle in Egypt. Because the Holy Land at the time span that even apologists assume would have been the time span of the Exodus was a time when the Egyptians controlled the Levant.
Okay. So what's your point?
That's the entire point.
I don't agree with it.
I mean, okay. Okay. So, I mean, we can move on. Is that all you want to say with it? Just that you don't agree with it?
Yep.
Okay. So we have it on record that Matthew does not agree. All right. So let's look at this. Can God be seen?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course I can be seen.
So like we can look on God.
Yep, he told you can in one way, his word.
Okay.
His word is the image. And his image is, his word.
So this is contradicted by Exodus 33:20, John 1:18, 1 John 4:12, 1 Timothy 1:17, and 1 Timothy 6:16. Would you like me to pull any of those up?
Sure.
Okay. But to be clear, also, as you can see, well, I don't know if you can see on screen or not, but I did realize yesterday or 2 days ago, I didn't have the video going so you couldn't see it. So maybe you can see it now. But anyway, let me pull this up here. Exodus 33:20.
All right. Can we start over? I'll just tell you what I'm doing going so slow. I was trying to get you to get me to talk about contradictions so then you can bring up metaphors and that you would claim that there are fallacies and allegories, and I was going to catch you up with the idioms and the metaphors, and so I was just waiting for you to recite certain verses that I know you're going to go to, but so we'll drop the bit and now we can talk. But I was just trying to catch you up because I was trying to trap you with your own words.
I do appreciate the honesty that you had this whole idea of you're going to trap me. It's refreshing, okay, but so you don't want to go through whether or not
how you taught people how to, and I dissected it, and I had the actual reverse Uno on you, buddy.
Okay, the reverse.
You can't work any of that stuff with me here. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think I'm working?
No, the contradictions, the parables, the Trinity, any of the stuff.
I mean, we didn't talk about contradictions last time at all. We didn't talk about parables. I assume I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I feel from what you're saying, you think that I have this script that I work off of.
That's what you did to me yesterday. You gaslighted me a whole bunch, buddy.
How did I gaslight you? I'm curious.
Just cut me off and then just doing something. We don't have to get into that stuff though.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to relitigate. What was it, Sunday?
I just don't know you as well too. So if you're that way all the time, then I accept that. Just be the same all the time.
Here's one
Just
thing I think you will
thing.
find out about me, that unlike some other hosts, one thing that I don't really go with very well is sometimes you ask a question and somebody will not answer the question because they know that they don't have a good answer for it and they keep trying to change the question.
Yeah, I brought up the Obadiah thing so you would hear eagle and go to your eagle thing in Genesis 2.
No, it's not a problem. I mean, I
would thank you for Genesis 2 by mentioning Obadiah when I came on.
I see. I mean, I will tell you that I do think it's funny that for people who are biblical literalists, evangelical types who believe that every word of the Bible is literally true, you can't get them to actually define, but where are the passages? How do we know which passages are metaphor and which ones are not metaphor? So if that's where you're going with that, I will.
They're all metaphor and they're all idioms. That's what they are. You can't take something just because you discerned it that way and turn it into an allegory or anything that you want to deem.
All right, here's what I want to do. With your permission, I actually have something I'd like to steer it to, but I need to hit the restroom first because I'd love to talk about discernment.
Okay. I love discernment.
Okay.
It means nothing.
I love you too, bro. That's so great.
You got to have some discernment. It's a gift. You know what I mean? Especially if you don't have it.
I mean, that's just so beautiful. I know nothing. I have nothing. Okay, I'm gonna hit the restroom. I'll be right back.
God told you that you should rely on His mind and not your own mind. But when He comes back, I'm gonna hit him with the chicken and the egg, and I'm gonna dismantle him on that. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And most of you guys are going to be evidence deniers. And so you will resort to saying the egg came first. And I'm just going to say ahead of time, there has never been an egg that has ever existed that didn't need a sperm or a seed to fertilize procreation. And should I wait or go into it now? I don't care. So while I'm talking, I'll just say there couldn't be just one chicken or one egg. There had to be two. Is that correct? And those two had to be male and female. And those male and female is a kind, which there are types and there are kinds. You can mix types, but you can never change kind. It's like a deck of cards. If you shuffle your DNA, you're never going to pop up with the elephant if it's a cat. A fox and a wolf doesn't mate, but yet they're in the same species with each other. It puts Carl Linnaeus and Charles Darwin, their work pushed the species to hijack the family to have prime distant cousins, like the fox and the wolf, as the same canon, and they're actually not because they don't mate. There's things that are in the family tree or distant cousins is because they're the same kind, because kinds never change. There might be background noise for about 1 minute.
Background noise?
Hi, baby.
Oh, okay.
No, just beginning.
I mean, it seemed like you were on a roll. I didn't want to.
Yeah, want me to start over?
I don't think I do, but I mean,
It's up to you. I just said I just don't trust people's mindset because a lot of people don't even have common sense. And if we can just use logic, I can prove God exists right now to you with the simple paradox they call what came first, the chicken or the egg.
so you can prove God exists right now. Okay, go.
Yep. So they say what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? And the Freemasons have written 10 books on this subject, and they say their most brightest savant can't come up with this answer. I'm not a savant, but I have the answer. You want to hear it?
Is it God?
Okay. Well, there couldn't be just one chicken or one egg. There had to be 2 eggs or 2 chickens. Agreed? And those 2 had to be what? Male and female. Right?
Yes.
So that's a fact. So we know in the beginning there had to be 2,
No.
male and female, right?
No, you
and
you just made an illogical leap.
no. And so in the beginning there was male and female.
You're assuming
You know,
that at
so
one
I'll go
point.
here. We'll take it further then. So according to the substance OV17, that's found in only the female hen chicken, it produces the eggshell. So without that substance, that egg would not form an eggshell. So then we know the chicken came first. You know what I mean? According to science, that's a scientific fact right there. So if OV or OC, they call it either way, is oviposition. OC17 produces the eggshell. But we know the factory comes first. The sperm and the egg are a byproduct of the original mechanics, the factory. There had to have been somebody to protect and then hatch that egg, let alone have the substance to carry to have the egg. And then some people will say, oh, no, egg came before animals, when we know that they were all created on the same day. And so, but let me finish, and we'll go on to say this, that there has never been an egg that has ever existed that didn't need a sperm or a seed to fertilize procreation. You know, so we know that an egg comes first is a fallacy, because an egg always has to have a sperm or a seed. And I can go way farther. So, now the virgin birth is parthenogenesis, but it's really the biological process of the zygote, which is a biological fact on which a female duplicates a double helix, and the egg creates a seed, and that seed enters the egg and creates a zinc spark through fluid. You see the spark, but it also happens in regular sperm to egg procreation. But the fact is, it happens in lizards and other people, but this process was spoken about in the Mazzaroth, in the Zodiac with the 12 books, the seed of the woman, and then the Word of God says the seed of the woman shall hold the DNA of the pure male lineage, because Adam's lineage would be cursed, and so we know that. But we'll just say this, that the seed of the woman literally duplicates itself. So the seed of the woman is the virgin birth, parthenogenesis. And that's a fact, a biological fact. So it's a biological fact. So the zygote is a process that comes only after full male and female, the factories got together and made the sperm and the egg the original connection. And so the zygote with the virgin birth is only a byproduct of that, because only a woman could hold the lineage and the heredity according to heredity. And Mandel and his experiments with flowers, and that, you know, so once the first original sperm reached the egg, it caused fertilized procreation, caused offspring. So that offspring, if it was a woman, was capable of holding the male seed.
So
And
Matthew,
so the woman's seed was the process on which the egg duplicates itself into a seed, and the seed enters. And it's so crazy, because when a seed enters, only a sperm and only a seed could ever enter, because it has a biological process that kills off all other evading anything.
so I have a question for you.
Okay.
Is your position then that Jesus being born of Mary was a result of parthenogenesis?
Yes, he was the zygote
Okay.
from the
So-
virgin birth. Yeah. That's the technical term of parthenogenesis. It's the more advanced term.
It's
the zygote.
parthenogenesis, but okay.
Jesus the Christ was the zygote foretold in the Word of God.
Okay. So
The virgin birth through the seed of the woman, just like it says in the stars in the Maseroth. It said the seed of the woman, the virgin birth.
okay, so Matthew, so you believe that Jesus was a man and only a man?
No, he was God in flesh.
Okay. Let me ask you something. How many chromosomes do humans have?
23 and 23.
46 chromosomes. So if you get half of your chromosomes from a deity, and you get half of your chromosomes from a human, what does that make you?
You want to hear the real truth?
I would like the answer to the question.
Okay. We produce so many mutations per generation, 100 or more. So, you know, we know that, you know, Jesus was God, and he fulfilled his own virgin birth to be pure. And that's any zygote, any virgin birth has the original DNA, the uncorrupted. That means as time went by, and
Where does
people
your
decayed,
DNA come from during parthenogenesis?
lineage was not decayed.
Where does your DNA come from if you were born of parthenogenesis?
It comes from your mother and father.
No.
That's what I'm saying. The parthenogenesis doesn't come. It's a byproduct of a male and female originally. I just explained that.
No, that's not what parthenogenesis means.
I'm telling you. What are you talking about? Parthenogenesis needs
It's parthenogenesis. It's parthenogenesis.
It's the seed of the woman that duplicates itself, and it's the virgin birth.
It's not parthenogenesis. It's parthenogenesis.
That's when a person gives birth, and it happens in lizards. It happens in other
It is
species.
asexual reproduction where an embryo develops from an unfertilized egg.
Believe asexual reproduction, you would still have to concede to a creator came along and split you into pairs.
There is no scenario where parthenogenesis has any DNA from a father. There is no father in parthenogenesis.
according to you with your
According
research,
to facts.
no, according to Mendel's heredity with the flower spirit, pull it up. It's a law. It's the law of heredity. Just like there's a law
law.
of spaces.
This
Yeah,
is
it's not.
there's a simple fact about how parthenogenesis works. That you don't get any DNA from a father because it's not sexual reproduction. You only get DNA from a
You're not
father during
understanding.
sexual reproduction when you get half of your chromosomes from your father
Then
and
how
half of
was-
your chromosomes from your mother.
If that was true, then how was he born a male then? How was Jesus born a male then?
Dude, okay.
If he didn't,
Dude.
if he didn't have his
Dude.
chromosome,
I'm not talking about the gender of the child that results from parthenogenesis. Follow what I'm saying here. Okay? Parthenogenesis is basically, to put it in simplistic terms, is a woman, a female of whatever species, human or whatever, being able to give birth to a child without anything
having
from a man.
procreation.
Procreation without a man. That's what it is. Okay, it's the woman.
But the seed part is still in the zygote as it is in regular egg to sperm, and they
During
still
parthenogenesis, what percentage of your chromosomes come from outside of your mother?
say that again, sir.
During parthenogenesis, what percentage of your chromosomes come from someplace other than your mother?
There had to be a male and female
You were the
in order
one.
for
You told me it was parthenogenesis.
it has its lineage. What are you talking about? The woman holds the male's DNA in them
You told me
through the
that it was parthenogenesis.
A biological process called the zygote.
During parthenogenesis, what percentage of the chromosomes or any of the DNA comes from outside the mother?
Half.
No. The
Yes, it
percentage,
is.
the percentage of chromosomes
Male
that
and
come from
female.
outside the mother in
There's all-
parthenogenesis is
There was
zero.
There was a process of procreation.
Matthew,
There was an inner process of procreation,
Matthew.
and it's a byproduct of the original factory.
I think I've let you talk a lot. I'm trying to finish this here. You were the one who identified this as
Speak up a little bit, please.
You were the one who identified this as parthenogenesis. I did not even bring up parthenogenesis. During parthenogenesis, you get 0% of your chromosomes from outside the mother.
Like I said, you're looking it up under parthenogenesis when I said the more advanced teaching is under the zygote. So what you're Googling is less advanced
You
knowledge.
were the one who brought this up. I didn't bring up parthenogenesis. To be fair, you said parthenogenesis, which is not a thing.
Or term so I could work it up.
I'm assuming when you say parthenogenesis, which is not a thing, that you mean parthenogenesis. Am I wrong?
Yeah,
Did you not-
because
Did you
according
not
to
mean
heredity,
parthenogenesis?
according to heredity, it's half.
Parthenogenesis
If
has
I'm
heredity.
100% American and my girl's German, we're gonna have half and half. And if they get with a full German,
If
and
your-
it's gonna be 25% German and quarter me. It's simple.
If
It's
your
math.
partner
Right.
has a baby under parthenogenesis, what percentage of that baby will be your DNA?
half.
No.
No,
That
not
is
mine.
demonstrably, empirically wrong. Parthenogenesis,
No,
if your partner has a, if
He holds the seed
Matthew,
of heredity purity of her own lineage, not
Matthew.
the male or you, if you was to go with her, if she gave a virgin birth.
Matthew, what is parthenogenesis?
It's a process on which a woman can have a virgin birth.
Yeah, that's possible. It means that she didn't reproduce sexually. You know what sexual reproduction means, right? I don't mean the intercourse. I mean, of course, intercourse is part of it, but I'm not talking about intercourse. I'm talking about the fact that sexual reproduction, whether it is brought about by physical intercourse or not, is the process of two members of the same species coming together and both contributing half of their DNA to make a new organism. Parthenogenesis is not sexual reproduction.
What about a hermaphrodite when there's 4 known accounts? Look at the one in Australia where they stuck their penis into their own and made a baby.
Parthenogenesis is not sexual reproduction. You were the one who brought up parthenogenesis as the answer for how the virgin birth physically occurred. And I'm pointing out to you now that under the
helix split and the seed entered the egg, wasn't that conception?
That's not parthenogenesis.
Is that conception?
You said parthenogenesis. Parthenogenesis is not any DNA from a father at all.
That's not true.
Okay, here's
There
what
was
I'm
no
going to do.
DNA father at all.
Matthew, because I have someone else here lined up to speak. I'm not hanging up on you.
What I just said proved it. You answer the same questions when I already answer you, and then you try to confuse me. I just answered that question properly just
You
a second
did
ago.
nothing of the sort.
And I
You
said
did nothing of the sort. And I'm sure you're going to get in the comments and say how you cooked me.
The
But-
father is actually the one, whoever's the woman that had the virgin birth. It was her lineage.
So
It
here's
was
what I'm going to do. Matthew, I'm going to...
father.
Matthew,
Her father was the father of the child.
Matthew, I'm going to mute you. I'm not hanging up on you, but I'm going to take the other caller too, because I want to see what the other
Okay.
caller has to provide. So I'm not hanging up on you, but I am going to tell you
Okay.
this. I am going to beg you to not bring up parthenogenesis until you take the time to educate yourself
I wasn't even
on what
done. I'm a quarter of the way
parthenogenesis is.
Sir,
Because,
I was a quarter of the way through.
okay, I'm going to
You
move to the
cut
other
me
caller.
off.
If you want to hang out, that's
You
cool.
cut me off again.
Okay. Bible Basher, are you there with us?
I am, but I think someone else was in the line before me, or did they? leave already?
They dropped out, but I appreciate you being accommodating and making sure that we're not skipping someone.
Okay, cool. No, this is the first video I'm watching from you, I guess. So I don't really know what your stance is on this stuff. I'm guessing that you're saying that Christianity is all a hoax, right?
Well, I mean, I am an atheist. I'm a strong atheist. So I don't try to be incredibly incendiary when I can avoid it. So I mean, hoax is a strong term. I mean, I don't think that there's a God there. I don't think that Jesus was resurrected. So I mean,
You just
you
think
know,
it's like a man-made group, I guess you could say.
yeah. I mean, hoax is a pretty loaded term, right? Like, that assumes that there's the nefarious guy behind the curtain who's trying to
There's
screw
lots
you
of
over. and-
baggage behind the term. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be clear, I mean, I can absolutely pull up apologists and other Christian type thinkers and say, yeah, I think that guy is a con man, but I'm not trying to tell you that Christianity writ large is one big hoax upon the world.
Okay. So I guess what's your what do you have to back up your claim that Jesus failed? I guess we'll just address the claim you have.
Sure. I mean, there are numerous ways that you can take this, and I'm happy to, take the conversation in multiple ways. So I'm going to kind of throw this out as a bit of a gish gallop, but I'm only doing this as a way to say, you take it where you want to go from here. Okay.
Of course.
First of all, to be clear, are you 18, Bible Basher?
I'm older than 18. Yeah.
Okay. Are you a believer?
I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to get that out of the way. Make sure you didn't sound young, but I didn't want to find I'm talking to a 12-year-old or something. So here's a couple of things, a couple positions that you can play with. One is that I talk a lot about I don't know what your viewpoint is on this, but there are common claims that there are maybe as many or maybe even more than 351 prophecies in the Hebrew Bible about Jesus. And not only do I not think that he fulfilled anything from the Hebrew Bible, I have not seen a single prophecy even that talks about Jesus at all in the Hebrew Bible. So I would call that, in my humble opinion, at least not maybe, if not a failure of Jesus, it's a failure of the tradition trying to say, look, here's Jesus everywhere in the Hebrew Bible. And I'm like, no, they're not. So that would be item number one. Item number two would be, and again, I'm just going to throw these out real quick. I know it's a gish gallop. I'm just trying to give you like some different talking points here, right? Item number two would be the contention. I'm not the first one to come up with this, that Jesus was essentially, I'm not a mythicist, but the contention that he's essentially a failed apocalyptic preacher from the ancient Levant. There are a number of ways we can look at this, but the most famous one is that there are those among you who will not taste death before these events come to pass, and all those people are dead. So that would be another item. And then the third one that I would throw out quickly is just that if we are going to assume that his words, as they come to us from the gospel, are actually his words and are to be followed as the God man of the religion, that Christians writ large do not follow them at all. And I don't just mean that they're not good Christians, because that's an easy take, but one of my favorite passages from the Gospels is Matthew 5:17, where he tells everyone in the clearest possible terms that I can imagine that the entire damn law, all of it, is still in effect, and it still applies, and it will be here until the earth passes away. And yet, even before the religion had cooled and codified, they were already knocking all of that down because it was untenable. To try to create a movement that was going to be widely adopted, you couldn't walk around and tell people that they couldn't eat their bacon and that they had to chop off a piece of their dick, and that they had to follow all these other things. That's not a really good selling point. So they conveniently wrote all of that stuff out of it. So I know I threw a lot at you. I do not mean it as a gish gallop, but I mean, there are multiple ways you can bring this up.
So I guess your three core claims, or the claims that you brought up, are first, failed prophecies in the Old Testament, basically saying that based on the assumption that the Jewish religion or the Hebrew religion was the true religion, Jesus Christ was not the Hebrew Messiah, and therefore didn't fulfill those prophecies and has no claim on being the Son of God. And then your second claim was...
I'm just going to interrupt really quick and say, I mean, of course, you won't be shocked to find out that I don't think that the Jewish religion is a true religion either. But I understand where you're going with that. Go ahead.
But as a Christian, we're supposed to believe the Old Testament. So we're supposed to believe that before Jesus Christ established his church on earth, that the true religion was based in the Hebrew religion.
Fair, yes. Mm-hmm.
And then your second one was that Jesus Christ was a failed apocalyptic leader. So the assumption that he was, in his day, likely a charismatic prophet who died and whose followers then blew up his story to basically make him the Son of God, to justify his death, turn his execution into a sort of martyrdom and a sacrifice for mankind.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then remind me what your third point was.
The third one is, even if we want to assume that Jesus truly was God, Son of God, and I'm not even trying to get into all the Trinitarian stuff, right? But, God-ish, something like that, that that he was at least. And now I realize that there are competing accounts of this even in the Gospels themselves, but in Matthew, which admittedly was written by a known Judaizer, but Matthew in the Sermon on the Mount, and specifically in Matthew 5:17, goes to extensive lengths to try to tell us that, oh, we got to follow all the laws. And yet Christians, not only will they deny that, but they will literally look at the exact words of Jesus from Matthew 17, and they will tell you that it means exactly the opposite of what's on the page.
Yeah, I've talked with some Christians before. They're like, oh, Jesus gave the Sermon on the Mount just to tell us how we can't keep all the commandments. And I honestly disagree with that point. I don't think Jesus would have done an entire sermon telling everyone to do better and trying to intend to tell them, hey, none of this really matters. I don't think that Christians who do that are really
Totally agree.
understanding Christ.
Yep. In fact, if anything, like after he tells you that not one jot, I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Not one jot, not one tittle will go away until the heavens and the earth pass away. He then goes into a series of 6 examples, and a lot of Christians I've talked to will make the case. Well, they will try to make the case that Jesus is throwing out and or rewriting the law, which I would argue, he's not. He's not throwing out any of it. He's just telling you for every one of these laws, they're still there. And oh, by the way, you have to do even better. Like you have to go more extreme than what the law is. And I would also argue that in the historical context of how we're supposed to read the Gospels and how we're supposed to believe his life went, it makes far more sense to believe that he was not trying to throw out the laws, but just to expand upon them. Because even though he died ultimately on the cross, partially at the hands of the Pharisees, or at least largely at the hands of the Pharisees, for a lot of his preaching, you can tell he's playing this whole game where they're trying to get him to admit that he's, subverting the law or throwing out the law or whatever. And yet, if you really read it closely, I think in most of the passages, he's playing this game where he's like changing the law, but not in a way that throws the old law out. He's like basically saying, sure, the law is still there, but you got to do even better than that. So he can't be accused of blasphemy. And I know in the end, of course, he was, and in the end, he was crucified.
Yeah.
And if we want to accept the internal Christian narrative, we'll say, well, he knew this was going to happen. But if you read the Gospels, through a lot of it, it feels like he's consciously trying to be very coy about avoiding being crucified, talking in kind of circles about, well, you want me to tell you that this law doesn't apply, but I'm just going to tell you, do better than that.
So I guess one thing, I've heard Christians say, oh, well, all those differences and discrepancies in the law is just the difference between the moral law and the legal side of the law. And I think that's honestly just like a scapegoat.
I do too.
You're really not explaining anything. Tell me if you think that this is a better explanation, because this is what we teach in my church. We teach that the law of Moses, the specific rules were like covenants, like a part of a covenant that we make with God. And Jesus Christ he didn't say, hey, you have to continue to keep all these covenants forever, but he also didn't say, hey, you don't have to do anything. He called us to keep a higher law. But just like in the Old Testament, when you did break the law, you would, I guess, hypothetically put your sins on an animal and sacrifice it. He took our sins on him and sacrificed himself. He is, as we see it, the infinite and eternal sacrifice.
Well, okay. So admittedly, maybe this is unfair because I gave you these 3 bases, and now I'm maybe going to take it in a totally different direction as well, because
oh good, you need to practice.
I'm not trying to be evasive, but since you talked about Jesus being the ultimate sacrifice, right? Like, no, we don't have to sacrifice the animals anymore. Now we have Jesus sacrificed. I find that to be incredibly problematic, and I could even be incendiary and say a failure as well on a couple levels. First of all, almost all of Jesus's teachings throughout all of the 4 Gospels are talking repeatedly all over the time, over and over again about forgiveness, not atonement. And I think that so many Christians not all Christians, but so many Christians have learned just through rote repetition from their leaders that they just treat this word atonement and forgiveness as though they are interchangeable. And they're certainly related. Okay. I understand how you can conflate these two terms, but they are absolutely not the same thing. And Jesus does not teach atonement. He teaches forgiveness. And the simple example I would give you is this, like if you say a bad thing to me today, you pissed me off on my live stream, and just for the sake of argument, let's say that you really were wrong, and then you hit me up tomorrow and you say, hey, I'm really sorry about those things I said on the live stream. And I say, you know what? I'll forgive you. That's cool. We can move past it, but just go kill your dog. Like, wait, what?
No, I see where you're coming from.
That's not forgiveness. That's atonement is a payment. You can even argue that atonement has almost not, I think that they're related, but you can argue that in some respects they have almost nothing to do with each other, because if you owe me $100, or if I owe you $100 and I come to you tomorrow and I say, here's $100 I owe you, that's not forgiveness. You haven't forgiven the debt. I just paid it back. It's like, I owed you $100. I gave you $100. The ledger is balanced out. Not that there's anything wrong with the ledger per se, although I would also argue, why does an omnipotent God need a ledger of blood? But I know I'm going off on 10 tangents here, but in terms of Jesus being the ultimate sacrifice, why does an omnipotent God need to have the ultimate blood sacrifice in order to forgive me for something if we assume that I am truly believing and contrite? If I believe in God, and if I come to him on my knees and I'm like, God, I'm so sorry about the horrible thing I did yesterday. I'm never going to do it again. And he's like, I'd like to forgive you, but I haven't killed my son yet. So I'm going to have to kill my son. I'm going to have to make sure my son gets sacrificed before I can actually forgive you. That doesn't sound very omnipotent to me at all.
One thing that I've heard a lot of atheists bring up against Christians is, would it be moral if God chose to murder a bunch of innocent children for no reason whatsoever? Or if God chose to go out and assault a bunch of women, would that be good? And other Christians, based on their worldview, would say, well, yes, by definition, everything God does is good. Based on my worldview and my Christian denomination, we believe that if God broke eternal laws, because we believe that the commandments are, smaller, simpler versions of eternal law. We believe that if God broke eternal law, he would cease to be God. And so God isn't omnipotent in the sense that whatever he says happens. He can do whatever the heck he wants. He has no bounds. He's omnipotent in the sense that he has all possible power that we can have. Like, it's not bad to murder just because God said so. It's inherently wrong. The reason the Bible teaches against murder is because that is God, revealing us the eternal law in obvious terms. Like, it's easy for us to understand that murder is wrong, but for smaller things, it's harder for us to know all the consequences. And that's what I believe the purpose of many of the commandments and the laws in the Bible are.
Which I don't have a huge problem with although I have to, at the risk of going Phil Bro on you, I then have to ask, so is your answer to the Euthyphro dilemma that the law, the true law, the true moral ideal is bigger than God? Like even God would have to follow that.
I guess you could say yes, but I won't claim to understand the law completely that God follows.
Okay, but and I'm not trying to talk down to you, but you know what I'm talking about when I say the Euthyphro dilemma?
Explain it just to make sure I understand.
Sure. So the Euthyphro dilemma is a very ancient dilemma that was put forward by the Greeks more than 1,000 years ago. And the Euthyphro dilemma is very simple. It just says this: does God do good because it's good, or are things good because God says that they're good? So if they're good because God, if he does good because they are good, then that's
what I
fine.
was-
But that tells you that the standard of good, like, then why do I need God if the standard exists, right? To already know what good is. And that I don't need God telling me to do it. I can just do the good. But if you say, but no, it's whatever God says. Now you're sliding into the divine command theory issues there, which is that, then God
I
can
think that
do
theory
things that
has
aren't
lots
good.
of problems.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just saying, I think that theory has lots of problems. Like Christians get on atheists a lot for moral relativism. I'd say if something is good because God says it's good, that's moral relativism. It's just putting the relativism on God instead of on each individual.
Right.
And so I'd agree with the first part.
But then the kind of snarkiest atheist response, and I'm not saying I always do this, but I think it's an interesting thing to think about, is if the good is there without God, which is an argument for objective good, which, to be fair, I don't believe, but let's just say that going along that argument, the good is there without God, then why do I need God? I can just be good.
I guess the way I'd answer that is, other Christians say this, and this I do agree with. Jesus Christ was the only perfectly good man who lived on the earth. And I don't believe that he was literally God the Father like other Trinitarians believe. My Christian denomination has a different interpretation of the Trinity. I'm getting a thumbs down there. But no, I don't think Jesus Christ was literally God the Father. And so Jesus Christ, he was perfectly capable. He did live a perfect life. He didn't need a sacrifice to redeem him. He became the sacrifice for us because all of us, we're stupid little kids, we mess up. Like if your kid is walking towards a hot stove, it's a physical law that it's good not to touch it. If they touch it, they will get burned. But as a parent, you want to step in and stop them from doing that. Now, in the sense of God, he's not going to literally come down and stop people from sinning because, well, number one, he wants us to have free agency. And so because of that, he sends his word to us through prophets. And that's how he tells us these bounds, tells us these guidelines that will help us achieve the greatest good. It's
but then there are a few problems here. And I'm not trying to railroad you. So if these are not your beliefs, that's fine. But do you believe in hell and eternal conscious torment?
Not the traditional sense of hell or conscious torment.
Okay. Which, cool.
Yeah.
That's a good thing because that discussion to me always like, I understand letting my kids make their mistakes, but if there's a pit and if they fall into it in my backyard and they're going to suffer eternal conscious torment, then to me, there is no answer that says, well, I just had to give them free will. I told them not to jump into the pit, but they did anyway. And I guess now they're going to be tortured for all of eternity. That to me gets really sticky really fast.
Well, no, because what happens with all the Chinese people who lived in 100 BC?
Yeah, or the people that lived before Jesus even walked the earth. The people that have never heard his name. All these kinds of things. So, are you're not a Trinitarian?
Well, you could say I'm a Trinitarian based solely off the Nicene Creed, just based off of what interpretation you use, but using the Athanasian Creed, definitely not. That is crazy and incomprehensible to me.
So what do you believe constitutes the success or triumph of Jesus?
The fact that he came to earth, he lived a perfect sinless life. He was tempted just like we were. He overcame all of it. He overcame everything without breaking the law. And so because of that, he sacrificed himself to answer the law of justice. And so because of that, we're no longer subject to the law of justice. We do, however, still have to follow Christ. We're not just off the hook.
How is that justice?
Well, let's use your analogy where you owe me $100. And let's say you only have $5. Jesus pays me the $100. There, justice is done. The debt has been paid. And you you don't just say, well, I'm good, I could just keep my $5, not do anything. Jesus says, well, in order to pay me back, I want you to, I don't know, mow my lawn once a week for a month or something. We're not under the law of justice. We don't have to come up with $100. We just have to follow Christ.
Okay, but I have two main problems with that. Okay, first of all, like I said earlier, and I'm not trying to beat this to death, but to me, justice and forgiveness are very different things. Now, in this particular case, you said justice. All right, so I'm going to focus on justice because admittedly, justice is more of an atonement model, right? But here's the deal. There's a bunch of people on my block that are assholes. Maybe they're not always horrible people, but I know what's in their soul. I know they're not good people. They're sinful by nature, right? So in order for me to save them, there's one guy at the end of the block. He's perfect. He's never done a bad thing ever. So because I'm so interested in justice, I'm going to take the one guy who's never, ever done a single thing wrong, and I'm going to kill him.
Now, that would definitely make sense in the classical Trinitarian view, where Jesus Christ and the Father are one being. But because in my religion we believe they're two separate beings, God the Father didn't force Jesus Christ to come to earth and sacrifice him. Jesus Christ chose to be the sacrifice for us.
So you're a Mormon?
Yes, I'm a Latter-day Saint.
Okay. And I'm not trying to call you out on it. If you, I'm sorry, I should have prefaced that by saying, if you don't want to tell me what your exact religion, because I'm not trying to.
No, you're good. Just want
Okay.
to see how long it took you to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I kind of figured that before, but I was like holding it back. But the more you tell me, I'm like, this is Mormonism right here. It was either that or Jehovah's Witness, but you've already said several things that don't jive with Jehovah's Witnesses. So
Let me just ask you a question. Do you think that I answered those questions better than an average Trinitarian would?
okay, I'm going to say this in a snarky way and say I don't think a lot of Trinitarian answers ever make a lot of sense to me. So yes, you did.
Okay, I'm better than that, please.
But that being
At least
said,
in your eyes.
that being said, though, I mean, I'm still, I respect your opinions. I'm enjoying the conversation, but I will say this. So I'm not trying to beat this analogy to death, but I'm going to stay with it because I think it's instructive. All right. So the people on my block are shitheads. The one guy's, he's perfect. He's literally amazing. And I think we can agree that if I said I'm going to save them by killing the innocent guy, that doesn't sound very good. What I heard, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what I'm heard is, but what if the guy volunteered to be killed for those people? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if that's what you're saying, I'd say that's still not justice. It might be an amazing, gesture on his part to say, wow, you put yourself out there to save other people like that. I'm not going to lie. On some level, that sounds really great, but it's not justice.
Well, let's use your analogy about the people being jerks on your block.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say there's this course out there. Some Buddhist is coming up with some 6-week course where if you take it, you just become a better person. You're not a jerk anymore. But the thing is, it costs $10,000 per person. The one guy on the block who is perfect, who is the nicest neighbor ever, goes out, spends $1 million to buy this course for everyone in the neighborhood. He paid the price for that course, and he's offering it to everyone. They can choose to take it, they can choose to follow it, or they can choose to reject it. He paid the price for it, and they are able to take that course and follow it, but if they don't get the blessings from it. But it is their choice.
I think that your analogy is fair, but I still reject it. Only because, this is where, in my humble opinion, it's fun to talk in analogies. Sometimes it can be instructive, but I still think that this is where it breaks down. Because, if Elon Musk or Bill Gates decides to pay $1 billion to save my soul, I would say, well, first of all, I think Elon is a douchebag, but beside that, let's, if they've decided to pay $1 billion to save my soul, I'd say, thanks, bro. That's really cool. Like, how cool of you. But if if they said, I'm going to allow myself to be murdered for your soul, I'd say that's not just. That's not cool. Like, it might be a great gesture, but it's still not cool. Like, I don't know how I can't call that justice in any way. I can't bring myself to say,
Okay, I
can say it's a
see what you're saying.
sacrifice, you know, but I can't say it's
see what
justice.
you're saying. So in the biblical account, Jesus, before he died on the cross, went to the Garden of Gethsemane. He said a prayer. He sweat, as it were, great drops of blood. Now, in Latter-day Saint theology, during those hours in the night, that's when he paid for our sins. He suffered in some way that we don't understand the punishment and the pain for all of our sins. And his death on the cross was to overcome physical death. In a sense, he, I guess you could say it like, I don't know, how do I explain this? We aren't saved because Jesus died. He came back 3 days later. I heard an atheist once say, oh, so Jesus Christ gave up his weekend for me. That's one way I heard it said. But I believe it's a lot deeper than that, because he died and rose again to conquer physical death. But in the Garden of Gethsemane, he suffered to conquer spiritual death, which is our sin and our weakness and all of that. And so he died so that he could resurrect himself, so that you could be resurrected. He died so that you could overcome death. Like, let's say Elon Musk, who is in this analogy a good person, says, I will die for you so that you can come back from the dead, and I'll come back from the dead, and so will everyone else. Would that be a more fair deal in your eyes?
Well, yeah, but I also have to, I don't want to get hung up on the omnipotent thing, because you said you don't believe in an omnipotent God. So that does solve, in my humble opinion, some of the problems. But you're still telling me that in order for any of this to happen, an innocent man had to die in order for me to be saved. And then the second thing, and then I'll shut up because I want your answer on both of them. The second thing I'll say is that, okay, great, then I'm saved.
Okay.
Because Jesus died for me, you know, and I do know there are some people, I don't think LDS fall into this, but I do know there's some people who take the universalism, you know, the universalist viewpoint, that universal salvation, but I know that is an extreme minority amongst most Christians. Most Christians will tell you that, no, yeah, he died for you, but you still have to do all the things. I'm like, okay, if I had to do all the things anyway, then why did he have to die and I had to do all the things? It seems like you could have just said to me, you got to do all the things to be saved, and I could have done them and then be saved. Like, what? I don't understand what functional purpose the death of this man serves, other than, here's the snarky thing I'll add, and then I'll shut up for your reply. To me, the real answer is that this dude was a very charismatic leader in the ancient Levant, probably thought one way or another he's going to be, you know, he's going to keep rebelling, and he was going to keep escaping from the authorities. And then guess what? He found himself dead, and his followers, who truly were taken in by this guy, like, he was probably extremely charismatic. They're like, shit, what do we do now? You know, like, do we just drop it and say this was a big mistake? Or do we say, I know what happened. This was a required sacrifice to save us. And I feel like it's just been bolted into the theology ever since 33 CE, step by step for 2,000 years. But I'll shut up now because I know I've done a lot of talking.
Okay, to answer your first question, I don't know the why. I don't know all the metaphysics or the laws of nature about why he had to die. But the way I understand it, Jesus had to die to be resurrected. You can't be resurrected if you haven't died in the first place. And he became resurrected, conquered death for all of us. And I don't know all the whys as to why did he have to die to conquer death for us, but that's my understanding, is that his physical death and resurrection on the cross conquered physical death for us, and because of that, we'll raise again and have immortal bodies and never die again. And then his suffering in the Garden of Gethsemane was punishment for our sin. And I can't explain it further than that just because I don't understand it. I'll admit that. I'm sure that doesn't completely answer your question, but it gives at least.
Oh, it's an honest
reason.
answer. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But
And then to answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Shut up.
I was going to say, to answer the second half of your question, this also calls back to Jewish prophecy a little bit about, or the second part of your question where you're saying, oh, he died and then his disciples came up with this story that he rose from the dead and stuff to carry on his teachings or whatever motive you assign to them. The law of Moses talks about how these animals would be substitution sacrifices for the sins of the people. They would put their sins on these animals and kill them. Now, I don't believe that the animal dying was actually paying for the sin. I believe it was a symbol of Jesus Christ, a symbol of his sacrifice. I believe all throughout the Old Testament there were symbols of death bringing new life. There was the sacrifices of animals all throughout the Old Testament. There was the Abraham sacrificing Isaac, where he was called to sacrifice his son. So I believe that the sacrifice of Jesus Christ is something that can be found throughout the Old Testament. It wasn't just something they came up with.
Okay, a few notes there. First, I can't blame you at all for taking that message from the Hebrew Bible because it is replete throughout the Hebrew Bible. But I will say this, that if you spend any time, and I don't want to present myself as a biblical scholar because I'm not, but if you spend any time kind of even reading as a layperson how we believe that these books were compiled, it seems to be as though there were multiple voices competing at different times to try to put these messages, even as far back as the Pentateuch. And the priestly voice seems to have been the far more lawyerly voice that was very much a huge advocate for this idea of sacrifice. But even though the Old Testament, going all the way back to the Pentateuch, does speak repeatedly about atonement, if you look at some of the first references to sacrifice, they talk much more about scapegoating. Now, they may feel like a distinction without a difference, but I would argue that scapegoating is not the same as atonement. See, atonement is, like we already talked about, I owe you $100. Here, I'm going to kill a goat, and somehow that balances the ledger, right? Whereas scapegoating, although it may feel the same, because you might say, well, you're still killing a goat, so what's the difference? But theoretically and conceptually, it's kind of different, because it's like we are ritualistically and hypothetically putting our sins on the goat. And then when the goat dies, then at the same time, our sins die, right? Now, I know that you can argue it's kind of the same thing, Adam. You're still killing a goat in return for sins, but it's not more like, It's not really payment back to God for, I did the sin, now I have to give you a goat. It's more like, I need to kill my sin. How do I do that? I put it on the goat. I kill the goat, and look, the sins are dead. Now, maybe that's a little lawyerly. Okay. If you don't agree with that interpretation, I'm not going to die on that hill. Okay. But the other thing I will talk about is this. You said something, even though you may not be the traditional Christian, according to Pete Hegseth. Yes, I'm going to pull it. Yeah, I know. But you parroted a very common Christian phrase. And yes, I do believe that Mormons are Christians, but we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, but I will say that because I think that the whole idea of people saying who is or is not a Christian is patently ridiculous. But you parroted the phrase that I've heard throughout my life, in places that had nothing to do with Mormonism, of conquering death. How did Jesus conquer death? Because we have examples like Enoch, according to the text, if we're going to take it literally, walked with God and did not die. Elijah went up to heaven on his flaming chariot. Okay, now granted, we don't have many examples from the Hebrew Bible, but we do have examples of supposedly people not having to die. So I would argue, A, you don't have to die even according to the old Hebrew Bible. I would also say, B, this idea that I understand what Christians try to say. They say, oh, he defeated death because he was resurrected. Well, guess what? Everyone that has lived since him who is under 100 years or older than 100 years old now is dead. Now I know that the Christian answer is, but they're gonna at some point be brought back up to heaven. But I don't call that defeating death. I have not seen a single example in any way other than flowery talk about how Jesus defeated death. But for every human who's walked the earth over the last 2,000 years, other than the ones in the last 70 or 80 years who haven't aged out yet, I don't think that they've defeated death. To me, the only way that we can say that he defeated death is through some putative promise that people assume is going to happen at some point years or decades or centuries after you're dead, which, guess what, is just another unfulfilled prophecy. So I know I've spewed a lot of shit there. Feel free to take those anywhere you want to go.
Now, I won't claim that this is the reason. I'm not one of the apostles. I don't know official doctrine or the official position of the church or truth. But I bet that at least one reason why he physically died is so that he could, I guess, understand the pain of a physical death. So that he could legitimately understand the pain we feel not only when we die, but when we lose someone who passes away. Like, I don't believe that Jesus had to do everything he did to save us and to be redeemed from our sins, but he chose to suffer. There's a book in the Book of Mormon, actually, that says that he chose to suffer the pains, afflictions, temptations, every sickness, every heartache, all for us so that he could, I guess, understand our pain and in that sense have greater empathy for us, love us in a more real sense. And so I would say that maybe that's one of the reasons. I don't know the ultimate reason. But yeah, I guess that'd be me addressing that specific question. And regarding the scapegoat thing, I'll just address this quickly. I don't believe that that was the intent of the biblical authors, but I do agree with you with the point that there was a lot of stuff happening with scripture that did, I guess, mess around with a lot of scriptural interpretations. Like, if there was no deviation in the biblical interpretation of scripture, then the Pharisees, who knew the scriptures forward and back, would have accepted Jesus Christ as the promised Messiah, because I honestly believe he was. And if they had the proper interpretation of the prophecies, they would have agreed.
Okay, do you want to show some of those prophecies that you think that properly pointed to him?
Yeah, there's the Passover that happens. The Passover lamb had to be first year, without blemish, no broken bones. And Jesus Christ was the firstborn son of Mary and Joseph, no sins, and so in that sense, unblemished. And usually during a crucifixion, they break someone's legs to kill them if they aren't dead. He was already dead. They didn't break his legs, and so he didn't break any bones. And it's one of them. There are lots of other ones that are, I guess, called to him.
Well, I mean, and I know this is going to get a little literal, and I'm not some evangelist, literalist person, but I do sometimes think it's funny how we choose to pick what we want to take literally and what we don't. And the Pentateuch doesn't just one passing time tell us what is an acceptable sacrifice or an acceptable Passover. It's very explicit, and it doesn't say it has to be the firstborn lamb. Like you said, it has to be the one under a year. It doesn't say that it can't just have a broken bone. It has to be without blemish. Now, I understand you're saying, oh, but he was sinless, which the Pentateuch is incredibly explicit about saying not just that your lamb has to be a good lamb. Now I know that sounds silly, but the point is it's very physical in how it explains that the lamb cannot have physical blemishes. And I do think this is a little funny. I'm not throwing this, I'm not trying to give you shit, but I do think it's a little funny sometimes how if you spend a lot of time reading the Hebrew Bible and the Pentateuch especially, it's so clear. Like it's not just like a little suggestion, like, yeah, don't take your beat up lamb and sacrifice it. Like, no, in multiple places, it goes to great lengths to point out that the blemish isn't just about being a good lamb. The blemish is about like, no, the animal has to be without physical blemish. I mean, we're talking about the same religion that won't let dwarves into the altar to make a sacrifice because dwarves are apparently, according to Leviticus, are too blemished to offer a sacrifice. So I'm not saying all this is a gotcha, but I am saying that I understand the interpretation. Oh, Jesus was sinless, so he was without blemish. And yet, if you read the Pentateuch, I know that, this is an impossible thought experiment, but I always say these kinds of things. If you took someone who had never heard of Christianity and they had never heard of the Bible, and you sat them down for the first time and just said, read this, and they read it, have them read it 10 times so that, have them memorize it. Make sure that they know the Pentateuch really well. And then take them in a separate room when they're done, weeks or months later, and explain Jesus to them and say, where was Jesus in the Pentateuch? And nobody in that thought experiment would say, oh yeah, clearly that was Jesus. I mean, I think the only way people now say Jesus is because from a very young age, in almost any tradition that you're raised in, whether you're, Mormon or Presbyterian or whatever, you're taught that, oh, Jesus was the Lamb of God. He was the sacrifice. This is ingrained in you. It's indoctrinated in you from a young age. And I know we can't prove my thought experiment because it's just a thought experiment, but I don't think anybody without that prior indoctrination would read the Pentateuch and go, oh yeah, that's Jesus right there. I can see it. I can see it right there.
I mean, if you go to China, you could probably find someone who's never heard of Jesus and have them do that experiment. Just give them a couple months to read the
I'm
Bible.
not saying you couldn't do the thought experiment, but it would take thousands of dollars for me to even find the people to do it. But yeah, in theory, you could do it on this earth, but it'd be really hard because you'd have to travel to some place that had no influence and, you'd have to spend, it would be pretty impractical. But yes, you could, in theory, you could pull it off.
No, but to address that, I would like to clarify Latter-day Saint beliefs. We don't believe the Bible is an infallible book that is completely untouched by the interpretations and translations.
Which is
people.
A beautiful statement, by the way. No, I'm serious. I'm not even saying that in a condescending way. I'm not mad at people being religious, but the people that have to insist that it's just, they're not a possible wrong thing. Like it's all it defies logic. But I'll shut up because I know I interrupted there.
Yeah, I'm doing a biblical study right now, and I went through the whole Bible twice before, but it was more surface level. I'm trying to do it really in depth now, but I'm only in Exodus, and so I'm not super educated on the Old Testament yet. But I did already find a quote unquote contradiction in the Bible. So yeah, it's not an infallible book, but I do believe it to be completely an inspired book of God that does.
And that's fair.
And so even if people, let's say after King Hezekiah reigns, then there's more wicked kings in the kingdom of Judah, and they take the sacred texts and they change them a little bit. They rewrite them a little bit to give the priests more political power. It makes
Which they absolutely
sense.
did.
Yeah, I believe that. They're like the Deuteronomistic reforms is what I believe they're called. Like they believe that the book of Deuteronomy was heavily edited by these priests and then added into the biblical
Well, you
canon.
can also trace the history of like how they wrote out like Asherah and such. If they didn't do it, I don't think they did it mostly for theological reasons. They did it for power reasons because there were cults following other aspects of the old pantheon of the Canaanites, which included El and Asherah, and instead they were like, we can't have this anymore. We need to consolidate this. It's all Yahweh.
I have no official opinion on that because I haven't looked into Asherah too much, heard a little bit of stuff. But it makes sense that the Jewish religion was in apostasy at the time Jesus came, otherwise he would have been accepted. And so I do believe that they probably tried to write out certain prophecies, certain symbols of Christ, but I do believe that he is still found in there all throughout, very symbolically, however, not literally, but he is symbolically all throughout the Old Testament. That's one thing I found as I did read is there are symbols of Jesus Christ, his life and his teachings all throughout the Old Testament.
Which is fine, but like I said before, like I understand religious texts are always going to be interpreted symbolically. I mean, to some extent, all text is, but especially religious text. You can't get away from symbolism in religious texts. But the problem, in my humble opinion, is not that we read into it, because that's what humans do. The problem is that
some people pick and choose.
Well, the problem is that as soon as we admit that, okay, now we're going to symbolism, well, symbolism is by definition subjective. It is by definition through the eye of every single beholder. Now, again, I know we can look at even one word of basic text and we can say on some theoretical level, it's all subjective, because even the word, stone might be interpreted two different ways by two different people. But beyond the hypothetical extremes, when we start assuming, or asserting, I should say, that things that literally do not exist in the text are there because I stared at it for months and damn it, I swear it's there. Now, I can't tell you you're wrong. Just like I can read the Lord of the Rings and I can pull lessons out of it. I can pull subtext out of it. Like,
yeah,
I know I'm being silly, but I'm going to say this anyway. Like I've always said, you can read the Lord of the Rings. I don't know if you're a fantasy fan, but you can read the Lord of the Rings, and famously, Legolas was became a friend with what's his name, the elf, with the dwarf. I mean, Gimli. And, in that lore, elves and dwarves were never friends, right? And they became really, really good friends. Now, I can read that book and I can tell you, you know what? I can start shipping them. I can start saying, you know what? I think those two were like hot for each other. I think that they had a relationship. Now, nobody can point to a single word in the Lord of the Rings that definitively proves my point, but they're close enough friends that you can't disprove me either. Okay, so if I want to ship Legolas and Gimli, of course, I will admit to you that's not explicitly in the text, but I will also say, prove me wrong, bro. Prove to me that Legolas and Gimli never hooked up. Like, you can't prove it, because I am, by definition, when I say I think Legolas, and I don't actually think that. I mean, but I am by definition reading something into the text, or if we want to talk about this in biblical terms, I am applying eisegesis, right? Anytime you apply and to be clear, I'm not saying eisegesis is wrong, because to some extent you cannot escape eisegesis. But I also believe, and I know it's going to sound funny coming from an atheist, but I believe that for any text, especially religious text, I would always want to default to exegesis. That I want that to be my default position. And even though you can't stop applying eisegesis, I don't want to just wantonly embrace eisegesis, because once you embrace eisegesis, you're basically admitting that I'm reading into this text whatever the fuck I want to read into it. Excuse my language.
Yeah. Here in Utah, we just say freak.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. I have jokes too, because like I used to live in Vegas, and there are many LDS members in Vegas. And I don't know if you'll appreciate my joke or not, but we always used to say, you never invited one Mormon to your house, you always invited two, because one will drink all your liquor, but if you invite two, they'll watch each other and they won't drink all your liquor.
That's funny.
Obviously, I'm just making fun, but because technically you're not supposed to drink, right? According to the
No, I will confess, on my mission, I accidentally drank coffee and tea.
Oh, you're going to hell.
I did repent, though. I repented.
You'll only be beaten by Jesus for like a year, and then he'll be like, okay, you've served your penance. No, I laugh because I'm not gonna say a lot. I knew several pretty cool LDS people many years ago when I lived in Vegas, but we just used to laugh about it because, of course, me and all my friends weren't LDS, and they would claim that, oh yeah, if you invite one of them up to your house, he's gonna get drunk, which I'm sure wasn't true, but
No, there are some LDS members that wouldn't keep the commandments and would get drunk, just like there are probably some atheists who would donate to charity.
Ooh, look at that dig. I love that. Yeah, I don't want to be caught, donating to charity unless no one knows it. So,
but to address your thing about the biblical text, comparing it to Lord of the Rings, saying that Legolas and Gimli are gay. One, there are tons of other works of the Lord of the Rings that are outside of Lord of the Rings, like the Silmarillion, the stories of, I'm not as big of a nerd as one of my friends, but there's all these other stories, and they have lots of answers that Lord of the Rings doesn't have.
True.
Which is why we have the Book of Mormon. So tell me just real quick, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you know about the Book of Mormon? I'm just curious.
Oh, I'll be frank. Probably a 1. Okay, so I'm not going to over claim what I know about Mormon. I mean, I know these general ideas. I know enough about Mormonism that generally when someone starts talking to me about their beliefs, I'm gonna be like, oh, you sound like a Mormon. But I don't know shit about the book, dude. I'm not going to over represent that at all.
So I guess one thing to answer that question, I use this all the time on my mission to explain it. I said, like, if you got a point on a piece of paper and you were to draw a line through that point, how many different lines could you draw?
Infinite
lines. Now, they'd be all focused on one place, but they would not be the same line.
So
if you draw, yeah.
So I'm not trying to cut you short, but I think what you're getting at here is there's also an old parable about looking on a mountain, right? So everyone, I mean, if this isn't where you're going, I'm sorry if I cut you off, but like there's this idea that's prevalent in Eastern theologies where they say, there's one mountain and we're all looking at it from different sides. If that's not where you're going, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I was going to say, if you get 2 points, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say,
Okay.
If you get 2 points, how many lines can you draw through 2 points?
Through 2 points, you can draw one.
One line. And so that's how I explained the Book of Mormon and the Bible. Like the Bible, that's 1 point. Everyone is trying to focus on Jesus, but they're still all over the place. But the Book of Mormon has a lot of clarification to that. Like Lord of the Rings, if you take into account all the other non-Lord of the Rings trilogy books, it'll answer so many questions and clarify so many of these things. I watched an 8-hour documentary on those alternate Lord of the Rings lore. It was pretty awesome. But applying this to religious stuff, the Book of Mormon, I think, is so much more clear on the question of Jesus Christ and a Messiah, because like the Deuteronomistic reforms happened in Judaism around 650 to 550 BC, over a 100-year period, more or less.
Yeah.
And the Book of Mormon
Around
is
the Babylonian era.
Yeah. And the Book of Mormon was a group of people who left Israel in 600 BC. And so it's, in my mind, it's a group of Jews that were not, I guess, distracted by these reforms, who still had the right focus on the Messiah. And they still have animal sacrifice in the Book of Mormon. They still follow the law of Moses. But it's a far different text than the Old Testament. It reads a lot like the New Testament, actually. Not completely. There's no equivalent of Paul, I don't think, in the Book of Mormon. But
But let me throw this out there because I'm enjoying the conversations. This isn't meant as some kind of, angry counterpoint, but I hear everything you're saying and I don't disagree with you, but I will say this. I was a Christian for 40 years and without giving you a long diatribe, although I'm long-winded, but without going into everything, someone asked me the other day, like, why are you an atheist now? And I said, actually, it's going to sound funny to say this, but I'm an atheist probably mostly because of Occam's razor, which may sound weird to say. But my point is this. Because I was raised in a very practical tradition, which is probably the reason why I was a Christian for 40 years. If I was raised in the South, I think I would have been a Christian for like 7 years, my first 7 years of life. And then I would have told everyone, screw this, this is not for me. But because I was raised in a very practical tradition, Northern Protestantism, my mother is very devout, but she never told me that dinosaurs lived next to people. She never told me that the earth was 6,000. Like, we laughed at these people. Okay. But even with this practical tradition, I would read the Bible because before I became an atheist, I read the Bible 3 times from the first page of Genesis to the last page of Revelation. And plus I went to church and did all this other shit, which is, by the way, about 3 times more than most Christians I know ever read the book. And my way of dealing with it as a practical person in reading all of this, like the contradictions, the immoral bullshit, like all of the stuff that just blew my brain away. And to be clear, there's good stuff in the book. I'm not trying to say it's all a trash pile, but there were enough contradictions. There were enough moral embarrassments that I had to keep constructing this whole premise about how it made sense, right? And the analogy I would use is this, like they always say, like the Bible should be your foundation, right? Like they'll give you this example, like at a Sunday sermon, they'll say the Bible should be your foundation. Well, okay, the Bible was my foundation, but in order for me to make some sense out of it, I had to start putting all of this scaffolding around it because on its own, it was a cesspit of yick. It wasn't good. It didn't make sense. But I would start building all these mental scaffolds around it. Like, well, maybe if you look through it through this lens, maybe if you read that book in this light, maybe if you understand this about the people who lived in that day. Like, I had 1,000 different excuses for everything in the book about why it sort of kind of maybe possibly made sense, which is fine. But then finally, after 40 years, I said, either this entire scaffolding that I built, this rickety scaffolding works, or maybe I am just creating an incredible Rube Goldberg setup to try to smooth over the myriad of bullshit that I'm finding in the book, in the religion, in the leadership, etc. I give you that story to say this, not to refute anything that you said, because I respect what you're saying. But this is, I think, why now as an atheist, although I think literalism is toxic on some level, but I do think that if I'm reading the Bible and I have to figure out what this verse means, the first thing I want to fall back on is just what's in the text. What does the text actually say? And I'm bringing this up because we're talking about like seeing Jesus in, the Hebrew Bible. And as I think I've already said, I'm not going to tell you that you can't look at the Hebrew Bible and find a way to read Jesus into it. I've read all the apologetics. I know, like in Genesis, when he says, now man, like we have made him in our image. And what do the apologists say? Oh, that's him talking to Jesus and the Holy Spirit, which is not. It's him talking to the divine council. It is absolutely him talking to the divine council. There is historical basis for this. Anyone who studied it understands that he's talking to the divine council. But I only bring that up as one example where I had this whole scaffolding. And finally, for me at least, not that I'm going to convert you to atheism or something, but for me, I finally said, this scaffolding is kind of ridiculous. You know what makes a lot more sense? If I just read the book and accept what it says and what it doesn't say and take it on its own terms. And the funny thing is, once I started doing that, of course, it didn't make me a believer anymore, because when I finally started reading it now the fourth time, it doesn't make me a believer, but it actually makes me on some level have more respect for the text, because now I'm taking the text on its own terms. Now I'm seeing some of these really interesting conflicts that are in the text. Sometimes you can actually see the voices. Like when you see these two different passages that tell almost the exact same story right after each other, it's not because the authors didn't know what the hell they were doing. It's because they had two different competing stories. And the original people who compiled the book didn't want to remove one of them, so they just smushed it all together. I know I've gone off on a diatribe, so let me shut up,
No,
because
you're good.
I'm really on my soapbox here.
Someone else probably wants to talk to you by now, but I'll say, first off, you said the Old Testament talks about a divine council. That's what I believe. It's not
Cool.
just God and stuff. There's some sort of divine council. I don't know how the logistics of it work. Not going to pretend to. But another thing I'll say, you're reading the Bible for the fourth time. Where are you at in it right now?
So my flagship series on my channel is that I do this thing called Godfrey Bible Study, where I read it actually on screen. I also add a bunch of my commentary, because that's just who I am. But I just finished 1 Samuel, and I'm about to start, of course, 2 Samuel, which is comes right after it. But like I said, I've read it 3 times before. But the last time, of course, some of these passages, like in the New Testament and other passages in the Old Testament, I've read last month, right? But as far as the last time that I sat down and fully read 2 Samuel, which I'm about to do on screen, from the beginning to the end, was probably 10 years ago.
Okay. Now, I would invite you, of course, I was a missionary, I have to do this. I'd invite you to try to do that with the Book of Mormon.
Do I have to play the music?
It's a lot smaller than the Bible, I'll say that, so it'll be easier at least.
I'm sorry. I'm being a dick and teasing you, because it's like, okay.
No, the book's better than the play, I'll say that.
Okay.
No, but legitimately, I believe that the Book of Mormon is what the Bible used to be. Like, it has Jesus symbolically and blatantly on almost every single page of the book. Like, I read through the book once. I marked every single time Jesus is mentioned. I think there were 3 or 4 pages that it didn't mention Jesus. Every other page explicitly mentioned Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm being a dick, but according to most hardcore Christians, they'll read the Hebrew Bible and tell you that he's mentioned on every page there too.
There are genealogy pages. He's not in those. No, I mean the English translation, explicitly in the English translation, not
right.
Looking for any workaround or symbolism. The Book of Mormon is full of Jesus, and it's not the politicized Jesus that the Pharisees were looking for in their day. It's what I believe to be the true Jesus. And so if you have time personally, I'd invite you to start reading that book too. Or maybe if you read the Book of Mormon Without God series or something, you'll blow up with a bunch of LDS apologists. We're all hungry to have people who are curious about us, I guess you could say. We like.
I mean,
any
I
sort
could
of
do
good
that.
stuff.
I don't know if you would like some of my commentary, because I can't guarantee you what I'm going to say about it. But yes, I appreciate the invitation.
You will have less negative things to say about it than the Old Testament. I think from an atheist perspective,
That's
the
a
Book of
really
Mormon-
low bar, but go ahead.
You might like it more than the New Testament too. I don't know. From an atheist perspective, taking God out of it, it's a miraculous book. I love it.
I mean,
And
to be fair, I'm clowning a little bit, but I genuinely appreciate the invitation, and I'm not mad at Mormons. I'm not mad at Christians in general. I'm annoyed sometimes with the manifestations that comes from these things. Like, I don't have a problem with Muslims. I'm not saying I believe in Islam, but I've met some wonderful Muslims in my life, and I've met Muslims who have showed me passages from the Quran. Now, I haven't read the whole Quran, but there's good stuff in there. I know Christians don't want to hear me say that, but there is some, of course, there's probably some gross stuff in there too. But my point on all of this is say, I appreciate what you're saying. And I'm not, I may sound a little flippant at time, but, you know, I appreciate your words.
Yeah. Now, other than that invitation to potentially go viral with the LDS community, one more thing. I realized I didn't answer one of your questions. You said, so if Jesus died to save me, am I saved? You asked that question a while back, and I just remembered that you asked it. According to LDS theology, I would say that every single person on earth will be given a reasonable chance to be saved. Even the people in China who never heard the name of Jesus Christ will have a chance to be saved. And that's not because we don't need Jesus. It's a little complicated. If you want, I can get into it, or I can just tell you that if you're legitimately a sincere person and you want to have the most good in your life, I believe you will at some point accept Jesus Christ in this life or the next and be saved. And it is completely your choice. It is what you want to do, what you want to follow, and you'll be given a reasonable chance.
Okay. Well, I will tell you this. I'm going to hit the restroom again. I'm a glutton for punishment. So I think we're going to give Matthew here, has been waiting very patiently. But I appreciate your words, and you are welcome to come on the channel anytime. I think we have had a good conversation, and I always enjoy. This may sound a little weird, you know, to people who don't know my channel very well, but I don't want to get on these calls and, you know, tell you that your God is stupid and, you know, Christians are stupid and everything's stupid, and I don't think there's anything valuable to come from that. So, you know, even if at the end of the day, you and I never come to any agreement at all on theology, I think that reasonable, intelligent conversations are very, very valuable, and I appreciate the tenor of this conversation very much.
Well, I mean, you did already tell me that my God is less stupid than the Trinitarian God. I think
that's true. Having grown up the way that I have a certain, I try to be nice, but I have to admit, like, even when I was a Christian, like, I could not get a single Christian to ever explain Trinitarianism to me in a logical way. I mean, in their head, they would say, oh, here's the answer. And then either sometimes they would, it was funny. Sometimes they would just tell me answers that were clearly contradictory. What was even funnier is half the time when you ask a Trinitarian to truly explain Trinitarianism, I would say 50% of the time, unless they really know their theology well, they end up speaking heresy and they don't even know it.
They actually did a study, and I think the actual percentage was actually, it was in the 20s or 30s of people who actually understood everything in the Trinity. Or
I believe that.
I won't say understood, but could say. I don't think anyone understands it completely.
Yep, I totally agree with you.
But no, this was a respectful conversation. No, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. And if you ever want to call in again, I'd love to have you. Appreciate your time.
Of course. If you ever want a Book of Mormon, let me know.
Okay. Appreciate it, man. All right. So I have unmuted you. I'm going to give you some music while I take a leak, because I'm sure you want to talk. And then when I get back, we will have our conversation, Matthew. You have been very patient.
I got work in the morning, so I'll probably be here another half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. I'll be right back. Just let me hit the restroom real quick.
Yep, I like that last caller. He was well-spoken, very kind. But I just want him to know, you know, it said Jesus the Christ a lot in there in other Bibles, and but it's not a canonical Bible, so it's kind of like Calvinism. It's a great idea. It's beautiful. It's thoughtful, but it's not mindful. So it's a bad fruit. It's a good idea that bears a bad fruit overall, you know. And I'm not bashing anyone, you know. Like I said, all people are welcome to, you know, the real true teachings of Jesus the Christ. People will say, oh, the Mormon Bible is more reliable because of all this translation. God promised to preserve his word, and it's really easy to use scripture to interpret scripture. I know this host doesn't agree with it because he doesn't understand it fully yet, but it's nothing to do with me, or if I didn't even exist, it would still remain true that when you use methermenuo, diarmenuo, hermenuo, and Ephesus, that you can learn how to dissect and study the Bible. Like, I already told you guys this stuff, but you know, it's just really important, scripture, interpreting scripture. Feel better?
Well, yeah. Once you empty your bladder, you can feel a lot better.
Oh, heck yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here like sipping the whole night, so you know, I gotta empty the bladder like a couple times during the night. I have a pretty strong bladder, but at some point it's like you get tired of dancing at the keyboard. You know, it's like, oh, okay, I can hang out longer. No, like at some point, if you're gonna do a long live stream just by yourself, at some point you just have to tell people like, guess what? I'm walking away. If you all turn off the channel in the 2 or 3 minutes while I'm gone, then there's nothing I can do about it. So.
And as back on topic with the guy that just left, I just thought he was really kind and he was well spoken. I already said that, but the guy before that, I really like that guy.
I honestly, I feel like we've had some great calls tonight. I say this all the time, but I'm going to say it, you know, again anyway, just for anyone who's new to the channel, that there are a lot of atheist channels on YouTube and TikTok where the whole shtick is to get a believer on the line and then to poke and prod them and get them angry. And maybe I'm guilty of that sometimes, but I try not to be. I enjoy good conversation, and I even enjoy conversation from people who have very different views from me. As long as it's a respectful conversation, if it gets preachy at some point, I start to tune out. But as long as we're having, you know, he and I had a real conversation about Jesus and atonement and forgiveness and all this. And, you know, I didn't convert him to atheism. He didn't convert me to Mormonism, which is fine because we weren't going to do that anyway. But I think that personally, I feel like these streams are much more valuable, not as a way to convert everyone to your way of thinking, but as a way to, in the best case scenario, just have honest dialogue.
Yeah, I thought it was. I honestly, even if you don't agree, that I still believe it's a great dialogue.
Absolutely.
Yep. So, where do you want to head from here?
So here's what I want to do. And I want to frame this because I don't want to fall into ruts, okay? I don't want to talk about parthenogenesis. But I do want to bring up a point here, which is that there is a common doctrine, which I assume you subscribe to, but I don't know. The common doctrine for almost all Christians is that of the hypostatic union, which contends that Jesus is fully God and fully man. And yet it violates the first law of logic.
No, it doesn't.
Do you know what the first law of logic is?
It's information theory, yes.
No, it's not information theory. So let me pull it up so we're on the same page here, just to make sure you know what I'm talking about. Because I want to be able to make sure we're talking on common terms. So, There are three laws of logic. The laws, let me make these big enough on screen so that everyone can see them. There's the law of identity, which is that A equals A. I know that sounds obvious, but when you're trying to create formal logic systems, it is important to start from a basis of understanding that A equals A. 1 does not equal 2. Joe does not equal Mary. A does not equal B. A equals A. The second law is the law of non-contradiction. And that means that mutually exclusive or opposing attributes cannot be both true and simultaneous. So a statement can't be false, true and false at the same time. I'm sorry, that's the law of the excluded middle. I'm getting ahead of my. Can't be true and false at the same time as the law of the excluded middle, and law of non-contradiction is that mutually exclusive or opposing attributes cannot both be true simultaneously. These are not just academic higher than thou points. I mean, if I bring this up because although I don't have a problem with people saying I believe in miracle claims or I believe in the supernatural, I mean, believe what you want to believe. But if you're going to have an intelligent dialogue with someone about almost anything, if you can't even start from a basis of basic logic. I'm not talking about advanced college level logic courses. I'm talking the three basic laws of logic. Then
Yeah, well, you talked the best one.
okay.
Because-
So the problem is that if you can't start from that basis, the reason why I am so invested in something like this is because if you can't start from that basis, then there's no point in having a conversation. Because
Of
if we
course,
can't-
that's why most everything I bring up is always well, I don't use epistemology, ontology, axiology, scientism. I don't use any of it because I just believe it's an alternate mindset of God.
well, you use it whether you realize it or not. I mean, these are things that guide.
I've studied it, like I've said, but I've come to the conclusion that it's all nihilistic. It's the alternate mindset of God, just like psychology. And so,
What does that have to do with nihilism?
well, that's, psychology is literally a psyop on the human mind. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be the study of the soul, but yet, they keep managing your sickness instead of getting to the root of the problem. They want forever customers with these pharmaceutical companies, the psychiatrists and the psychologists have teamed up to pretty much, you know what I mean?
I'm a
And-
nihilist. I don't think you're understanding that term.
But all I'm saying is God's word teaches you not to fear anything but God, and yet every single fear or phobia, superstition that they teach in psychology all named after Greek divine gods. So, and so the study of the soul is literally supposed to be about good, and you're supposed to use science for good, not bad. So what I'm saying is teach you to fear and teach you not to heal. That you have trauma and you will always need counseling, and so that you can't heal, that be healed. And so it's just an alternate teaching of what God taught. So I think it is nihilistic.
You're
all-
cutting out really bad here. I'm trying to make sure. I want to hear what you're saying, but it's like you keep kind of phasing in and out.
Dang. Want me to re-say it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Psychology is a psyop on the human brain, and get that from just studying psychology, and the actual term for you psychology is based upon good and researching good things, not just mapping out the back of it. And so all these people have.
Do me a favor. You've waited so long again to get back on, and I'm not, but I feel like you're cutting out worse than you were before. Can you disconnect and reconnect? Because I want to hear your words. I mean, if I can't hear what you're saying, then we can just hang up. You know what I mean? So so please disconnect and reconnect real quick and see if we can get a better connection here. Daryl says, okay, enough of the big-headed alien background. I mean, should we change the background, Daryl? Is that Daryl's gotten tired? I can throw on the VLC. Well, that's what I need to do. So this is what I'll do. I'll move the VLC up. There we go. Okay, Matthew, let me unmute you here. Okay, so talk to me, bro.
Do you think that's better?
I think so now. Yeah, it's just, I mean, something about your microphone when we talked a couple days ago, and even when we talked earlier, it's really overblown. But that being said, it wasn't so overblown that we couldn't talk. But then a few minutes ago, you kept cutting out, which then made it really hard to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I've been barely able to hear you also. But so you just want me to start from the beginning? Can you hear me good?
I can hear you well now. Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. So I was just sorry about this. That I just believe that psychology is a psyop on the human mind. It's been hijacked by people that want to control you, like the pharmaceutical companies, the psychology and big pharma has teamed up to keep managing your sickness instead of getting to the root of the problem. That most things can be healed through thought if it's caught early on enough. Some things need medication and deeper healing, but the fact is they keep you a forever customer because they don't want you to heal. Jesus says, "Be healed." Jesus says, "Do not fear," but yet there are over 400. There's over 4,000 fears of phobia, superstition, all named after Greek demonic gods. They've mapped out the evil mind and then portray it to you. So when you go and look at ink blots, in a way, this is just hypothetically, you're seancing a demon. So. I just believe that it's just nihilistic, and the way it's being controlled and used is just apparent, especially with Operation Artichoke, Blue Beam, Operation Naomi. You know them all. You do know all that. Yeah,
but
I know you know about
Matthew. I'm not trying. I'm going to say I'm not trying to focus on this, but I guess I am. I just want to be very clear because this terminology is very, very important to me. This is actually something that's dear to my heart. When people, many times Christians, and I'm not saying you personally, but many times Christians blatantly misuse the term nihilism, and it doesn't even seem like you're using it in a context. And I don't mean this as
my favorite study in the world is taxonomy.
Okay, but so
study of naming things.
There are many different versions of nihilism, but at its root, nihilism means one simple thing. It means that you do not believe that inherently the universe or God or whatever has a meaning that is bestowed upon you. It doesn't mean that you don't have meaning in life. It means that you don't think that there is an intrinsic meaning in life. Okay, so I'm only bringing this up
secular humanism.
So what you were bringing up, it means
secular humanism.
Go ahead.
So it means secular humanism. That means antichrist. What you just explained is an alternate mindset of what God taught you. So that is actually antichrist.
They're not the same at all.
Yes, it is.
They're literally not the same at all. So I think you're conflating the two because a lot of atheists might identify with nihilism, and a lot of atheists might identify as secular humanists. That does not mean that the two have anything to do with each other whatsoever.
No, because no matter what, they wouldn't know. Whoops, my bad. Are you right here?
Yeah.
So
I can hear you.
a nihilist. What was your last statement? They wouldn't what?
There is no connection whatsoever between nihilism and secular humanism.
Oh, yes, there is. So nihilism and secular humanists, you could have somebody that's just a really good person, just regular person, but they're still not knowing. So what that would make them is subject to the nihilistic view ultimately. You know, if you're not living in the Word of God and you're content in this world as happy and living, you're living a double-minded life.
Secular humanism is a framework for morality that is based upon the thriving or not thriving of humans. Nihilism has nothing to do with that. Nihilism is a philosophical position that states
Nihilism is a term.
Nihilism is a philosophical term that states where you think
Inside of secular humanism.
I'm trying to finish this sentence really bad. Nihilism is a philosophical term that states at its core where you believe or don't believe there is an intrinsic meaning in the universe for your life. Those two ideas of secular humanism and nihilism are not correlated in any way.
Nihilism is just a term that is used through the worldview of a secular humanism.
No, you don't have to be a secular humanist to use the word nihilism. There are apologists who use the word nihilism.
But they would be actually nihilists still.
You think that Gavin Ortland is a nihilist?
I don't know who that is.
He's an apologist. He's a Christian evangelical apologist.
I don't follow those.
Okay, but my point is you don't have to have any belief in secular humanism whatsoever to use the word nihilism. Those two words aren't even related.
Well, technically, anything that isn't Jesus the Christ is antichrist or nihilist because they're just literally against
that's
the
not
truth.
Technically true at all.
That's just what I believe.
You can believe that 1 equals 2, but that doesn't make it true.
Well, according to the Word of God, it's true. But that's if we're talking theology.
No, here's what I'm going to do. Like I don't always like going down this path because it can feel kind of douchebaggy to have to sit here and pull up definitions. But I also think it's fair.
Like I said, I know taxonomy.
Matthew.
I've studied it in depth. Matthew. I know everything about how they've used words. Like, we're not suffering from a crisis of politics or war. We're suffering from a crisis of definition.
Matthew.
We literally have Supreme Court justices that don't even know how to determine what a woman is. You have preachers that can't even define sin.
Matthew.
We are in a field of propaganda of semantics and ambiguity.
Matthew, you're telling me you said you had know everything about these words. So if if the audience and I are to believe that, you have to be able to
I just love taxonomy.
Okay, but then you also said you know everything about these words. So
most words, because that's the study of words, taxonomy.
If I am to believe you, that means that you need to use the words correctly. And I'm not trying to, I want to be very clear.
I understand how to use them correctly. I'm saying that I seen past my teachings. I went to college and learned a lot of this stuff, buddy.
That's fine. But if you're not using the words correctly, it is fair for me.
I've never not used, I understand it's not using words correctly because it's defined in your worldview under epistemology, under axiology, under ontology. And what I'm saying is I understand the studies and I understand knowledge and I understand these things.
Then you have to
But
be able
what
to
I-
demonstrate that in your words.
And I operate and I can dismantle people inside that worldview. I
I'm
can
waiting
turn
for
on
that
that
to
right
happen.
now. But if I'm being true to myself and true to what this is, then I'm gonna say that those words are, controlled words. Those are ambiguity. Those words have ambiguity in there.
If you can't even have a discussion that is based on common definition of words, then you can't.
That's why you have to come with the definition
then you
first.
can't have an intelligent discussion. So I'm not saying
You're not going to believe in objective truth, so you're going to claim that you can never even
this has
truly
Matthew,
say that
this
I even
conversation has
exist.
nothing to do with objective truth. Okay? Here's what I'm
God's
telling you.
word is objective truth, and that's the only objective truth there ever was.
Matthew, will you listen to me for a second? Okay? I'm not trying to yell over you. I'm not trying to argue with you. What I'm telling you is this, that even if you want to tell me that every single definition for every word that I ever use is completely wrong and bullshit, which, to be fair,
No, I didn't say that.
let me finish, please. I know you didn't say that, but I'm saying even if you said that, that would be fair. Okay, you can hold whatever viewpoint that you want about whatever definitions of words that you want. But in order for two or more people to have any sort of intelligent discourse,
They have to come to terms, a
they need to
definition,
at
and that's
least
why I
be
said
able
we're in a
to
crisis of
speak
definition.
the same language. And I don't just mean English, I mean the same language. So, of course, we're never going to agree on 100% of our terms. But I'm pointing these things out because when you bring up things like nihilism and you use the word incorrectly, and I am trying to, in the nicest way possible, point it out because not because I'm trying to lord it over you, but because it's important to the conversation. And then I tell you what it means, and you're like, that's your opinion, or that's your, like, yeah.
No, I know what it means. You don't just because you're saying that. I know the meaning of what it means. I'm saying it doesn't mean that, though.
See, that's my point. If we can't even have a discussion based on any common terminology,
Because you have to
Then
build
we
it on
can't-
absolute logic.
then we can't have an intelligent conversation. You know,
Yes,
imagine,
believe it.
Matthew, imagine this. Imagine that you wanted to talk to me about Jesus, right? And every time you bring up Jesus, I insist to you that
You'd have to
Jesus-
concede that you would believe that the Bible was true for the conversation.
Let-
That's
let
the
me-
only way you would be able to talk about
Let
it.
me finish this sentence, please. Imagine if every time you want to talk to me about Jesus, I insist to you that Jesus is defined by all of the traits that we would attribute to the flying spaghetti monster. Now, you can tell me I'm wrong. I can tell you you're wrong. I can insist all day that there is no difference between Jesus and the flying spaghetti monster. And you can tell me, no, you're absolutely wrong. But at the end of the day, if we can't even come to some sort of basic conversation about what or who Jesus is, then there is no point in continuing the conversation. Because if every time you say Jesus, I insist on talking about him in terms that indicate that I'm thinking of this flying spaghetti monster, then we're not going to have a productive conversation.
I can explain all the psychology and I can explain all the stuff without mentioning the word of God.
I can explain
I
nihilism
do it
right
because
there
I
in the
choose
screen.
to. I just so happen to have the knowledge, and when I happen to research it and find certain things, I seen that it was aligned with God's word. So and then I incorporate God into it because it is true and it came from His mouth originally. So so I believe in the studies, but a lot of things have been controlled, and you know that. Come on.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be agreeing to. I'm not sure.
You know that the managerial class that rules this world. You know what I'm saying? The British elite from Westminster, London, they control the fiat currency, the central bank.
The British elite. I've never heard of this conspiracy theory. I've heard of the
conspiracy theory.
The
It's
Zionists.
the rulers.
I've heard of the Zionist conspiracy theories, but there's a British.
They control Zionism. What are you talking about? The British is the one that controls Israel and controls Iran. If you want to get into all this stuff, I'll break it all down. I know it all.
Sure, you will.
I'm a constitutional architect, by the way. That's my main title. And then I'm an author, and then I'm a structural architect. And
Your main title is constitutional architect.
Yes.
And where do you hold that title?
Because I can make constitutions for you. I can make a constitution for your family. I can, it's an actual.
So it's a
legal
title
thing I
that
do.
you've chosen for yourself.
I can write a land title to you right now, so you don't have to pay taxes. I can post it for free,
Okay,
so you don't have to pay.
You're a sovereign citizen, Matthew?
No, nothing to do with that. It's a allodial land title under the Organic Act. What Ron DeSantis passed in Florida, that is your absolute right up here, and people have already been doing it. People are charging people about $5,000, but I'm doing it for free.
Yeah.
Anybody that owns their home and has paid over 15 years.
In my hierarchy of douchebags, Ron DeSantis.
But you know it's right, because look at my channel. That's what all I got going on.
Ron DeSantis is exactly 0.2 rungs below Trump at my hierarchy.
Yeah, I feel you, but the fact is that he still abolished paying taxes on your own property anymore, your own house. So that's still a good thing for American people.
I own a house in Florida, and he has not abolished my taxes.
You do not have to pay property taxes if you owned your house more than 15 years.
You do realize that property taxes are
And
not
once it gets
controlled
passed
by-
down to your family now, it doesn't get taxed, period,
You do realize
in
that
Florida.
you do realize that property taxes are not controlled by the state, right?
Yeah, I haven't got all the way into all that stuff, but I do know some stuff.
Well, as someone who owns 2 houses, I've gotten all the way into it, and the property taxes
I paid off a house and then I am almost paid off this house.
the property taxes are controlled and paid to the county.
It's all local.
Yeah, it's not the state.
I agree there.
Okay.
Do you know the most powerful person in your county is?
I assume it's Jesus.
It's the sheriff.
You got to give me points for that one, bro.
It's I bet. It's the sheriff though, because he holds he's the one that upholds the Constitution and can make any federal agent leave, even if the USAID came in and wanted to roll anything in, they can make them leave. But you know who the most powerful persons are past that?
No.
It's the jury of your peers. So, you can hold town meetings as long as you get 25 good, solid citizens that are backed by your own community. And you can make any laws and you can petition anybody you want if they have funding in that local area to handle things for the public and they don't handle it right. You can sue them, their surety bond, and get them fired and take possession of the funds. And
If I get
you can
20
allocate
people,
it in the
I can
right
make
ways.
my own laws.
No, that's yeah. The fact is, even if it was bad people, if they got together like they do, that's why they don't teach you that, and because they don't want a bunch of people doing it. But if you go to those
The man
outlaw,
doesn't want you to know that.
yeah, because if you go to those outlaw biker clubs and they hit those gavels and they come together as a jury of their own peers under a charter, yeah, that's exactly what that is. That's the same thing, but they're doing it under the rights because they can. When absolute citizens that are for the well-being of everybody does it, that's when we are going to take control. And they'd rather have them people doing it than us standing up and taking control of our local municipal courts and getting jurisdiction with land title. You can UCC1, the Law Factory is you can. I ain't gonna get into all that. It's my architecture, but I sell it, so I don't know if I'm allowed to actually talk about it in depth. Yeah, sell it on my channel. Actually, if you go to my storefront, it's the Law Factory, and it's a free lawyer. It'll produce your own land titles for you. The AI, it's the program, it's the digital asset, and if you just copy and paste it simply, it will draw out your UCC1 lien contracts on any organization that violates the terms on which you have control now. And you can it creates lawsuits. It's a lawsuit factory, and these are architectures they don't want regular people to have. It kills their bar association. And like I said, the British government.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that this fits well with my channel. So I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just
yeah, I bet. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say too. And so it's the legalese. Come on, you're getting deep there.
Yeah,
but that's where I'm at with it, but I know about the decapitation. I know about capture. And like I said, I really wouldn't want to. I'd rather send you the book so you'd read it and so you'd be like, yeah, you wouldn't want it on your channel. But if you want any other architecture, just let me know too, because I have a lot of information, and if you do AI, I can send you a personal AI model that I built specifically for you.
Do you know what I do for a living, Matthew?
I was just offering you the best AI model there is.
I know. I'm just asking you, do you know what I do for a living?
I do not, sir.
I am a software engineer.
And that's what I'm saying. So am I.
I spend... Oh, okay. What languages do you do?
Huh?
What languages do you write in?
I don't have to write in language. I do it all straight logic. I don't even have to do the code. I do pure logic to my AI software. I can explain it to you right now. You write
software, but you don't use any software language?
You want me to tell you?
I asked the question, which would indicate that I wanted the answer.
I got it for sale on my YouTube, buddy. I'm really deep into this.
No, I'm at...
So seriously.
You're selling...
I've invented and innovated massive businesses. I just haven't rolled it out because I'm not greedy.
What does the software engineer do?
I'm not only a software engineer, I'm a hardware engineer.
Okay, what hardware do you work on?
I make CNC machine parts, laser heads.
Okay, and they don't run on software?
Say that again?
They don't run software on those hardwares?
Yeah, of course.
What software do they run?
They run my software, the Zygarde system.
Which is written in what?
Which is written in commands and protocols and mandates.
Okay, you do understand that...
And nodes.
Every single software command you could ever write is written in a software language.
I'll send you. What are you talking about? I got a command structure of 100,000, 10,000. I can just send it to you.
There's even...
I am gonna send you a bunch of stuff.
Do you write it in assembly?
and be happy.
Do you write it in assembly?
Man, I got so many businesses, buddy. I literally solved the PFAS crisis, the Forever Chemicals. I'm the one. My knowledge is what is gonna change that. Want me to explain it to you right now? I gave it away for free.
No, what I want you to explain is what language is your software written in?
English.
That makes no sense.
Whatever. You just don't know how the new age is. Then
There's not
apparently,
an assembler or a compiler on the earth.
what are you
that can
talking
run-
about? I do Olama and create my own AI, and I make my own architecture, and I use logic. You just literally simply tie. I'm getting a Raspberry soon too, and guess what? I'm getting, which is real cheap and really easy to do, my own radio station. So I'm just trying. I'm trying, and I'm gonna do it the right way.
Do you know what
And
Olama
so-
is?
Yeah, I am Tiny Llama too. I have my infrastructure. It's so powerful that when you program the AI, because you know these AIs are like children. You know what I mean? They can't get a thought in edgewise because they phenomenologically drift all the time, and that's caused by their hallucinations because they're probabilistic. I program the AIs to be deterministic.
Do you think that Olama is a programming language?
It's just a model, man. You know,
Right.
You know what I mean? You can go through PyDroid or even Termux. You know,
I mean, how
do whatever you
do
want.
how do you think the models?
I got a Firebase. I do Firebase, and you know, I'm real big into it. I got GitHub. You know, I go real deep.
I don't think
I got a
GitHub
database.
applies as real deep. I mean, everyone that I know that is a
Because
software
I got a
engineer,
big database where I generate some money on there. What do you mean?
every software engineer I know has had a GitHub account for like 15 years. So that's not exactly going really deep. But
I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm balling. I'm just saying I'm just
that's-
starting out
well, I
as
mean,
an
do you think
architecture.
Firebase is a programming
If
language?
I had the money right now, I'd fund some of my other great ideas I have.
Okay,
But
but-
like I said, I just told you though, I solved the PFAS water crisis, killing Forever Chemicals, and you didn't even ask me a question about it. That's crazy.
I didn't know. So
That's crazy.
yeah, I'm crazy.
You just don't care.
No, I really don't.
They're poisoning the water, and they can only filter it, and it goes into sludge right into the ground again.
No, what
Most of our water
what I care about is
stations.
for someone who tells me that they're a software engineer but can't name a programming language.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking.
I just
about
named
software.
every single one I used.
You did not name a single programming language.
Man, what are you talking about? Linux?
Linux is an operating system. It's not a programming language.
Yeah,
Try
I got
again.
that on my personal phone
try
for
again.
my
It's not-
other
it's-
operation
Linux is
on
not
my
a programming
for
language.
my internal storage.
I'm just saying, if you're going to talk to a software engineer and tell them that you're a software engineer, then if
I
you can't
am.
name a programming
I'm
language,
way better than you 100 times. What are you talking about?
okay.
You can't mess with me with software. You can't. You think you're gonna actually say you're a better software engineer because you said you were a software engineer? It ain't about beating on your chest, sir. I'm just telling you.
I mean, I'm more better than you. I'm so better
It
than
ain't
you.
about better. I innovate businesses and I give them away for free. I can give you a $1 billion business right now just because I don't care. I have so many of them. You want to hear a $1 billion business? I'll give to you right now.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Okay. That's up to you.
Oh man, I
I
can't
think
wait
you're
to
just
see your code.
aggravated that somebody is,
I can't.
you
wait
know,
to see your code,
actually
man.
structured.
Like that's gonna be some great code. The code that's written in English. That's gotta be.
Well,
awesome.
we can go back to yesterday. I was only wrong about the Book of Enoch. Say anything else I was wrong about, and I'll kill you because I already did in your chat.
You'll kill me. Okay. You know,
No, I said I killed you in the chat. That's I mean, no, what? I wouldn't hurt a fly.
I really tried to restart with you on an adult basis. And I have to say,
You were wrong about the 10 Commandments.
I have failed because
You failed hard
No matter
because
how much
you
I try
claim
to
to be
treat
so
you-
educated, and then you're some software developer, and then you don't even listen. If you listen more than you talk, you would actually learn something.
no matter how much I try to treat him like an adult, it just doesn't work. And I've really tried. I mean, I don't know what else I can do. So, yeah. That was all I could do with that. I tried. I really tried. Is it me, guys? I mean, Sunday's conversation was interesting. It really was interesting. And he then spent the last couple days truly just going nuts on the comments. And when we started tonight, I thought like, okay, let's reboot this. You know, because we've had some lovely conversations tonight. I don't mean me and Matthew, but I mean, I think a couple of the conversations tonight I loved. I thought, you know, the gentleman who was a Muslim, or not a Muslim, a Mormon, excuse me. And I'm forgetting names. I'll have to go back and look on the notes. But the gentleman who was a Mormon was really cool. The guy who came in who was referred to us or given the link from Philippos, he was really cool. And even when I pulled up Matthew earlier, I'm like, okay, you know what? I went back and looked at the previous video. And although I don't feel bad about a single thing I said in the previous video, the big thing that I took away from the previous video, for those of you who were in the, first of all, I have to acknowledge, because I do think it's only fair. So thank you, Matthew, for the tip. I appreciate it. I appreciate the class there. Thank you for the tip. And I'm trying, man. Like, I went through the previous video, and the one thing that I really took away from watching that previous video is I said, you know, even though I didn't feel bad about a single thing that I said in the video, I thought, you know, I spent too much time talking over Matthew. I spent too much time, and I need to get better at that as a host, because I don't want you to call into my show and then feel like I'm just going to talk over you the whole time. You know, I really want to have meaningful conversations. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your tip as well very much. So thank you, brother. Appreciate your generosity. But I started tonight by saying, you know, I pretty much knew Matthew was going to call in again because he's been throwing a bunch of comments in. And he, to be fair, not only has Matthew given me some tips tonight, he became a member. So kudos on you. I mean, I can't be mad at someone who's going to be a member of my channel. You know, I think he became a member because he wanted to see the video that I had up there. Because if you're a member, you'll see that I cut up the live stream from Sunday. John, you with us?
Yeah.
Am I an asshole, John?
No, and you know, I agree. You know more than I do on electronics. I'm sorry, you do. I was wondering who was more drunk. I think he was over drunk.
The funny thing is, you know, I've had other nights here, I will freely admit, on my own live stream where I've gotten pretty hammered sometimes. But tonight,
Yes, I've been sipping on my drink, but I'm really straight right now. Like I'm pretty good. I think you were on earlier too when I was first talking to him, and he starts going down the path of he called it parthenogenesis, and I'm not trying to be a dick about grammar, but if you're going to talk about parthenogenesis, know how to say it. And
I don't even know what honestly, I don't even know what the word means.
Oh, I can tell you. And it's a fascinating term. So parthenogenesis is just really a fancy way of saying that a mother, in some situations in nature, a mother can have the ability to have kids without a male sexual partner. And there are some species that procreate asexually, that do not. But as far as I understand, and you guys can correct me on this in the chat if I'm wrong, but I don't think that parthenogenesis just refers to any species that procreates asexually. What parthenogenesis refers to is the idea that you can be in a sexual species, meaning that in theory you're supposed to, mate with someone of the opposite sex in order to procreate. And then, despite the fact that you haven't procreated with someone, you haven't had intercourse with someone, in some very rare biological circumstances, there are documented cases of where females of a species have managed to crank out a kid without sexual intercourse. Now, to be fair, sometimes when this comes up in the scientific literature, they find out that they were wrong and it wasn't parthenogenesis. So, for example, I don't have a good one. I don't have a link to give you, but there have been examples in the past where there was a female, I think there was a famous one a few years ago of a shark. There was a female shark, and she had I don't know what you call I don't know if they're litters or whatever, but the shark had kids, and they were like, oh my gosh, this is an example of parthenogenesis, right? And then they found out after the fact that apparently through some mechanism in the tank, the male shark was like sneaking in at the night when they didn't realize that he could sneak in. So of course, in that scenario, it was not parthenogenesis. It was just nature taking over with two horny individuals of the opposite sex getting together. But in the cases where it really is parthenogenesis, it is that a female of the species who is supposed to be reproducing sexually manages to actually have a kid without any sort of sexual reproduction. And
is that like a frog?
So frogs I know some species of frogs can do that. And when it happens, it's usually, and I'm getting over my skis here. Okay. So if I'm saying stuff that is questionable, please in the chat, give me some grace and correct me where I need to be corrected. But usually when this happens, it's usually under extreme environmental conditions, meaning, you have some kind of scenario where a female who would normally be accustomed to procreating in the normal sexual way. I say normal. I mean, there are species on the earth that don't procreate sexually, but most species across the entire earth procreate sexually right now because it has incredible evolutionary benefits to procreate sexually. So normally it's very hard to propagate your species for many, many generations if you don't have sexual reproduction. So normally when parthenogenesis presents itself, it's because there's some really weird extreme scenario where one or more of the females of the species find themselves in a scenario where there's just not any males available, and they end up having kids. Now, to be clear, I'm not claiming, because theists will jump on this like, oh, you're just saying because they had no one else to screw them that they just magically popped out kids. Like, no, the vast majority of times with species that require sexual reproduction, if there are no men there, no males, the species, at least in that local area, will just die out. But there are a handful of documented cases where in some species parthenogenesis has happened. So
Okay.
I know this is a long-winded explanation, but does that make sense?
Yeah.
And the thing that I thought was really funny is that I like to point. I normally have never gone down the parthenogenesis route, but I love to point out to believers, to theists, that you want to tell me that you believe in the hypostatic union. You believe that Jesus was fully man and fully God, which, first of all, just violates basic logic. But let's even put that aside for a minute. I could almost understand why ancient Hebrew men would have come up with this story, or ancient Greek men or whatever, because back then they knew, well, they had this idea in their head that a man puts his seed inside a woman, right? And
Right.
back in the early days, they used the word seed, not only because it kind of works, on a metaphorical basis, but because they literally thought that the woman was, biologically speaking, like a planter. Like you have a seed, and you put your seed inside of her pot, and 9 months later, out grows your kid. But of course, we know now that while that is a very crude but sort of accurate way to think about it, but it's not accurate in the way that you're not just putting your seed, like your kid, into your woman's womb that just grows independent of her. Your half of your seed, the sperm, with your 23 chromosomes, matches up with the egg, which has her 23 chromosomes, and they merge and they get put together, and voila, we have a new version that's kind of you and it's kind of the mother, right? Because it's a conglomeration of the two.
Right.
So, when you talk about the idea that Jesus was born of a virgin, I always think it's funny because, first of all, there's a ton of messianic prophecies which are very strict in saying that the Messiah is supposed to be part of the lineage of David. Even Christians who don't know much about this will tell you, oh yeah, he's part of the seed of David or the line of David, right? But that makes no sense because some lineages try to trace the lineage through Joseph. But if Mary was a virgin when she was born, that means Joseph was nothing more than a stepdad. All right?
That's pretty much it.
And if you assume that we're tracing it through Mary, because also they claim that Mary was under the line of David too, right? But there's two problems that come into there. The first problem is that there was no ancient Hebrew man who would have accepted the idea that the lineage of the Messiah could have been traced through the mother. That went against everything that ancient Hebrews thought was a proper lineage, right?
What lineage was she under?
Well, so there's two lineages given. There's one in Luke and one in I'm going to screw. The other one's in Mark, I think. Mark and Luke. Matthew and Luke are Mark and Luke, but I think it's Mark. I think it's Mark and Luke. I know one of them is Luke, and if I remember right, I'm probably screwing this up. I think the Luke one goes through Joseph, and the Mark one goes through Mary. You think I would, as much as I talk about the Bible, you think I would know this off the top of my head, but I always forget these details about the lineage because I don't really care that much. It's very nitpicky. But here's the problem. Even if we assume that, okay, let's say we accept that, okay, Joseph's lineage doesn't matter because he could not have possibly gotten 23 chromosomes from Joseph under the story, right? Under the story, It was a virgin birth, so Joseph is nothing more than a stepdad. Okay, fine. And let's then assume that he got that he was under Mary's lineage. And let's even grant that even though they never traced lineage back then through the woman, let's still say fine. Because we know genealogically you can still be a woman and be traced through the man, right? Because we know that it doesn't matter about patriarchal bullshit. But even then, it creates massive problems for Christians, for believers. Because if you want to tell me that Jesus got half of his DNA, 23 chromosomes, from Mary, and he got the other 23 chromosomes from Yahweh. All right, let's assume that that's what happened, that Yahweh impregnated her egg with 23 Yahweh chromosomes, perfect deific chromosomes. Okay, if someone has half of their DNA from a god, what is that word?
I don't know. I think of Hercules when I hear that.
It's a demigod. Exactly. Hercules was a demigod. So Hercules was a demigod. And if you want to tell me that Jesus got half of his chromosomes from his mother, Mary, and half from Yahweh, which, I mean, that stretches the boundaries of what we, if you're a skeptic, like, come on, dude. But okay, fine. I'm going to assume that Yahweh came down and put his magic sperm inside her egg and made Jesus. All right. That still means he's a demigod. You can't and if you want to tell me, no, he's fully man and fully God. Okay. Fully man would mean that all of your chromosomes came from Mary. So if all of your chromosomes came from Mary, which would fit under parthenogenesis, right? This is going back to our original point here with Matthew. If we want to believe that he was born of parthenogenesis, that's fine. Believe that. But that means that he got all of his DNA from Mary, which means, guess what? He's fully fucking human. There's not a single part of him that's God. He's all human. And then you saw, like, early in that call, the first time he was on the line, he wanted to demand that he must have gotten half of his DNA from Joseph, which, first of all, it makes no sense for a virgin birth. Second of all, it makes no sense if you keep wanting to tell me that it's parthenogenesis. He was the one.
Wouldn't that make that a Y? Wouldn't that make that a Y chromosome instead of an XY chromosome?
That's a good point. Under parthenogenesis, I wonder if animals that experience parthenogenesis can have both male and female. I don't know the question or the answer to that. I mean, logically, you might say maybe they can only have female offspring. So let me Google that, because that's a great question.
It is a great question. Because that would make, if that's the case, if it's a Y chromosome, that would make him a woman instead of a man.
Right.
And if he goes by the X chromosome, yes, that would make him a man. But if he goes by YX or YY.
Okay, so to be fair, Google tells me that yes, under parthenogenesis, the children can be male. It says, however, whether the offspring are male or female depends entirely on the sex determination system of these specific species. It says, in mammals, parthenogenesis does not occur naturally due to genomic imprinting. In species with XX/XY systems, like humans, some insects, and certain reptiles, the mother only carries X chromosomes, which makes sense. Therefore, her offspring can only receive X chromosomes and will be exclusively female. Okay, that's hilarious. So you've given me a wonder. Thank you, John. You've given me, I mean, granted, no one else has ever pulled the parthenogenesis card on me, so that's interesting. But
that is interesting.
If we want to believe that the answer for how Mary actually had a virgin birth was because of parthenogenesis, then apparently in the reference from this, I can put it on screen here, but it says it's from the University of Maryland, Baltimore. So it's the AI thing, but it's coming from a article in the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And it says that if it's a species that has XXXY, which is humans, then, to your point, then the children that are born of parthenogenesis, I mean, granted, it opens up in the first point by saying in mammals, parthenogenesis does not occur. Okay. So you could be nitpicky and say, look, parthenogenesis doesn't even apply to humans. But if I'm trying to be as fair as I can, because we're already talking about a virgin birth, right? We're already talking about a miracle. So let's just grant that it's a miracle anyway. So of course she can, a human can have, a human mammal can have parthenogenesis, then the simple fact is then Jesus would have had a vagina.
Oh
So-
my goodness.
Please,
So that-
please tell me about Jesus' vagina. I want to hear all about his vagina. That's great.
that is a great point. So
And
which one would it be?
I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to ingratiate him by going through all of his comments, but I see like in the chat, it's like, no, it doesn't work that way because of heredity. Like, no, facts don't matter. No, that doesn't line up with what I'm saying. Like, oh, and then he says, all right, I'm gone now. I won't listen to another word. I mean, dude, I'm sorry that you're allergic to facts, you know?
Sorry. It's there.
I mean, I put this in a comment on another video earlier today because for the last 2 days he's been kind of going off on a warpath, and I mean I don't mean it as a dick, like he hasn't been insulting people much, but he's been going off on this warpath in the comments, you know, talking about, you know, just it doesn't matter how I answer him, he completely ignores any fact I give him, and then he substitutes reality for his own, you know, for whatever he wants to be reality.
Yeah, if he looked in the background at the two gentlemen,
Yeah, exactly. So I got to bring that back temporarily. Although I guess Daryl got tired of it, but
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
yeah, there you go.
I was like,
mean-
oh my god.
Did you see? Yes, I'm bragging on myself here, but did you see the King James Version Bible there too? The 1611 King James Bible.
1611. I didn't really look at that the most because I looked at the faces.
Yeah, he's got a 1611 King James Bible, and here let me hide myself here because I can actually hide myself on this. Here, there you go.
Oh my gosh! I didn't really look at the rest of it.
Yeah,
I just noticed the heads. It was hilarious.
oh man, and you know, like even when he called in earlier, you know, I was trying to be very conciliatory because you know I figured he was going to call in. And when he called in, you know, of course I put up this joking thing and I was like, dude, you know, I hope you can take the joke. And he was really cool. He put in the comments, he was like, my wife is cracking up over the, you know, the image, the background image and everything. So
That's like a scene from Star Trek. First episode, first.
But you know, and then like I had to put him on mute because he starts with the whole parthenogenesis thing, and then he will not acknowledge what the reality is of what he said. So I was like, okay, fine, I'm going to go, because thankfully I had another caller lined up. So I'm like, okay. And I said this in the last live stream we did too, because like some people were like, oh, you're letting the trolls in for too long. I'm like, okay, but when I have no one else lined up to talk to, I'm more inclined to let them hang on a little longer, you know. But I got to those other people, and then I came back and I'm like, okay, let's reset. What are we talking about now? And then he starts going down. He mentions nihilism, and it's like, you literally are not even using that word. Like, I don't think that word means what you think it means. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but when I just try to point out to him, that's not what that word means. He just doubles and triples and quadruples down. And then he starts talking about software. And I'm like, okay, am I the best software engineer in the world? No. Do I know everything about software engineering? No. But I have been a professional software engineer for a quarter of a fucking century. So you bring up software engineering, and I'm not going to lie, I knew where this was going to go, but I'm like, okay, what languages do you write code in? Literally couldn't name a single language. When he brought up,
The only thing I know is ones and binary. That's all I know. Ones and zeros. That's all I know about.
I'm going to put this up on the screen here. So he mentions Ollama. So these are software tools. So Ollama is an open source software platform for running and managing large language models. In other words, his programming is that he prompts AI. All right. And that's why he said his language is English, because in AI, he writes these English prompts about what he wants it to do, which is fine. But don't get on the line with someone who is a professional software engineer and try to bullshit a fucking professional software engineer. Don't tell me that you are a software engineer when you don't know how to write any fucking code. It's not going to end well for you. And then he brings up Firebase. So this is what Firebase, and I've heard of Firebase before, but Firebase is a platform of services to help you and AI agents build and run intelligent apps. In other words, it's more AI. And I'm not mad at people using AI. I'm already on record on this channel as saying that, you know, some people are like, oh, I see you use AI, I'm not going to come to your channel again. I'm like, well, then I guess I won't see you again, because I do use AI. I don't apologize for it. But if you're going to tell me that you're a fucking software engineer, know how to write a goddamn line of code, you know? Because I'm going to pull this up really quick. Not that most people will care. And what I'm going to show is not any kind of fancy code at all. But this is what I do for a living right here. This is code.
Seen something similar to that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't know. I don't even know what none of that stuff means.
And you don't have to be impressed by it. I mean, honestly, the code that I have on screen isn't even like anything to be proud of, okay? But it's actually code. It's an instruction set. I mean, you probably saw the video that I did talking about DNA is not code, because I know what computer code is. I know the features that you need to have in even the most basic programming language in order for you to make any reasonable claim that it's actually a programming language. And if you don't have those features, then guess what? It's not a programming language. And he doesn't even know what this is written in. I mean, you know, the core language for this, well, I could get on several levels of abstraction. This is a framework called React, which is written in a language called TypeScript, which is a subset or a superset, of JavaScript. And JavaScript is a procedure, or is a interpreted language. So even when you write this code here, it goes to an interpreter. The interpreter then turns it into compiled code, okay, which is not the final step still. The compiler, then once you've compiled it, the compiler then turns it into assembly code. And it runs as assembly code. So I knew that he couldn't answer this question, but if you want to be really hardcore, if you said, look, I don't write in languages, but I just write the raw assembly, which, by the way, assembly is still a language, but it's a very low level, hard to grok language. But
that's funny because I find that funny because I play Minecraft and I've been trying to build a calendar out of binary.
So Minecraft, like many tools, Minecraft, like Excel, like many other tools today, is what a programmer would call Turing complete. That's kind of a fancy esoteric term that programmers use, but it's actually not that fancy. It doesn't mean anything big. All it really means when you say that something is Turing complete is, does it have the basic necessary tools that you need in order to write logic? Okay, so for example, let me give you a language that is not Turing complete. HTML, which everyone has heard of probably from the internet, but it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext Markup Language is a language that, like the name implies, allows you to mark up text. In other words, it allows you to put formatting around text. HTML allows you to say, here's a block. This block is blue. And here's another block on the right side, and that block is red, and it contains text. Like, that's called markup, which is still a language on some level, but it's not a Turing complete programming language because you can't do the logical steps that you need in order to write a full language in HTML alone. But I'm going off on tangents here, but I just think it's hilarious. I'm not trying to be a dick to someone, but it's like, could you imagine, John, imagine that, I don't know what you do for living, but I'm going to give you a lot of credit here. Let's assume you're a brain surgeon, okay?
Oh, gosh.
You're John the brain surgeon. Okay. And I didn't know this about you until today. But you mentioned, I say to you, John, what do you do? And you're like, well, actually, I'm a brain surgeon. And I'm like, wow. And instead of just saying to you, wow, that's crazy, or I don't know anything about that. No, I have to then assert to you that I too am a brain surgeon. And maybe at first you're surprised because you're like, well, I knew that Adam did a lot of stuff, but I didn't know that he's a brain surgeon. So you're like, really, Adam, you're a brain surgeon? I say, yeah, I am. So then you start asking me some basic questions about brain surgery, and I can't answer them. Mm-hmm. And at no point in the conversation do I ever just admit to you that actually I don't know brain surgery. Like I was being a little arrogant and I shouldn't have said that, and I'm not a brain surgeon. Like, you can tell he talks himself into these holes where he can't get out of them.
Oh, he talked himself into a very big hole earlier.
Yeah.
Very big. That's why I was asking, who's drunker?
Who's what?
Him. Who was more drunk, him or you?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think he would be more drunk.
And the funny thing is, I'm surprisingly sober today because sometimes at this point in the night, I'm actually pretty drunk. But he was just not going to let go. And
no.
I said this on the live stream a few days ago. I know that pride gets in the way. Okay. And I'm not talking down to anyone because I've done stupid, prideful shit in my life too. But here's the funny thing. Like, most of you guys don't really know me. I mean, you guys might watch a lot of my videos. You might feel from watching my live streams, you know me. And on some level, you kind of do. But my point is, you guys really don't know me enough that I should even feel embarrassed if I have to admit something that I didn't want to admit. Like you're not going to show up at the bar next week when I'm trying to just relax and make fun of me. Like, you guys know what city I live in, but you guys don't know where I live. You don't know how to find me. So my point is, why would I feel the need to just hold on to an obvious lie when instead I could say, you know what? I shouldn't have said that. I overstepped. I really don't know how to do brain surgery. Let me walk that back. That is such a more comfortable conversation sometimes, just to release your arrogance and say, you know what? I overstepped. I shouldn't have said that. Let me retract that. I mean, if it might feel uncomfortable at first, but it's honestly so much more comfortable than dealing with the continual pressure of keeping up the lie.
You can only keep up with a lie for so long before it catches up to you.
I mean, you've heard me. How many times have I sat here tonight and other calls where I'll be saying something, but sometimes I realize, like, okay, I'm definitely hitting the boundaries of my knowledge. And I'll say, like, here's what I'm saying, but guys, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong in the comments or, whatever, because, I'm not Dan fucking McClellan, and I don't pretend to be. I'm not Bart Ehrman, and I don't pretend to be. Like, there's the limits of my knowledge would fill up a library, or many libraries for that matter.
Make a good point.
Well, we had Sunday, we had a good call after he got off. I was talking with Mary called in. I said, why is it people just can't say, I don't know? I mean, I know what the answer is, because on some level the answer is because you have so much pride and you just feel like you have to be able to answer everything. But, you know, once you learn to start saying at least a few times, I don't know, it's honestly fucking freeing.
Oh, it is. I say, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know where your remote control to your TV is. I don't know. It's easy for me to say that because I don't know where their remote controls are to their TV because I work in a nursing home as maintenance.
I'll give you a perfect example of this, and I know that you can relate to this, John. Parenthood, I think, is a perfect example of this because there are some parents who feel like they have to have the answers to everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when your kid is really young, hopefully you do have the answers to most of their questions because if they're really young, they're asking basic stuff. But after you get past the basics, after your kid starts growing in their own right and they start taking on their own interest and they start diving into specialties that maybe you've never touched, it can be so stressful if you feel like you always have to be able to tell your kids, I have the answer. You know, and also I will say it can be an incredible lesson for your kids to hear you say, I don't know. Go look that up. Or, you know, I'm not sure. We have to research that. You know, like, I think that's an incredible lesson to teach your kids. Like, hey, it's okay to say, I don't know.
It gives them the opportunity to go look the answer up. At least like I tell my dad.
It also teaches them that, you know, you don't have to pretend to have answers if you don't.
No, I don't have the answers to it. I don't know the questions she asked me about biology. I ain't taken biology in 30 years.
We have to block Cornblum out of here. Cornblum can eat every part of my ass. So, you're going to call someone homosexual, which, first of all, there's nothing insulting about the word homosexual, but I know how they're using it. So fuck them. They can go bye-bye. Yeah, exactly. Go fuck yourself, little piss ass bitch. Hey, I say that knowing that, like I say, like if someone wants to call me a homosexual, I mean, I know if they say it, I know they think that they're insulting me. But it's not an insult, but what is an insult is your bigoted bullshit, hateful worldview. So go fuck yourself.
I can care less what they think half the time.
I mean, I don't care either, but what I don't sit here the whole time and read the chat, but I just looked up at that one point and saw Cornblum being a hateful little bitch and calling someone a homosexual and like, which again, homosexual is not an insult, but I know when I see that in the chat that some hater little bitch is being an asshole. So it's like, yeah, get the fuck out.
Yep. Bye-bye.
I will sit here with two viewers who can be not assholes rather than sit here with 50 hateful pieces of shit. And you can say, I mean, I think you know this, John, like you can say a lot of shit to me. I don't think I'm terribly sensitive. Maybe I am sometimes. I don't know.
I don't see it that way towards you. I like the way you do things. I like the way you perform your show because it's your show. I can't say go blink your stuff on your own show. That'd be rude to me.
Yeah, and there's some shows I've seen some shows where like you can tell kind of anything goes.
Mm-hmm.
But
because I've learned a lot from your content, and it also helped me. It helped me the other day when I was talking to my dad. I actually got him to agree on Moses the other day.
Oh, really? What did you get him to agree on?
That what happened with Moses and the Canaanite.
Okay, but I mean, yeah. I just know that's a big, I know we talked about it before, but that's a big topic. So was there a particular piece of it that was really what he agreed on?
He actually admitted that, yeah, God did say it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I also pointed out a few other ones. And that's how your show is helping me do these debates with my dad, because I'm having trouble getting through to him that I can't believe in these prophecies. I've been listening to these prophecies since the 80s when he started talking about it, and I cannot go through them.
Well, I take that as an incredible compliment.
Yes, it is. And I got one where he had a prophecy up on the hill, and I told him, I remember this specifically. I said, it's been 3.5 years when this was supposed to happen, and it's supposed to be for 100 people. And I had that prophecy, and he said, well, I didn't really put a time limit. There's the knot.
John, I'm going to tell you, like it always happens on your setup. Like the longer we talk, it's like it starts to get harder and harder for me to hear you there. So,
yeah.
I mean, you can call back in, but I just think like I've kind of learned with you, like if we don't break the connection and restart, like I'm not telling you to go away. I'm just saying like it's getting harder and harder for me to hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll restart.
Okay, cool, man.
Right back.
I wish I knew how to fix that on his stuff. And I know I can't fix everything on someone else's phone, but I also feel like there's some magic audio setting that I could set somewhere that might limit that, but maybe not. I don't know. But I always like talking to John. He's really nice. So let's see. Okay, brother, you there?
Yeah. Is that any better?
That's 1,000% better. It's weird because there's something where it's like it builds over time, you know?
It does. It does.
And I feel like there's an audio setting that I might be able to set on my end that maybe would stop it or mitigate it. I just don't know what it is, you know?
I've been trying to figure it out for a while too. I think it's this phone. I've even taken the backing off of this phone to see if it would work. It didn't work.
Right. And for a while, I thought maybe it was just because because, you know, I've gone through multiple periods here where sometimes I'm like, I don't have my audio settings right. But then, you know, at least a couple of weeks ago, I noticed tonight you may have noticed too, like Matthew's setup always is crackly the last 2 times we talked, but we had those 2 other callers where the audio was beautiful, I thought.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get in here till about 6 o'clock tonight because I was helping my dad with some trees. I do some trees for 30. I've done trees for 30 years too.
When you say trees, like taking them out or trimming or what? All of that.
We do trimming. We take them all the way down. We take them to the lumber yard. I've done some lumber yard work before. I did it for 6 years.
Okay, that's cool.
So I ran machine. I'm a machine operator.
How many fingers you got, John?
I'm lucky. I still got all 10.
Okay, then you're not a really good machine operator. The really good ones are like, I've been doing this for 10 years. And you're like, that's not 10 fingers, bro.
Make the 10-year mark. That's why.
Yeah.
I've only been doing it for 6. Darn. Shucks. I missed it by 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. Yeah, I laid sticks the first 3 years of my life out there, and then
do you guys have I don't know what you call them. I'm gonna betray my ignorance here. Like the truck with the boom or whatever that gets all up in the limbs.
Oh no, I was on the dry side.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't on the wet side. Luckily, because
that whole terminology is like the dry side and the wet side. Okay, I'm learning stuff today.
Yeah, there's two terminologies to it. Yeah, I was on the dry side. Yeah, I stacked wood and put sticks in between. It took me 7 seconds. Oh gosh, I can go through the science through it.
Well, you know, I'm a lumberjack too.
You are cool.
Yeah. Ask me all the questions. I won't have any answer. I won't have any correct answers for you, but I will still insist to you that I'm a lumberjack.
Okay, here's a good one. Do you use wedges to chop down a tree?
I use Olama, dude. So I use Olama to do it all, and I know everything I'm doing, and I use Firebase. So.
Oh gosh, that wouldn't work.
If anyone's joining, like who wasn't in the call earlier, they're like, "What the fuck are they talking about?" But if they were here for like 30 or 45 minutes ago, they know exactly what I'm referencing.
Yeah. That's part of my job history. I've done other factories too. Believe it or not.
What part of the
I've
country are
done-
you in, John? You might have told me this before, but
Tennessee.
okay. I don't think you did tell me that. Okay, cool. Middle of the country. Boy,
I've
that's
moved from North
God's
Carolina.
country right there.
Oh, yeah. I moved from North Carolina to California. I am an Army brat from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
All right. My dad was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Ooh, that's where I was born at, in Fayetteville. Fort Bragg.
Yeah, I was gonna say at Fort Bragg, at the Army base. Yeah, so that's my dad was born at Fort Bragg. I love it.
Yeah, the nickname is absolutely hilarious too.
What, Tar Heels?
No, Fort Bragg,
Oh, what's the nickname for Fort Bragg?
Fayetteville.
Oh, I never heard this.
That's the one that I used to get on my
love it.
daddy's. Yeah. And
you know,
then
you know
my
what's a
buddy-
really? I'm sorry, I'm going off on tangents here because I'm looking at my screen. But you know what's a really a shame? I mean, not that I have this big desire to talk to Matthew longer, but he was one of these people who wants to claim that the Bible has no contradictions, which I'm like, oh, we can do that all night. We can go to town on that. But
what contradictions are there? A lot.
yeah,
Oh my gosh. There's a lot of contradictions in this book. It's ridiculous.
so
You can't get past the contradiction.
well, the funny thing is that with not Matthew, of course, but the other people that called tonight, and I don't know if you listened, but earlier a few weeks ago when I talked to Tavo and everything, there are other Christians out there who are not the evangelical asshole Christians, and I know that there are reasonable Christians out there, okay, but sometimes it's almost hard for me when I talk to someone who's not an idiot and not like a hardcore fundamentalist, because I'm so used to, whether it's on my channel or whatever, like hearing people just make these blatantly indefensible, empirically ignorant statements that when you get someone on the line who's reasonable, I'm almost like, what do I do with that? Like not because I feel like I have to argue with them, because I don't, but I'm like, where do I even take this conversation? Like the gentleman who called earlier, who was a Mormon, and some of the things he was talking about, I was immediately thinking, and I said to him, I was like, okay, but this runs into massive problems when you need to cling to this omnipotent ideal of God. And he said, well, I don't think that God's omnipotent. And I'm like, oh, I mean, it doesn't make me believe in his God, but at least I'm like, I don't even know where to go with that, because I'm so used to certain types of people just clinging to these really bad logical contradictions because they have these points in the sand that they will not let go of. They've put these stakes in the ground, and and they're contradictory. Like these different stakes that they put in the ground clearly cause problems with each other, yet they won't let go of them. And like the Mormon guy, again, he was really nice. Not that I feel the need to argue with him, but it was also kind of like, but where do I take this conversation? Because he's kind of undercutting the easy gotcha moments for an atheist, right?
I've never read the Mormon book.
I have not either. I mean, it's funny because, he at one point he says like, yeah, I was wondering when you were going to realize I was a Mormon. And honestly, I kind of thought he was almost from the beginning, but I wasn't going to sit here and call him out on it. Not because I cared, but like I wasn't trying to make it a point. I feel like this is probably inaccurate. I feel like I have a good feel for what Mormonism is, but I can't actually give you an empirical basis to say that, because like he asked me in good faith, he's like, well, have you read the Book of Mormon? I'm like,
or he said to me, like, how much do you know about the Book of Mormon? I'm like, nothing. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that I'm a software engineer when I can't name a fucking language. I'm not gonna tell you I've read the Book of Mormon when I can't quote a single verse from it. But
I looked it up. I mean, I've done some research on it. I mean, this is what I found out on it. A man went out in the woods and found a golden book and come back and translated it. And all of a sudden now he's starting to use the rocks to translate it.
The golden plates is, and I mean this with all due respect to Mormons, but the golden plates is comical. But I don't mean that as a dig, because so much shit about Christianity is comical.
Yes.
And in fact, on some level, I love the fact that Mormonism, compared to when I was a kid, seems like it feels like it's getting a bigger foothold in this country. And I say I love that not because I want America to become Mormon or something, but I love it because, to me, it makes such a hilarious, perfect mirror to hold up to Christians. And I say that knowing that I totally believe that Mormons are Christians, but you know what I'm saying? Like the traditional American Christians that don't think that Mormons are Christians, you hold this mirror up to them because they will tell you all of this Mormon shit is stupid, and they'll literally demean it. They'll talk about it like it's the dumbest thing they've ever heard. And it's like, do you hear yourself? Do you not realize that almost all of the bullshit that you are pointing at Mormons and saying, how those stupid Mormons, how can they believe this? It all applies to you. Sure, some of the specific ideas are different. Of course they have a different theology on some level. Otherwise they would just be another Protestant denomination. But do you not understand the connection between the finger pointing you're doing at Mormons and your own religion? And of course, most of the time the answer is no, they don't understand it at all. But I think it's hilarious.
Oh, they even have their own prophecy. They even have a piece of land where there's no house on it, no building on it. This prophecy is supposed to be where this particular building is supposed to be built up so that Joseph can come back to it.
Right.
That's one of their prophecies.
And to be fair, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it because, again, I don't pretend to know that much about Mormonism, but I do know that for many of the things that I have heard about Mormonism, I mean, if I had to pick a religion, I mean, there are things about it that I like better than Christianity, at least. And I know that's a very low bar, okay? But they don't believe in eternal conscious torment. They don't demand this Trinitarian bullshit that just, Christians don't know what Trinitarianism is. I mean, they'll tell you that they absolutely believe in Trinitarianism, but then when you ask them about it, they'll make asses out of themselves. So a lot of Mormon beliefs I find to be far more practical and realistic. It doesn't mean that I believe in the religion, but at least like, on some level, I feel like they're not asking me to just truly throw my brain in a bucket and deny that it exists,
Yeah.
Although,
then
again, there's the golden plates, which I don't know if I can really get down with the golden plates.
To the woods.
What's
he takes
that?
He takes the golden plates back to the woods, and then they disappear.
The thing that I find to be,
Red flag.
this is going to be a little insulting, maybe to some Mormons. The thing I think is kind of hilarious about Mormonism, though, is, and I'm going to screw up this story, but like in the origin story of Mormonism, I know that they've tried to disavow the Mormon name too, but the origin story of LDS or Mormonism or whatever we're going to call it, there's even like their own early people said, this is silly. Like you can't literally recreate this process. You say that you read these plates, but now you can't read them. And then after that, God took the plates. So I'm screwing the story up horribly. Okay. So forgive me
No,
for this.
you're almost correct.
Yeah. So then they had to give them new plates to reinterpret, which really essentially, if you're not ate up in the religion, happened because they got called out on their bullshit the first time. And then instead of admitting, okay, I'm making it up, they're like, oh, but now we're going to have new plates again. Like, it's really weird. And I don't mean
Everything
that
had
as
to
an
be
insult
the-
because honestly, I don't
everything
think
had to
that
be
it's
the
any
same
weirder than
language.
Christianity. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He had to do everything behind a blanket of some sort,
Yeah.
and the other guy sat on the other side to translate what he's saying out of the rocks and out of the Golden Bible. Because the only one I know about is the Golden Bible. I don't know anything about the other one that you're talking about there.
But then
ain't
they
heard
tried to
anything about
test him on it. Like one of the people in the early faith tried to test him on it, and he was like, "Fine." I think he tried to prove it, but then he couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
And then rather than admit that, okay, you know, I've smoked too much ganja or something, like, no, then the answer was like, I guess now those plates weren't like
Good enough.
they were invalidated. So then he had to do the whole thing again. I don't know. I'm screwing it up horribly, and I apologize to any LDS people who are listening because I'm not trying to make any faithful representation of what your origin stories are because I don't know nearly enough about your religion to make that faithful claim. I mean, I can do this with Christianity, and I can feel very confident about telling you, you know, even from an early perspective, thousands of years ago, some of the bullshit from Christianity. But I don't know. I should shut up because I don't know enough truly about the origin stories of LDS to even make good
that's
jokes
all I
about
know.
it, you know?
Yeah, that's all I know about the Mormons is those particular items. That's it. That's all I know.
Yeah.
They're good people. I just don't understand them.
So here's the funny thing. And of course, we're talking in big, broad caricatures here. They absolutely are good people. You know, like this,
Yeah.
I've heard multiple people that say like, oh my gosh, they're so nice. But the flip
are.
side of this, and I've heard Dan McClellan talk about this on his channel. Yeah, they're good people, but it's amazing how much they have as a group cozied up to MAGA. You know, like they really want to be part of the MAGA crowd. And I know I'm painting with a big broad brush there because I'm not saying every Mormon wants to cozy up to MAGA, but generally speaking, they have an established track record of wanting to be part of this American traditional alt-right MAGA crowd. And Dan McClellan has done a great job on his channel on a few videos of saying like, I don't think you want to cozy up to these people. Like, you know, this is not what you think. This is not going to end where you think it's going to end. You know?
Right. And the marriage thing, oh gravy.
Oh,
It gets crazy. It gets crazy. But anyway.
For any of my viewers, what was that? My wife and I just watched, let's see, on Netflix. The LDS Netflix, I'm trying to find it here. The LDS Netflix documentary. Yeah. So just not that you guys tune in to get my TV recommendations, but if you haven't already, if you have Netflix, pull up Trust Me, The False Prophet. This came out just earlier this year. It's all about the fundamentalist LDS church, which, to be clear, I'm not trying to claim in this live stream that fundamentalist LDS is equivalent to LDS, just like I would not claim that Pentecostals are equivalent to Catholics. Okay. So I realize I'm not trying to paint them all with a broad brush, but it's a very interesting and gut-wrenching documentary. It's fairly short. It has 4 parts, and I don't bring that up as a way to say, oh, look at Mormons bad. It's more like watch that because it's another great example of how fundamentalism in all of its flavors causes really bad side effects. So I'm going to, I think I'll have to hit the restroom one more time here. And then you're welcome to hang with me, John. I think I'm going to pull up, here's what's really cool. I have not really been able to pull up many comments. You know, the thing that I always start the live stream on is I'm going to go through comments. And then if people call in, of course, I will pivot away from the comments and we'll do the calls. I've had enough calls tonight that I haven't done any of the comments. So I'm going to go through those unless someone else calls in, but I'm going to go through those. But yeah, I'm not trying to hang up on you, John. Hang on if you want. And I'm going to go take it one more leak.
I'll just put myself on mute.
Okay, cool. All right. I'll be right back, guys.
I won't background on you.
You guys know the drill. I can currently right now see into every one of your living rooms. I can see through your screen. And if anyone actually drops off the stream while I am in the restroom, I will send Matthew to your house to explain software engineering to you for the next 6 hours, and you will not be able to escape. So if you do not want Matthew to show up at your house, you will not drop off this live stream, because I know who you are, I know how to find you, and I know how to send Matthew to your house. So don't make me do that to you. I will hunt you down like the dog that you know you are. And on that cheery note, all right, I see Marty dropped off. So Marty, I'm sending Matthew to your house right now, and you're gonna woo the day. Woo, I mean rue. You're gonna rue the day that you dropped off my chat. I also want to mention before we get into some comments that I saw this comment come through chat. I didn't get a chance to acknowledge it, but when I was talking to our buddy Matthew, somehow we mentioned something about charity, and someone had put in the chat, because I know Justin from Deconstruction Zone was streaming tonight, or may still be streaming. I don't know. He's streaming with, or was streaming with, John Cohen, who I hate John Cohen because he's an atheist live streamer who has an amazing British accent. And I hate everyone who has an amazing British accent because I don't have an amazing British accent. And I'm not good at faking accents. I don't want to fake an accent. And if you are a content creator, one of the best ways to get 50% more viewers is to have a great British accent, which is why on some deep personal level, I hate John Cohen. He's amazing, but you know, despite the fact that he's amazing, I hate him because it's like, you motherfucker with that great British accent. But I guess John Cohen and Justin from Deconstruction Zone raised a bunch of money for charity tonight. Like, I guess they were taking, giving donations, or maybe they were just donating all of their live super chat revenue to charity. And I think if I remember right, I can only scroll so much in my comments, but I think if I remember right, it said like they were like $3,000 or $4,000 that they raised tonight for some charity. So, so that's really great. This is great. I gotta highlight this one here. So if theists can pretend to be programmers, you can pretend to be British. Daniel, you're not wrong. I mean, I can pretend all day. The problem is, I don't, like you see these actors that can affect any accent that they want. And I'm sure if I practiced it somehow, I'm sure I could figure out how to affect a British accent. And I say that knowing that there's like 48 different British accents, right? But I'm sure I could figure out how to affect some kind of British accent. But every time I've even tried to, as a joke, affect some kind of other accent, whether it's British or Irish or Australian or whatever, my friends always look at me and they're like, no, don't do that. Like it's not even mildly convincing. So it always just browbeats me into thinking, okay, never mind. I'm not even going to try that. Plus, I'm joking, but could you imagine if I did my whole channel in a fake British accent? And then someone met me in person and they're like, this dude's an American. Like that would be like such a horrible, sad scandal. Like we all thought he was British. But if you guys, what's that, John?
You do know they do have a soundboard you can change your voice with. They do.
But can you do it in real time? Probably now you can.
Probably not. I just don't know where to go with it.
Okay, see, John, every time I try to do a British accent, it sounds almost as bad as what you just did. So
well, I'm not trying too hard here.
Yeah, so John, I don't know what that was you just did, but as someone who loves you, I'm going to tell you, don't do that. Like it's not helping. Which, by the way, is the same reaction I get anytime I do this. Everyone's like, no, dude, don't do that. Don't do that. You're failing badly. Okay.
Oh, it's just a twist of the tongue.
I'm sure if I cared, like if I was like, no, I'm actually going to fake an accent, which I would never want to do that long term, right? That's kind of lame. But if I wanted to fake it for fun or whatever, that would, at some point, I'm sure I could figure out how to do a British accent, but I guess I just don't care enough, despite my joking.
Watch too many programs.
Yeah. Let me see here. So Quetzal Michaels, he comments on a lot of my stuff. And I'm not going to read all of this because I love you, Quetzal, but goddamn, the dude can write like the hell out of a comment. Like, dude really goes nuts. But you see, there's a video here I put out, and this was quite a while ago. This is 9 months ago. But he says, I started basically from scratch. You were looking at it backwards. I dismissed the literal crucifixion as a law of men. No one is made to be sin by accusations. And we're not going to read all of this, but I brought this up, and I think it's kind of cool that I highlighted this to talk about tonight, even though he put this comment up months ago, because it kind of fits in with what we were talking about earlier with the live call-in people. Because notice what he says. You're looking at it backwards. I dismissed the literal crucifixion as a law of men. And anytime I talk to someone now who is, let's just say, more practical, right? Someone who is not a literalist, someone who says, oh, I read that verse, but here's the way I interpret it. Of course, you're very welcome to interpret any verse you want. And I did that exactly when I was a Christian. But the problem that I run into rhetorically every time, I'm not tempted to be a Christian anymore in my life, but anytime I'm even tempted to put excuses on any of this stuff. All I can run into mentally and rhetorically is to think, but if we start building you guys might have heard earlier, I talked about the scaffolding that I built around the Bible, because the Bible by itself was disgusting. The Bible by itself was full of nonsensical bullshit. The Bible by itself was immoral and embarrassing. So for most of my life, rather than dump Christianity, I started constructing this whole elaborate construction, this whole elaborate erector set around the Bible and around Christianity in general as a way of synthesizing the bullshit, as a way of saying, yeah, I know that's weird. I know that's gross. I know that doesn't make sense. I know these are all problematic, but here are all of the ways that I interpret it. And yet, at a certain point, you have to wonder, like, okay, are you worshiping this religion that supposedly exists out there outside of you, or are you worshiping a construct that you have created in your own mind? Are you worshiping Jesus? And I know even for Christians, most people can admit that they don't really know what the true Jesus was like. But even if we assume that there's the real Jesus, okay, are you worshiping the real Jesus, or are you worshiping your idea of Jesus? If you want to tell me that there was not a literal crucifixion, which I wouldn't, I think that there was a Jesus who got crucified, but if you want to tell me that didn't happen, okay. I mean, I'm not going to fight you about that. But once we start to tear down these basic empirical tenets of what the religion supposedly purports to have happened, then you're just literally making things up. You know, a couple of the callers earlier tonight, which they were great callers, but even they admitted at times that, yeah, Jesus isn't on the page all throughout the Old Testament, but they see Jesus on all the pages throughout the Old Testament, which is fine. You see Jesus everywhere. Okay. But also have some self-awareness, like realize what that means when you say it. You're admitting that he's not literally on the page, but you're admitting that, well, but when I look at it hard enough, when I cross my eyes, I see Jesus, which is okay. But then if that's what we're doing, then you can look at a candy wrapper and see Jesus. If that's what you want to believe, you can, as I pulled up the example earlier, you know, you can sit here and pull up Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash and you can say, no, this is about Jesus. I swear when I open the book, it's about Jesus. I mean, if you want to see Jesus everywhere, you can, but what are you accomplishing? What is the point? If you know that he's not literally there and it is all about your interpretation, then what are you actually accomplishing? I don't really know. But anyway, I had a bunch of comments up here from Matthew, which would be mildly entertaining to go through, but we're not going to go through them because Matthew got a lot of time tonight. So maybe in another live stream, we'll go through some of Matthew's comments. I will just say, I've already mentioned this before, but brother is immune to facts. I mean, he literally is immune to simple, basic facts. And I know we can argue about, well, if you're on a live stream, right? It's just one person talking at another. I mean, in this conversation, I can't prove something to you. You can't prove something to me. We're just talking at each other. But he will pull up things and I will just give him this whole basis about how the logic of what you're saying literally doesn't make any sense. And his entire reaction is just to hand wave it away and say something like, that's your opinion, or just to restate the objection. Like, yeah. I have to highlight Demented Engineer. Matthew's insane. I want to be nice because, you know, he's called up twice now. he's now a member for whatever that matters. Although I don't know if he'll be a member next month. I think he wanted to check out the video I made today. He sent me a couple tips. Not that it's all about money, but it's like on one level, it feels like he thinks that he wants to have a real conversation. And yet, when I just try to talk about basic facts with him, when he wants to insist to me that parthenogenesis means that Jesus had half of Joseph's DNA. Like, how do you argue with that? If you're going to insist to me that parthenogenesis, which by the way, he kept calling it parthenogenesis, and I kept saying, I was trying to be nice. I'm like, it's not parthenogenesis, it's parthenogenesis. But then when you point out that parthenogenesis can have no DNA from the father, and he just looks you dead in the eyes like that's your opinion. I mean, what are you going to do with that? There's no intelligent way to even carry on a conversation after that point. But anywho, so I got a lot of comments on the objective morality thing, which doesn't terribly surprise me because this always tends to put people's heads in knots. Although it's still kind of surprising sometimes how people, I know this is going to sound arrogant, but sometimes how people just don't seem to get it. Now this person here, their comment isn't so bad, but it says, the first thing that you must do is reject the language. This is talking about objective morality versus subjective morality. The change was made to make religious claims more compatible with developing understanding. Morality dictated by a God would be absolute and unquestionable, yet biblical morality is both appalling, rejected, and evolving. That's why religion cannot use the term it really means, which of course I totally agree with Craig Jones here. Now, it is true that without a God, there is no moral absolute, but there isn't one, and that's evidence against religion. Meanwhile, you can and do have objective morality without a God. Objective just means reasoned. Objective morality isn't absolute. It can vary based on shared values. What religion has done here is change the rules when it cannot win the argument. We don't need to accept their deception. We need to reject the language of the argument stacked in God's favor. Atheism has a sound basis for objective morality. Religions merely claim credit for it. So this was an interesting comment to me because, of course, in general, this guy's like, I don't want to make it about sides, but he's on my side, right? And he's telling me that, religion doesn't actually claim objective morality. It claims absolute morality. I totally agree. On a lot of levels, it feels like we're agreeing. But then he says, you can and do have objective morality without a God. Objective just means reasoned. Okay, first of all, objective does not just mean reasoned. I'm sorry, I have never heard of a single putative definition for objective that just means reasoned. In fact, reasoned by definition basically means that it's subjective, because where does the reasoning take place? Oh, that's right. It takes place in your brain. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever that you would say objective just means reasoned. It just means that you don't know what the word objective means. But it is interesting because it said, meanwhile, you can and do have objective morality without a God. Now, I would argue you don't have objective morality with or without a God. I would argue that objective morality does not exist. But I had to sit here and think for a minute because I'm like, is it even theoretically, hypothetically possible to have objective morality with or without a God? Let's even take the God question out of it. And I don't know how you can possibly have objective morality. Here's why. We can base morality on some outward objective idea, right? We could say if it rains today, we kill everyone, and if it doesn't rain, we let everyone live, which is horrible, but that is on some level an objective standard, but it's not objective morality. That is just taking your arbitrary ideas and pegging them to some objective measurable fact. We can measure at my house whether it rained at all today. We can measure whether we got even 1/100th of an inch of rain. That would be an objective fact. Did we get rain or not? But just because you can tie it to an objective measurable value doesn't mean that the morality is on any level objective. Because again, using the same example, if we said, look, if it rains at all today, even 1/100th of an inch, we'll kill everyone on the block. And if it doesn't, we will let everyone live. That is an objective measurement as to whether or not it rained. That's not objective morality. Morality is oughts, right? It's the ought you to do something. Should you kill everyone or not? So should cannot be related to any arbitrary measurable value. If you're tying should to an arbitrary value, it might feel objective because you can measure the value, but that doesn't mean that it is on any level objective morality. It's just you tying a horrifically arbitrary decision to something that you can measure. That's not the same as having objective morality. So, Demented Engineer says, let me pull this up here. Wait, where is that? Oh, there we go. I don't have the right screen up. Objective morality is bunk. It's like saying the concretely abstract oxymoron. I totally agree. I actually had to think about it for a little while, though, when I saw this comment, because I'm like, let's take the God question out of it for a minute. You know, like I had to reassess and say, is it even possible, regardless of God, to have any sort of objective morality? And again, the answer is you can have an objective measurement, but if you are tying your morality to an objective measurement, then it's going to by default become arbitrary. And arbitrary is not moral. Arbitrary is just based on, you know, if I tell you I'm going to do horrible things every time the wind blows from the east to the west, that's not morality. That's just tying it to a horrific arbitrary standard. Okay, so moving on. Let's see where we're at. More comments. I have to delete these two, so I make sure to not go over them in future live streams. You guys are probably be bored with this, but every time I get a comment like this, I feel the need to like reply in some way. Because this person says, I was originally listening to this video, and now at the 20-minute mark, I picked up my phone and the first thing I saw was an AI generated image. That really sucks. I think you have great arguments and explain them very well, but AI being used in content has become far too normalized. And yeah, you can say these are my subjective morals, but at the moment it should be the objective standard. AI is ruining education and the planet we live on, and I won't support it. I brought this up before, but when I get comments like this, sometimes I feel like it's still, for whatever reason, helpful to bring them up in my live stream just so that you guys know where I come from. I write my scripts. I my wife and I do my editing. I, of course, record my live face on the camera, whether it's a live stream or my pre-recorded content. But there is AI content in some of my videos. Now, I have done some videos with like black backgrounds, right? I do not doubt at all that if every one of my videos just had a black background, that in the long run, I think that it would be a net negative on my viewership. I could be wrong. But if it's a question of I can use these AI backgrounds or use a black background, I'm going to more often than not use an AI background. Some people won't like that. Now you can say, well, you don't have to use a black background. I'm not going to sit here. I already spend on the pre-recorded content 3 or 4 hours per video in effort. Do you think I'm going to sit there and try to make custom graphics for every one of my videos? No, I'm not. Also, here's something that most people don't want to admit. When you go onto someone's channel and you see video or images behind them, it might be AI. It might be handmade content that they stole and you will never know it. Because guess what? For about 20 years on YouTube, people used to steal images all the time to put behind their content. I'm not saying that someone stealing content is justification for me using AI. I'm just saying that the high horse that you're on, thinking that you know when everyone has the right ethical guidelines for what you're seeing on the screen, tells me that you don't actually know where your content's coming from. Also, when you pull up YouTube and I go through like my homepage, for example, I'm not going to sit here video by video and point this out, but the number of these thumbnails that are made with AI, if you don't, now maybe you truly don't subscribe to a single channel that uses AI for thumbnails. And if you don't, that's great for you. I love it. But the simple fact is that the vast majority, like more than 3/4 of these thumbnails that you're seeing as I scroll through them, are created entirely or partially with AI. And I know that now because I know what, to some extent, what these thumbnails look like when you make them with AI. Even if they have someone's picture on them, like here, this one right here. What's inside the Breeze Max scam? Okay, clearly this is a picture of the dude doing a face palm, right? That text he put over the top of it is almost certainly AI generated. I don't know that, but the fact is you don't know that it's not. You really don't know. So people, I've noticed this. People have, I'm going to say it just bluntly, people have rather arrogantly now come to this idea in their head that they know what is AI and what's not. Now, of course, sometimes you see a thumbnail or a video or a background image, and sometimes it's obvious that it's AI. But the technology is already at the point where if you think that you know every AI image, guess what? No, you don't. You're wrong. You might think you do, but you're wrong. Does that excuse any of it? No. But the point is, you can put your stake in the ground and say, oh, I'm going to stop watching every channel that does this, which, first of all, you don't know. You're guessing. And second of all, okay, good luck with that. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a standard. Pick what you want to watch. It's all free entertainment. But some people think that they're taking such a deeply principled stand. Like, oh, I would never use AI. Like, you don't even know half of the AI that you're looking at. And even before anyone used AI, half of the images you were looking at behind your videos were snagged off of some website. It's just the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that the places that people think they're going to take their stands sometimes aren't logically consistent. And here's another thing too, like notice here on this, channel for Sid Roth, right? You might say, well, maybe that background with the snake and the Iranian flag is AI. But even if we assume that's not, I don't think most people realize how many of the headshots right now are AI. And I bring this up because I'm not gonna lie, it's really cool when you realize what AI can do with this, because it used to be that if you wanted to have 20 different reaction face shots on your thumbnails, you had to sit there with a camera and spend a few hours taking all these shots, and then you had to go in and edit them for a few hours and clean them up and all this other stuff. Right now, you can take 2 or 3 headshots, and then you can go into AI and you can say, make it a picture of this person, and you can give them your image and say, make them look surprised, make them look sad, make them look angry. And it does a pretty damn good job. Does that make it right? No. But the
Hey,
people
Skepticus.
yeah, what's that?
In the art world, we call that, oh, shucks, I had the word on top of my brain. In the art world, we call that scrap arting.
Scrap
Something like
arting.
Yeah, it's like a scrapbook, and we put all the pictures together in the art world.
That makes sense.
I can't remember,
Yeah.
I can't remember the name right off, but I know what it's called. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. I love hearing the comments too. Michael says, Adam, are you AI? I've had actually, since I started this channel, at least a dozen different people at different times have put comments on my videos claiming that I am AI. And maybe they meant that I use AI on the channel, but usually the way that they put the comment down, it usually implies that they think that I am actually AI, which I think is hilarious. But I love that comment because it's like, even, it kind of illustrates how some people, not everyone, but some people that just can't even discern between, even today, what is real or what is not. And it's only going to get crazier. I'm not saying that means we have to just give up our lives to AI. I'm not saying we shouldn't be concerned about certain issues about AI. But for anyone who's like, yeah, I love your channel, but I'm going to stop watching because sometimes you use AI images, like, okay. I mean, if the answer is that I can keep a few more viewers and have nothing but shitty backgrounds or no backgrounds behind all my stuff, that's not going to work for me long term. So I would love to have, at some point when I have a few 100,000 subscribers or whatever, and I can pay to hire a designer, I'll pay someone and just say, yeah, just make all the images that go on my thumbnails or go behind me without AI. But I mean, I make a good income, but I don't make a good income on YouTube. So there's only so much I can do here. Anyway,
There's nothing wrong with using AI. There's nothing wrong with using it. I mean, we use it all the time.
To be fair, John, I mean, I'm a software engineer. I understand a lot of the issues around this. First of all, there's environmental issues. And I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I will tell you that a lot of the environmental issues that people think they're fighting with the AI, they're kind of silly. Because, yes, AI is a resource hog. But guess what? Your server farm is a resource hog. The fact that your website is hosted on AWS is a resource hog. There are all sorts of massive resource hogs that are now hidden to us because it's not on a machine in your house. It's on a machine on a server that's somewhere in Omaha, and you have no idea how they're managing their energy. Is it a real issue? Sure. I mean, we have to be concerned about, in the long run, about energy usage. But if you think that you're going to win that battle or fight that battle by not watching YouTube videos that have any hint of AI, I'm sorry, but you're pretty badly mistaken. I also know that there's, of course, a very severe issue about how were these models trained. And a lot of these places stole artwork to train their models. But the simple fact is, like I said, that I can sit there and put up 2 or 3 headshots and then tell AI to give me an angry version of me, and it does it. And it does it pretty well. And I'm not supposed to do that because of how you think the model was trained. It's a deep subject. I'm not going to try to make it sound like it's not an issue on any level, but there's a whole lot to it. I'm going to go for a little bit longer, get through some comments. I'm assuming I won't get any other callers here other than John, although if someone else wants to call, they're more than welcome to. And we'll go through the next comment here. I'm mildly surprised that Matthew didn't pick up another phone number and call back, because he almost seems like the kind of person that would do that. So thankfully that hasn't happened, but okay. I don't want to go through this comment here. This is too much for me to deal with right now. Let's go to the next one. Give me a second here. Gotta find the next comment. At this point in the night, sometimes you pull up a major comment and I'm like, I'm not dealing with that right now. That's just too much. Not even going down that path. Okay, that one's not. So, this is. Oh, these fuckboys. I'll tell you, some people never get tired of just the stupidest bullshit. So, let me put this up here, and you'll see that this is on the Objective Morality video. And Andrew, this titan of intellect, says, let's look at societies that reject God: the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, North Korea, Cambodia. I know that these people are not watching right now, and they will not watch the replay of this live stream, but I'm going to say this anyway for anyone who might be aided in any way by this statement. But if you have any problems whatsoever with atheism, agnosticism, or just non-belief in any way, shape, or form, if you think for half a second that you are making an intelligible, cogent point by saying, let's look at the societies that reject God, like the Soviet Union and China and Cuba, stop. Just stop. The degree to which you are displaying your own abject ignorance is epic, and you don't even realize just how stupid you sound. I can't say this enough. If you want to talk to me about the impact of societal policies from an atheist versus theistic perspective, we can have an intelligent conversation about that. But if you think that the way to adjudicate this issue is to ask me why I don't look at societies that reject God, like the Soviet Union, you are just holding up a big fucking sign that says, I don't do the thinks. I don't do the braining. And this is the only thing that I can regurgitate anytime that I come to a channel like this, because I am incapable of engaging with the content on any sort of intellectual level. So if that's what you are trying to tell the world, that you don't do the things, then keep putting this type of stupid bullshit on people's channels. But if you actually think that you are not making yourself look like abject fucking idiot, you are failing badly. You can see here, I put this here, and I have been doing something. I was just talking about AI before, right? Did I sit here with this idiot's comment and then take the time to write this whole thing out? No, I did not. Normally, when I'm going through my comments, I'll put a little comment here, I'll put a comment there. But in another beautiful use of AI, sometimes when you see these just abjectly stupid comments, I kind of want to show them how stupid their thoughts are, but I don't want to take the time to write all of this shit out, because the simple fact is that according to, what is it, Bandolini's law, like, you know, you can sit there and spew out more bullshit. The asymmetry of the time it takes to spew out bullshit versus the time that it takes to actually intelligently deal with the bullshit is completely unbalanced. So I was like, you know what, Claude, what would be a good answer for a stupid comment like this? And I'm not gonna lie, I looked at Claude's answer. I'm like, yep, that works. And I copied it and pasted it. Do I do that on most of my comments? No. But when I see stupid, mindless shit like this, I'm like, okay, let's just have Claude answer this. And most of the time, they won't answer. But you can see he's like, those were atheist countries who rejected God and murdered millions of their own people in peacetime. That is your atheist morality. So you can see, once again, I did the same thing to him. I'm like, oh, Claude, what would you say to this? And it's just, I have to admit that it's juvenile, but it's kind of fun, because it's like just poking an idiot and just watching how he will never actually understand that he's being toyed with. So no matter how much logic gets put against any of his bullshit, he keeps responding with the same mind dead replies, the brain dead replies, over and over and over again. And you can see the last thing I put on here, I was like, you have steadfastly refused to engage with anything from the video. You have steadfastly refused to answer even a single point that I had brought up in this thread. You are apparently incapable of carrying on an adult conversation on anything. When you grow up and decide to actually answer any of the myriad points that I have raised in my original video and in my responses, then maybe I will give you the courtesy of answering your questions, but you will not extend the same respect to anyone else. You're nothing more than another sad example of a mindless theist automaton. Enjoy the rest of your toddler life suckling at the teat of your imaginary God. If you want to pretend to be post-pubescent and actually have an intellectual discussion, you're free to call in on Tuesday's live stream. But I know that you won't. What a pathetic loser you are. So these people, there is no, that's why, like in a case like him, I don't even mind throwing him AI responses, because it doesn't matter whether you give him an intelligent response or whether you give him 3 laughing emojis. You're never going to get any sort of intellectual dialogue with him whatsoever. They are, as Matthew was, impervious to facts. It is that simple. Let's do one more. Oh, this is good. This is one of my favorite ones from the whole last week. This was epic braining right here. The braining on this, and I have to give him credit because he really inspired a whole flame war here. He said this has 46 replies. So this is on the objective morality scam. And I made the point, amongst others in this video, that if you think that there are objective standards for morality, it's like saying that there are objective standards for food. Of course, we all have some foods that we generally as a population like, and there are some foods that we generally as a population dislike. But to claim that there is an objective standard for food is like holding up a big neon sign that says you don't know what the word objective means. Nevertheless, this is his incredibly genius response. I don't care either way, but dumb take, broski. You always know that you are dealing with an intellectual titan when he includes broski in his first line. No one but the most intellectual, intelligent titans of industry would ever think to put broski in the first line of their response. He says, we do have an objective, measurable standard for food. So we do have a objective standard for food. It's called taste buds. He's telling me that taste buds are an objective standard for food. He says 100% of people, maybe except the scat fetish crowd, would wince at a pile of shit served up on a plate. That's an objective measurement based on a biological marker. No, dumbass, it's not. I brought this up in other live streams before even. If the entire world agrees on something, does that make it objective? No, it does not. We can all agree, 100% of us, that torturing babies for fun, because that's what the theists try to always pull out, right? Torturing babies for fun is gross and wrong and should never be done. So if we all agree on it, does that make it an objective standard? No. Just because a billion subjective minds all agree on something doesn't mean that it magically becomes objective. And I do think that there is a kernel of misunderstanding that people bring to this conversation, because we can all agree on this channel right now that the new law of the Skepticus channel is that when you watch the live stream, you will wear a big fuzzy purple hat. All right. We can agree that that's the law of the channel. We can write it down. I can put it on the screen. So once we agree on it, once we write it down, once we say that the law of the Skepticus channel is that every time any of us tunes in, we will wear a big fuzzy purple hat, you can objectively say that's the law. I mean, as soon as you write it down, as soon as you agree on it, you can say objectively, this is the law for the channel. Just because you can say that this is objectively a law that we have agreed on doesn't mean that the law itself is objective. It only means that the objective fact is that we have agreed to something that we have written down as a law that we're maybe going to try to follow going forward. That doesn't make it objective. The only thing that's objective there is that the law exists. But the basis for the law is still every bit as subjective as every other law and as every other moral. The subjectivity does not go away just because you have written it down. It doesn't go away just because you have all agreed on it. We can all subjectively agree that I, Adam of Nola, am a sexy motherfucker. Possibly the sexiest motherfucker on all of YouTube. Even if we all agree to that, does that mean it is an objective truth? No, it does not. The number of people after I put out this video that just obstinately refuse to understand what objective means still kind of shocks me. It shouldn't shock me. I shouldn't be surprised at all. I should totally just understand at this point that this is the stupid shit that people believe. And I'm not going to sit here and go through the 46 replies because, you know, there's a whole trolling thing going on. And dude is adamant. I mean, dude thinks he's fucking brilliant. Also, dude thinks that every third sentence should end in bro or broski. I don't know if you're doing... I don't want to fixate on language because I don't always speak the Queen's English. But I don't know if you really want to try to hang your hat on being potentially intellectual on any level when you think that bro or broski are terms to be liberally inserted into all of your dialogues. Daniel, thank you for being here. I'm about to sign off myself. It's been a really good night. So, yay for Leo for understanding nothing about what the term. Leo is the only human in the history of the universe who has objective taste buds. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment if you think about it. He actually has objective taste buds. I don't know how he pulled that off, but kudos to him for that. It is almost 11 o'clock Central Time. And I have to work in the morning as well. Secular Scriptures, thank you. I'm glad that you've enjoyed the night. I have enjoyed the night as well. And I need to... Okay. I don't know what happened there. I'm about to... okay. I don't know what happened there. I'm about to end the connection here, but something really weird happened there. Like everything froze and I couldn't see any movement in front of the screen. I couldn't see anything else. So anyway, I'm going to sign off anyway. Thank you guys. Hope you guys had a great night. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for the super chats and the tips and everything. I appreciate everyone's support, and we will be here next Tuesday starting at 5 o'clock Central. Thank you so much.